T-owl dumpy, T-owl sippy, how bad can it be? T-owl wiggle, T-owl comfy. T-owl dance, T-owl dance, T-owl dance.
Hello, owlets. Welcome in. I must ask, what are you all sipping on today? I myself have a baozhong.
Cheer 300. I made my first honest effort on Frostpunk last night. Long story short, I screwed up bigly and got run out of town.
It's tricky. Everything is a resource. Ginger ale. Medium roast coffee. Solid. Beer. European, or is this a morning beer?
Big gay
Or...
balls.
Good. Thank you for the 35 months, Protector of Poop, and thank you for your big gay balls. Saliva. I'm reminded of Cube, where the wren, to help keep everyone hydrated, who had escaped prisons before, yanked a button off of someone's their outfit, and handed it to them and said, "Suck on it. Keeps the saliva flowing." Oh, gunpowder green tea. Gunpowder tea has nothing to do with gunpowder, it just smells like it. I've always wanted to try it, I've never tried it. Nerdwolf, I think that kudo boards are supposed to remain a secret to the recipient until the delivery. However, you are very sweet. I do know I have submitted to kudo boards in the past, and I've received one myself. You got to see the Who live? Ooh, that is a cool experience. Last couple of things to set up, but we will have Ryan join us in just a little bit, and we'll have to get into the topic quickly because we have quite a bit of ground to cover. To be fair, I think that the US Coast Guard had to cover a lot of ground to find the submersible, but you know. We've been wanting Ryan back on. But Ryan has done us the lovely service of going through the most recent hearing and finding the good bits for us. So he is going to be guiding us through all of the updates on Oceangate, which somehow has gotten even worse. Remarkably. Ah, Ender, thank you for the reminder. I wanted to show you, let me see. Where is it? Let me see. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Here it is. Do you all remember when Junie came on to stream and we raided Fat Baby Jesuses? Yeah, that was when Junie said, "You might be stupid or broken or something." Well, we didn't actually make a tier list, however, Ender decided to make one after the fact. So here it is. This is your Fat Baby Jesus tier list. I could have asked for help. I am so hesitant to ask for help for no good reason. So these are rated from S to F with a couple of extra tiers for disqualified. We decided that some of these do not qualify.
Less than 3.
Aw, Murky, thank you for the 3 months. I like that Mochi was able to interpret that as less than 3. One of the disqualifications was because that wasn't a Jesus, that was a worm. Netro, thank you for gifting a sub to Babyface. Good. Yeah, one of the S tier Jesuses was bumped up from A tier to S tier because there was a tiny DSP in the corner. That really, that elevated it. Acorn, hey there. How are you doing? Your roommate uses Find Ugly Baby Jesus as a means of conning her father into enjoying the art museum. That is a valid
some
way.
Weird babies, are you what?
I'll tell you what. That son of God ain't right. Chad Jesus versus the Virgin Mary was really powerful. I mean, there's a reason that Chad Baby Jesus is an S tier. We're getting beaned. Would you still love Jesus if he was a worm? Wait, Chad Jesus was C tier? Oh, he was. I was thinking of a different one. I think the problem... Oh, right. The reason... Right, no. The reason he wasn't C tier was because it, was barely a baby. It was awesome, but it was barely a baby. It was a bad baby. I'm gonna level with you. We didn't establish our designations very well. Yeah, lots of rhino plating Jesus, Scorn style. Macchanier, that is valid. I have made a career out of making second monitor content. I am unoffended. Enjoy yourself. I also want to let all of you know. Oh, whoopsie date. Ryan is waiting in the wings. Give me a second. I forgot to connect and calibrate. There we go. Haha. Ryan will be joining in just a little bit. Oh no, my immersion. My VTubing name is literally just my name. Any desire for kayfabe was cut off at the ankles. I have... There is never any possibility for me to maintain a level of kayfabe, which I sort of... There's a part of me that is disappointed by that. Masher Potato, welcome in. Yeah, I'm gonna level with you. It just gets worse from here. Like, this is pretty par for the course. This stream is It's a chance for me to share the strange things that I discover and the weirdest ideas that I have. And thank you very much for the fresh Prime sub as well. You are welcome here in this place. Also, tremendous dump. Thank you for 32 months. Let's see, Murky Waters, of course. Thank you for the 100 bits, Monster Mama. The Byford Dolphin accident. Why is that familiar to me? But thank you for the suggestion. Protector of Jam. Thank you for the 35 months. Decompression. Decompression sickness. Is it a case of Delta P or decompression? The tiny hole. Oh, yeah. It's a Delta P incident. Ugh. And Totoro Hero for the 300 bits. Yeah, Frostpunk is tricky. And MRM for the 18 months. Gloomy Trait for the full year. Oh my god. You've been here from the beginning of ASTRALINE. Roundabouts
Right, I have a
then.
Prime sub laying around too, and just as I got a year of being subbed as well, T-Owl Wiggle.
Oh, good. Easy use. Thank you for the 12 months, Teodifos. To my memory, they made the Prime subs a lot better. Oh, and Aiden Copycat for the 13 months. Thank you. Mad Wicked for the 15 months as well, and Monster Mama for the 4 months. Oh, D Luckiest. I was told that Gamer Sups isn't really made to be mixed into warm water. I was warned about that. I don't know so much warned, more just like that is the way it is meant to be made. But you could there's no reason you can't have it in chilled tea. Right, I have plans. But yes, we have a GamerSup sponsorship. I don't have it on the screen. But we have a command. Use code SUPSOWL for 10% off. I'm glad that it's doing you well. I think that the inclusion of theanine is really good. Because that makes GamerSups less similar to coffee and more similar to tea. Because coffee is just caffeine, to my knowledge. But tea has the other major psychoactive component is theanine. And so GamerSups is probably going to give you a focus more similar to tea than it is to coffee. Deerbark, I love the Well There's Your Problem podcast. It was recommended to me for years, and I finally got to listen to it on a long car ride. And it's very good.
My attempted Lapsang Souchong based mead was sadly a failure. I will attempt again later this fall.
Ooh, Lapsang Souchong mead. I don't know how well that will go. Lapsang Souchong is a little bit tricky. Oh, we're sitting here in silence. I'm doing the thing. I'm used to sitting here in silence. I usually don't ornament my audioscape terribly much. I'm very bad at multitasking, and that includes even listening to music. Yeah, they also have they claim to have nootropics in it, and I cannot speak to the efficacy of their nootropics. It's a pretty fraught field.
Fred,
Lots
I
of
hope
weirdness.
you knows that Subol would probably be catchier as a code, let alone be closer to the true Fred brand experience.
Sub-owl. Silence. Don't do this to me. anything nootropic. To my understanding, there's not really a definition for it, and people who make their nootropic blends can tend to keep it under wraps. However, it does have stuff that I know is good. The Concord debacle. I am interested in what happened to Concord, but I feel like there's not a lot I can add.
Justice for Tank.
I wonder if I can change my code later. It is pretty early. I don't know how much trouble that would be. I think that we need to get into the topic very quickly. Well, what else did I want to say? Oh, yes, there is one other thing that I wanted to mention before we got started. Yes, I have Frostpunk 2. Taiga was kind enough to share a code with me. So I have Frostpunk 2. Yes, I am going to play it. I looked, the minimum system requirements are like a 1050 Ti. So I should be able to stream it. And also, yes, I will be doing Twitch integration with it. So I am, let's see, when am I going to be able to do it? If we do it, it'll have to be late next week. Oh, Dippy Postmortem, thank you for the fresh sub. Welcome in. Oh man, people subbing for the first time here are about to get one hell of a stream. I think that we should get started. But yes, we are going to play Frostpunk 2. I also will be continuing Nine Souls irregularly, probably. Dear God, that game is so good. I'm going to level with all of you. I may or may not have spoiled the game just a little bit for myself because I wanted to listen to more of the soundtrack. And I discovered one of the most incredible tracks on this. Listen to this. We have this coming up for us eventually. It goes so hard. So cool. It has 90s trance vibes. The name of this track is Jaws of the Machine from the Nine Souls soundtrack. Related, I also asked everyone on Twitter what my boss music would be. And I got a small range. I got some people, who went for the classical vibe, right? I think that it went two very different directions. Some people went for the classical vibe, and some people went for the more folk vibe, but like due to the hurdy-gurdy probably. I am kind of a funny amalgamation. But from what I heard from everyone, This was the closest that I could find to matching people's vibe for my boss music. This is from a game called, oh shoot. It's a game that looks really interesting to me. Shoot. I'm spacing. I'm sure that someone in chat knows. High Fleet. Thank you. Yeah, the game's High Fleet. Symphonic metal with a hurdy-gurdy. Okay, yeah, but...
Forget not last night's furry jamboree. It was lacking someone lithe yet fat of nut. Also share the little picture of before and after Vince nearly stripped on stream. He who. Last night was magical. Tiao wake.
We should probably look at that if we have time at the end. But yes, Tank Facts, thank you for reminding me. And Amos to Famous for the 26 months, thank you. If I had boss music, this is probably what it would be, realistically. From a game called High Fleet, when things really hit the fan. This is when the nukes start flying, yes. This is first phase music? Yeah. Or, well, you'll hear. Slav jank. The funny thing is, this is a hurdy-gurdy in it. That's not a violin or a cello, that's a hurdy-gurdy. And I know how they got that sound. They over-rosined the wheel. When you over-rosin the wheel, it gets squeaky and creaky like this. And you get, wonky pitch shifts. This is also very obviously a Russian-style hurdy-gurdy with a small wheel. The small wheel makes the warping worse. You're welcome, Toon Douche. I made it 100 subs for a reason. We need to play High Fleet on stream sometime. That game looks so cool. Oh, whoops. This is... No. What I'm looking for is this. There we go. Something a little more even. Well, everyone. I think that it's about time that we got Ryan in here and got started. Oh, actually, I think he just went AFK. So we have just a minute. You guys, I also wanted to, you know what, while he's gone, I wanted to read a post that I made to Patreon about Down the Rabbit Hole. With all of you. Ryan may come back at any point during this, but that's okay. Oh, Yao Kokomi. Thank you for the bits. So I wrote a post on Patreon the other day because the EVE Online video took 2 years to make. The most recent video was about a year. And a lot of that was due to burnout. But there was another problem, and I identified it. So I decided, I decided, like, I realized what the problem was, so I decided to make a post talking about what I believe was creating problems. Oh, sweet. Ryan's here. Let's bring Ryan in for this. Hold on. Hello, Ryan. Wait, what the? Wait, what? Shuffle. What?
Hello.
Hello.
Did you tell people where I was?
Yes, that you were pissing. What?
That's good.
Wait, why is it? Oh, I fucked up. Hold on. That's so funny.
What do you do, Fred?
For some reason, I accidentally put some of the songs from my karaoke that I was thinking of for the karaoke into, here we go. Into the wrong playlist, into my stream playlist, which is full of Walking Dog.
I think if you do that in future, Fred, you have to start singing. You just have to.
Ryan, you are so quiet. I have you cranked up as high as you go.
Oh, hang on. Let me fix that. This is why we do a sound check. Damn it.
Yeah, I know.
How about now?
There you go. Much better.
Cool. Grand.
And I'll remind you to get closer to the microphone again when you inevitably start leaning back.
It's not going to happen, Fred. I'm going to be too engaged.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, if you say so. I was just telling everyone about the Patreon post I made last night about why like Down the Rabbit Hole has been taking so long. It's because...
Did you blame me? Because that would be the smart thing to do.
That would be blame everyone else around me. No, the problem is that I keep choosing topics. Here, the highlight from it is this. Let me see. By far, the research and writing process for the last two videos have been the most laborious and intense, and I've identified the root cause. Compared to previous videos, piecing the story together has been almost preposterously difficult compared to every other video that I've done. Looking back across my catalog, it's been trivial to provide a sequence of events, making the process of writing mostly a matter of craft. For example, in the Per Cat Cafe video, I could refer to the posts in order and show the gradual deterioration of Diane's situation. For the Austrian wine poisoning, despite the language barrier, the events were discrete and could be easily placed onto a timeline. The same concept can be seen in nearly every video until now. This was not true, however, for the Battle of May Island, EVE Online, or this newest video in production. A maddening amount of time was spent on each of them attempting to piece a timeline together from incomplete sources that frequently contained biased, erroneous, or misleading information, and for the latter two, I was forced to tear pieces out of the script and replace them numerous times. In retrospect, I had to do that for the May Island video as well. For example, in the newest video, I thought that two interviewees were contradicting one another about the timing of an event until I realized that they were speaking of two different yet very similar incidents. With my most recent video, there were so few sources of information that I had to interview people present at the event and recreate a battle that has almost entirely been erased from memory, save for a scarce few pieces of evidence. This is why I continually misjudged the time remaining on the EVE video. I believed that production would go much the same way that it had for every video preceding it, but this was a circumstance that I had not encountered in over half a decade of video production. Basically, topics very complicated to put together. That's the big problem, but now that I've identified what made them take so long, I can, it will not be nearly so bad, I don't think.
Yeah. And I think also getting production down to a shorter cycle is good, sort of, for your excitement of the
yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's just nice, though.
Done with Eve. We were so done with Eve.
We were so done, yeah. Like, there was no excitement from any of us, really, I think, about releasing it. It was just, thank Christ.
I'm so excited for this episode though, because this one's got a lot of cool stuff to talk about. Different things.
You're leaning away from the microphone again.
Fred, I'm like less than 10 centimeters away from it. Just
You're
because
so
this is
quiet.
What? Give me a second. I can fix this. I have to just go into settings. Right. I could turn it all the way to the top, but I think you would kill me.
Compute.
How
I have
about
heard
now?
very. You sound good.
Oh, no. How about now?
Much better.
Is that too loud?
I can turn you down, so this is good. This is actually way better.
Great.
Okay.
So I was literally 10 centimeters away from the microphone where you're leaning away from the mic.
You were getting quiet. Compute, if someone was just asking a hurdy-gurdy question. Yes, I have heard good things, very good things about the nerdy-gurdy. The only trick is actually getting your hands on a kit. Yeah. But yes, the nerdy-gurdy is a nice, relatively cheaper way to get into the hurdy-gurdy.
If you want advice on purchasing a hurdy-gurdy, there's good Facebook groups. So it pains me to say Facebook.
Yeah,
good
no,
Facebook.
It's true. Like, if you want hurdy-gurdy resources, weirdly enough, they're all on Facebook, and there are a couple of subreddits. There's the hurdy-gurdy subreddit, there's the build-a-gurdy subreddit, which also is just good for purchasing a gurdy. But the communities are pretty small and pretty scattered, so... Facebook groups are probably the way to go.
By far the most biggest thing they deal with is like hi George is George is very fussy today, particularly, and she sat on my lap.
Fussy every day. Like you literally, like, you always, whenever George growls, you're like, George is being fussy today. That has been literally every single time that you have been on stream.
I'm sorry. So yeah, I think by far the biggest hi George. I think by far the biggest issue that hurdy-gurdy groups deal with is like people buying crappy gurdies.
Yes.
So they have a lot of advice. They call them. There's a group I was part of, and they call them gurdy-shaped objects or something.
Yes, I saw that. Like that is how people. Oh no! I heard that term from the people who I got my gurdy from. They use that term to refer to, like, they don't want to call out specific makers because they don't want to, like, start drama, but I definitely had that struggle as well. I dropped more money than I had liked on a gurdy that was really just not great.
Oh, really? I didn't hear the story. One day, Fred.
Like, the people who made it are really nice. The people who made it are very nice people. Like, make no mistake. Just, man, frustrating instrument. Very frustrating instrument.
Yeah. Talking of giant pieces of shit, Fred.
Yes.
Shall we talk about this submersible? It's a submersible.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Today, everyone, we are going to be talking about Oceangate, and I saw that there were a couple of people who didn't know what Oceangate is. So let's explain. Last year, there was a company, for some time, a company called Oceangate has been trying to make a submersible on the cheap that can go down to the Titanic. They want to do deep ocean exploration. Well, exploration, it's more deep ocean tourism that they can
do
sell.
Exploration, I should say. It's interesting because that's discussed in this.
Yes,
they do exploration and survey, for example. But yeah, go ahead, Fred. Sorry, forgive me.
No, it's okay. But basically, they wanted to make a fleet of submersibles, and they had worked on them for quite some time. However, most people only heard about Oceangate when they took people, and they had done some dives like this before, but not terribly many, but some. They were doing dives down to the Titanic, and very suddenly, contact was lost with it. It was later discovered that the submersible had imploded, instantly killing everyone aboard. The phrase that I have heard is that when when a submersible implodes at that depth, you very quickly go from biology to physics.
Yeah.
It was very sudden. No suffering. Nobody suffered for there was no pain at the very least, but it was gruesome.
It's very hard to articulate how powerful the pressure is at that depth.
Yes.
It's extraordinary, but it's because there's it's 400 atmospheres, and we're under one atmosphere right now. And it's like, what the hell's an atmosphere? And somebody said to me, well, a tire is 2 atmospheres. So you think about the pressure inside a tire. That's times by 200 is what the submarine is under. And, you know, water doesn't yield like air does,
right.
I guess.
Well,
it's
later it came out. Nennial, thank you for using your 21-month subscription to give one of the most cursed messages that I have read. Get souped. Yeah, they didn't drown. It later came out that Oceangate had cut nearly every corner, which is not what you want to hear when you are sending... Understand that deep ocean exploration is about as hard, if not more difficult, than space exploration.
I would say
it introduces absurd difficulties, right? It is more accessible, but the difficulties involved, of getting people down to those depths and keeping them alive, it is very intense. You must be absolutely precise in everything that you do.
I would say the process of getting to space is obviously more difficult, but I'd say
the
actual environment, the actual environment of the undersea world is more inhospitable than space.
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. We do not, we have human habitats in space, in orbit. We do not have human habitats miles under the ocean.
Yeah.
That's... I feel like that is a good illustration.
Yeah,
we do not we have human habitats in space. We do not have human habitats on the bottom of the ocean. It is that unforgiving and brutal.
Yeah, and I would also say you talked about Mir the space station on a stream before. That suffered a hull breach during the accident with the supply ship, and their response was to close off the module, seal it off, and have a dead module. Yeah. But that's not an option under the sea. If your hull is compromised, you die instantly.
Yes. Yeah.
It's that much more. The pressure is so extraordinary.
Right. Which is why a reasonable person would...
Futurama, Dear Lord, that's over 150 atmospheres of pressure. How many atmospheres can this ship withstand? Well, it's a spaceship,
Futurama
so I'd
quote,
say anywhere between 0 and 1.
That's a really good...
That's a good episode.
Futurama's great.
That's a good episode.
Well, it's a spaceship, so I'd say anywhere between 0 and 1. That's so good. Yes, the problems with 0 atmospheres is much I feel like they're almost more surmountable than more atmospheres. But yes, 0 atmospheres, you can't let stuff get out. 150 atmospheres is you can't let anything get in.
Yeah.
And that's why when people learned that Oceangate was cutting corners, suddenly things started to make sense. One of the big problems, one description I heard was that when you have metal, right, you start getting deformations and warning signs long before there is any sort of catastrophic breach. Because a breach is death, remember.
Yeah, I think the difficulty in general, though, is there's any path of least resistance will result in the failure. So
Yes.
that's why people tend to make submersibles out of one unit. So they tend to be like spherical metal vessels with a hatch and a window to look out, a very small, very thick window to look out of.
Right.
And Oceangate was also it was there's some things that aren't mentioned in the committee. It's a Coast Guard committee. It's been going on for 2 weeks. This is not the most recent one, but this is the most notable one. This is David Lockridge, who was the whistleblower and was in charge of the pilot of the vessel, and he, whistle blew on it.
Yeah.
But the vessel was made of 2 titanium hemispheres with a carbon fiber body, and the connection between those 2 parts. There's lots of parts that are looked at with this vehicle as to where it could have possibly failed. Was it the glass viewports, which we'll hear about? Was it the connection between the carbon fiber body and the titanium bodies? Was it the carbon fiber itself?
Yeah.
I feel like,
and
you mentioned the form, but I feel like even at that point, failure is fairly imminent. The deformation doesn't cause it to get stronger; it's causing it to weaken, and it will fail.
Right. I think that the oh shoot, I'll have to pull up what I found again. But the idea is that carbon fiber is fine up until the moment that it very much isn't. Yeah. Whereas, okay, so I remember what it is. When you put pressure on metal, there is a very long period where it can deform before permanent damage occurs. And you can measure that. You can say, okay, well, we can stop before we get permanent damage.
Yeah.
The problem with carbon fiber,
tensile strength, I think, is the term. If I remember my material physics from secondary school well, or maybe the yield point, I can't remember. There's ultimate tensile strength in metal and yield point. And that's, I think, ultimate tensile strength is where you get the failure. Potentially.
Yeah,
so
metal...
I'm sure somebody has a degree in physics is tearing their hair at me trying to remember.
Yeah. I think what I want a sound alert, or I want a something for my soundboard where it's Rito Bandito saying, "I am often confidently wrong."
Yeah, well, that's why I chose Nostalgia Critic, because Doug Walker is maybe technically the worst filmmaker in the world. And I know nothing about submarines, but I have an interest in them. But also, some of the things I've seen remind me of when I was 8, and my dream was to build my own submarine. So I feel like I can at least give some valuable commentary on this. As I dream to be Stockton Rush myself. I can offer some potentially interesting insight.
One thing that I think is interesting, and one thing I think that is important to point out, is that in space, the circumstances are relatively stable. And there is no point at which you can go into negative atmospheres, right? You're at 0 atmospheres, and you can pretty much guarantee it's going to stay that way. However, there is theoretically no limit to the pressure that you can put something under when you're going underwater. The deeper you go, the higher the pressure. And so, while the fundamentals of keeping air, of low and high pressure vessels are similar, right? You want to make sure that the pressure is equal as much as possible across the vessel. Vessel in this case being the thing holding the people.
Yeah.
And holding the air, more precisely. You want to make sure that that's even as much as possible, and any potential points where it's not going to be even, you fortify. You can do that to a certain point with a spacefaring vessel, but Like you can assume that it's always going to be under zero. Like it's always going to be under 0 atmospheres of pressure. However, when something's going underwater, it's going to have a lot more. The pressures are going to be a lot greater. Obviously, literally, but the... Hi, George.
George is on the floor now.
Okay. The point is that the situation can get way more extreme. And carbon fiber is kind of a funny material. My understanding of carbon fiber is that it does very well when something is pressing out on it. Like if you make a vessel, then if something is pulling out on it, then it is quite good. Like it handles things quite well, because I guess my understanding is that, you have string, you're pushing out on string, well, it just grows taut. So it's going to even out naturally. Like it can handle that really well. Carbon fiber isn't going to work so well when things are pushing in.
One of the difficulties, my understanding is, like I said, I'm not an expert, is the nature.
Yeah, it can do tension. It can do tension, but not compression. That's what Dear Bark is saying. Right.
But it's also produced of lots of strands of crystalline carbon, which are put together with a laminant. And what would happen with the failure of carbon fiber is they would delaminate. And that happens very suddenly, and it completely compromises the structure of a vessel. The reason they did this was because it saved money, my understanding, making a carbon fiber submarine. And I think one of the things I said I'm not very good at submarines, but one of the things I'm very interested in is corporate culture. Because, which sounds really boring, but it's everything corporate culture. And the culture of getting things done in general. I was making fun of you yesterday because you said, "Oh, I have some notes on the music," and I replied like something like, I was quite tired because I'd been delayed on a train for like 6 hours or something. I was like, "Fuck your notes. We work for Valve now. This is a flat management structure. You can't tell me what to do." So
I remember that.
So I posted like a Gabe GIF. I was like, "How does this make money?"
How does this make? But for those who do not know, this is Ryan Probert. He is the composer for Down the Rabbit Hole. We work together constantly.
Yeah, and we don't
basically
hate each
have
other,
him on retainer.
We don't hate each other, which is good because we have a good culture. But I think
we've been through shit together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man, we've been through shit. Holy hell. God, our friendship has survived some really rough situations.
Did he do that boah sound effect? That was not me, no. No, but we have been through some we've been through some hard times, and
really, we have.
We've got through it, but I think
but we got through it together in the end.
We got through it together as a team. But I think one of the things that I found interesting was feel like Oceangate, there's this idea that you have to be disruptive, right?
Right.
If you want to
move fast, break things.
Yeah, that's become like the mantra of so many tech companies, and or companies in general. And I think the idea was we're going to make a submarine as something completely new. Right. Was at the heart of that.
Yeah, they wanted. Yeah, to be clear, the dream of Oceangate was they didn't just want to make a submersible; they wanted to make a fleet of submersibles,
which were easy to manufacture, which were cheaper to deploy, cheaper to build, could turn a higher profit.
Yeah,
and that's it. And there is the Elon Musk comparison, I think, where he kind of wants to be the deep sea Elon Musk. But there's a company called SubX or something, which I feel like is trying to take that title. But this idea that I think also people, I've worked for a corporation. I was quite I wouldn't say high. I was a creative director. I was the creative director of the company, but I didn't have a lot to do with the money. But I worked with people, and they people who think this way also think like they're destined to change the world.
Yes.
Sorry, George is biting a wire. Get off it, you rodent.
Everyone remembers when the internet changed everything and everyone wants to make the next internet. The thing that is going to revolutionize the way that we live life.
But I would also say there's probably had this idea, the ocean's this, huge unexplored part of the surface of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
This is, if we can be the first people to explore the ocean, we can have a monopoly on the ocean.
Right. There's a line in Ixion, right? From the first person you meet, who is like the hyper capitalist of the Marduk Council, and he's like, there are no laws or rules pertaining to space. That sounds like opportunity knocking to me.
I think
this dude. God, sorry. I don't let me ramble about Ixion.
I was thinking it was funny actually. We mentioned Gabe Newell because he's very interested in deep sea diving as well. Am I right? Am I misremembering? Because I think he's invested in a submersible company, as is James Cameron. James Cameron was probably one of the more vocal people. He dived to the Mariana Trench or something ridiculous. James Cameron. He's always been very interested in the sea, hence Titanic, and hence the Abyss. The most miserable film to ever make, apparently ever. Where all the actors had to learn to be divers and had like slight sort of panic attacks as they were like thrown into water and stuff. James Cameron's kind of famous for that, making like films that like really annoy the cast and crew.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
No, wait. I remember the story from The Abyss was. Oh, you looking for something?
This. Like, I wouldn't know anything about that. This is what I was looking for. The Small Widow Eyes. I don't know anything about that.
I can't see anything, Fred.
Oh,
I've paused the stream. Let me unpause it.
Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. It was a dumb bit. It wasn't. This is not worth the time that we are committing to it.
James Cameron. I do remember specifically a story. I think there's a scene where one of the cast is given like CPR, and like they were like freezing cold, naked and wet, and having someone like pound on their chest, and they just like had enough and just walked off the set after a while. Mm-hmm. That sounds completely miserable. Sorry, we got on to James Cameron. James Cameron has dived to like the absolute sort of depths of the ocean, and he talked a lot after the disaster. So let me push this on. So the guy who's going to talk this week is the whistleblower. He was I think he was head of maritime activities, but he was meant to be the pilot. He was meant to train other people to be pilots, and he was meant to attest to the safety of the vehicle.
Right.
He will go over this, but he became known as the whistleblower because, when this happened, there was a whistleblower who said this is going to kill people. And lo and behold, he was right. So, this gentleman is David Lockridge, and he is asked to give an introduction to himself. This was originally a 9-hour long day of the committee. And I've had to edit it down to about 2 hours, but some of this stuff is absolutely fascinating.
I would like to point out this guy spent years trying to fight a legal battle to blow the whistle on this, right? He has been fighting for this, and now finally, he has been told to sit down and talk about this thing that people have been trying to make him shut up about for 9 hours with the world watching. I don't know about you, but this, I would be hard. I would be rock hard through the entire thing. I would have the most massive boner, and it would not be going down.
Third is like
this has to be
committee witness in hospital after having world's longest erection.
This man must be the most satisfied man in the history of ever. Like, if this man wasn't bricked up for the entire time, I don't know what would get that man going.
I think he's more depressed. It's interesting. He's kind of just like, I wish it hadn't reached this point, you know?
Yeah, I guess like it
really
is
crappy time of it.
Right. That would kill it, right? Like, you blow the whistle because you want to prevent anyone from getting hurt. And then people don't just get hurt, they get turned into mulch.
Yeah, and something I specifically...
And then you get to talk. Okay, yeah, now that you say it that way, I think from that perspective, I would be the most flaccid I've ever been.
I think something specifically I would note as well as I left in is he faced a lot of consequences for blowing, you know, he brought to Stockton Rush's attention the issues with the vehicle. And because of that, he lost a great deal. He spent years in legal battles because of that. And I've specifically included that section in what I've edited because he paid a huge price for it. And of course, he, you know, I think he wanted to, you know, he didn't want this to happen. It's obviously the worst possible outcome in a lot of ways.
Yeah. It's like, now you get to talk, and it's way too late.
Yeah.
Christ.
Oh, and what was I going to say? There was one more thing. If you want to watch the committee, they are live streamed on YouTube by the Coast Guard.
Yeah,
they show.
Bless. I saw, yeah. Okay, you have given us... We needed to get this started because we have a 2-hour-long video.
Yeah, well, we got some time to talk about it as well. I've got
We do, yeah. Okay, let me see. Yes, this does work.
Yay! Excellent.
So let's do it. We have visual aids, everyone. Visual aids! Here we go. Aids. All right, Ryan.
Yep.
So, I'm streaming to you. You should be able to see what I am seeing.
Yep.
So, we're starting off. Would you like to give us an introduction to this first clip? Like, what are we looking at?
No, I've set it up in such a way. Well, it's the Coast Guard Committee, but I've set it up in such a way you get a lovely introduction.
Oh, lovely. All right. Yeah, Ryan went hard on this, you guys. Hard on.
We'll now call our first witness of the day, Mr. David Lockridge, former Director of Marine Operations.
This is kind of quiet.
Lieutenant Steele.
Please stand and raise your right hand.
We're going to be breaking your testimony up into 3 main parts. The first being questions pertaining to your education and employment history. And then we will get into the history with Oceangate to include your roles and responsibilities as Director of Marine Operations. And then some further questions specifically regarding Oceangate operations. So first, if you could please tell me.
This dude does not look happy.
He's also Scottish, which is part of it. You know, he has the Scottish exterior, which makes him look. No, I'm trying to give a complex explanation why I'm making fun of Scotland.
Yeah, this is very quiet. Let me see. Is there something I can do?
Is there something you can do in your browser, or is it? Could you put it on like a video playing piece of software?
Well, I have an idea actually. You know what? I have an idea to fix this. Here's what I'm going to do. Everyone bear with me for a minute. What I'm going to do is I am going to put the video itself into OBS, maybe.
Fred's about to break everything, guys.
No, you know what? Let me try opening it. I know that I can boost the gain if I open it up in VLC.
Yeah. The world's
maybe that'll be enough.
Video player.
Call our first witness of the day,
Mr. 125. Can I crank it even further?
Are you cranking it,
Video
Fred?
effects, synchronization, audio effects. I have I can add an equalizer compressor. I can add a compressor. Oh shit.
You probably add gain if you can, but if you can't, just
Adjust pitch. Oh my god, I can adjust the pitch. Let's see. Stereo widener. Yeah, I want to add gain. Let me see. Makeup gain. What about this? Let me try this.
Operations for Oceangate Incorporated. Lieutenant Steele?
There we go.
Please stand and raise your right.
That's
Have you
much more acceptable.
There's a joke here about trimming the video. Roden, get over here, you monster. George is being really well behaved when she's just like, what if I just like jump? And as soon as I try and like get her back in my office, she starts trying to bite me. You are the worst. I love you. You too, Fred.
I love you too, Ryan.
Oh, somebody post something sweet in the chat because Fred loves me. I love you too, Fred. Have you fixed it? Have you fixed the video, Fred?
I'm trying. I'm not certain that I have.
Now
I don't think
call
that
our first witness of the day, Mr.
I think that the video is being finicky. Let me try something. Like, see,
David
I have...
Lockridge, former director of Marine Operations for
Just
Oceangate
to remind you,
Incorporated.
Fred is a professional streamer.
Lieutenant Steele?
I am. What was it? I saw that meme. I saw a meme recently that was like, how long do I have to be a streamer before I stop forgetting to I stop forgetting to unmute myself? And then it was just it was the dude pointing but not saying anything.
Where's Mike
I know
when
that
you
there's
need-
no video picture. That's the problem that I'm kind of encountering right now. Shoot. What if I do? Don't make me do a window capture. Or don't make me do a display capture. I don't want to have to do a display. Oh, maybe if I do it, would a game capture work?
Fred, why isn't it working? Fred.
I'm working on it. Wait. It works.
Whoa.
Transform.
I'm so happy.
Transform. I'm so happy for you.
Just
Oops.
let me hop in and join you.
Okay, I've got it. Look, I fixed it. I got it. See? I am professional streamer. I know. Oh my god.
I'm the water pressure trying to get in the submarine. I'm laughing so much I upset the dog. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just laughing.
George.
This stream, we gotta get our act together because
holy fuck, we're getting canceled. This is it. This is the last stream with ASTRALINE. We're getting canceled.
Goodbye, everybody. Have a nice Christmas.
My apology letter, like my Google Doc with my apology in it, is just going to be "fuck you, it was funny, eat my dick," and then I just go out. I ride this out.
I'll go back to being Doug.
Okay.
I'm getting cancelled again.
Anyway, I legitimately, on my to-do list, I want to do a hurdy-gurdy cover of Toxic Gossip Train.
Oh, Fred, don't forget to share the window to me as well.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't be laughing this hard this early on the stream.
It's all going downhill, Fred. We've admitted our love for each other.
It's true.
We've got cancelled.
Oh my
You
god,
wouldn't
it's
cancel a couple
Mevelander.
of guys in love, would you?
This is
You
a
are
declaration.
Mevelander. You're just in time. We have barely started.
Everyone,
The
Mevelander in
report is
chat
progressing
is...
steadily.
Oh, good. Thank you for the 26 months, Mev. Mevelander, for those who don't know, is responsible for doing the calculations that that determined the size of my balls. However, Mev also is returning to these calculations and is putting together an entire fucking report because apparently this is within their this is within his profession. So he is actually making a document. And I want to make that a stream when it's ready. Like, that is the main thing we do.
Yeah.
Okay,
That
so we
sounds
have this.
almightily exciting. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Is your voice okay?
That laugh was unrestrained. My throat suffered for that laugh. Welcome in, Bad Furpo. That level of cursed is just kind of like just having Doug Walker as a Foogie in here is pretty par for the course, I would say.
I thought the Homer one was good, but I just realized it's so ugly. It's
It's
got
really
like
bad.
the black bars around it. You know,
It does. But it's very funny.
Could you put yourself in the
watershed.
scene? Could you? No, you can't. Could you be in the foreground, Fred?
Yes, I can. No, I
Could
can.
you make me
I can.
huge?
No, I can. I can. Let me here we go. And then we just move it over. And I'm down here. Oh, and I can like put myself in the scene. Yeah.
That's it. That's what we want.
There.
It's like a little window. But I can't see you. You're behind me.
Oh shit! Here, look. I did.
I was waiting so patiently.
I had it in the preview, not the program. Here.
Oh, looks like I'm lovingly looking up at you.
You are,
and
yeah.
I'm huge.
Homie. I'll
Make
crump with you, sweetie. This is dumb. I'm vetoing this.
You're vetoing.
I'll
go back to being. I'll go back to being Doug.
All right. Be comfortably Doug.
Comfortably Doug.
Here we go. All right, we're ready to start. Vine crump. You know what I need after that? Okay. Let's get a little bit into this, but then I want to make some tea for myself before we continue. So let's get through the introduction of this though.
Yeah.
Let's see how the audio is.
I will now call our
that's a
first
little loud.
witness of the day, Mr. David Lockridge, former Director of Marine Operations for Oceangate Incorporated.
That's good.
Lieutenant Steele.
Please stand and raise your right hand.
We're going to be breaking your testimony up into three main parts. The
Full
first being
disclosure,
questions pertaining to...
Yep.
Are jumps. So it just means I cut out him doing his swearing in.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Your education and employment history. And then we will get into the history with Oceangate to include your roles and responsibilities as Director of Marine Operations. And then some further questions specifically regarding Oceangate operations. So first, if you could please tell me about your education experience prior to your employment at Oceangate.
All right.
Sure. So from school, I joined the Royal Navy, went in there, signed up in the late 80s, did marine engineering, part-time diver.
His voice is so nice.
Yeah.
Oh my, we get to listen to this man talk for like 2.5 hours.
He's also like one of the most eloquent. He's almost Shakespearean in how he emotes everything. He's quite emotive, and he's very eloquent in what he says.
Okay, I feel like this is going to sound really bad, but I remember someone submitted Limmy clips, and I remember listening, and his laugh was funny, but I could understand maybe a quarter of everything that he said.
Yeah. Well, he is from Glasgow.
I couldn't understand him at all. No, I can't believe we get to listen to this man talk for so long. I'm excited.
Stayed in the Navy for a few years. Upon leaving, I worked in the electronic manufacturing industry for a few years. And mid-90s, converted my Navy diving qualifications over to commercial diving qualifications through HSE. That gave me the ability to do underwater inspection.
Oh, fuck. He was a commercial diver.
Yeah, he's done all kinds. He's a very
Oh my God.
He's a very experienced individual. That's right, George.
Yeah. To be clear, commercial diving is obscenely dangerous. Like, this encompasses a lot of things, but it includes stuff like underwater welding.
Yeah.
And repairing structures very deep underwater. It can include, to my understanding, saturation diving.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
we've both watched a documentary about saturation diving.
Yeah.
We both watched Last Breath because I think you suggested I watch
yeah.
it. And I think I watched it on a plane because you said you'd watched it on a plane. And I was like, do they have that film that Fred mentioned?
Yeah.
And something happens to a saturation diver and they're like, well, he's got 4 minutes and then he's dead. You know?
Yep.
And it's literally like that. It's very, very dangerous. It's very, very little room for error.
Mm-hmm. So the point is, if you are going to have a chance of surviving commercial diving, you have to be very safety minded and you are always aware of everything that can go wrong at any time.
It's also I don't know if you did saturation diving or just regular diving, but if you do saturation diving, it's very challenging because you have to spend time living under pressure. You go into a pressurized environment.
Right. That's saturation diving. He might not have done that. Saturation diving really is its own thing. But commercial diving is still extremely dangerous. So, like, just being... It's one of those things where just being a saturation diver is going to give you very specific skills.
Yeah.
God, I can scuba dive, and that's already hard enough.
Underwater construction on and offshore. From there, I also trained and got qualified as an AODC diving systems technician. That's Association of Offshore Diving Contractors. That allowed me to work on air and mixed gas saturation diving systems from chambers, compressors, dive panels, gauges, helmets.
Okay, so he was working on them. I don't know if he was a saturation... He might not have been a saturation diver himself, but he's in the process.
Yeah, he's part of it, and that's all very...
He fucks up, someone dies.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Mad respect for this man already. He speaks eloquently, his voice is beautiful, and also just in a very specific and skill-based field.
You gotta leave me for this man, Fred. Is that what's happening right now?
Yes.
My relationship is disintegrating live on stream.
You're looking at the new composer for Down the Rabbit Hole.
After that, whilst continuing to work as commercial diver, I went on and qualified as a IMCA qualified ROV pilot supervisor. From there, I got involved with submarine rescue 23 years ago. and I went on there, started off as a contractor. That was my first introduction to manned submersibles. The company offered me a position. This was with Rumik, who are now James Fisher Defence, who are still active. And from there, I was trained up. It's roughly a 3-year program to get trained up from hatch operator in the back of the rescue submersible, which allows you to actually assist with the rescuees coming from military.
Oh shit! So he would go into submersibles and then leave them. To
No, I
save
think
people. No,
he.
or what is
I
he
think he
talking
was
about?
a hatch. So I've listened to this a little bit already, but I get the impression that it was the kind that dock with the submarine's hatch, and then
Okay.
they pump the water out between the neck and the
Yes. Okay. No, that makes
the
sense.
in the neck of the vessel, and then they have to be very careful. He explains it a little bit if you listen. I'm sorry, not implying, but you're not listening. But the next bit, I think he explains a little bit. One of his roles was to make sure that the pressure between the vessels was equal, because obviously, if there was an increase in pressure in one vessel, it could push them apart and
Yes.
separate them, which would be catastrophic. So I think he mentions that here because submarine rescue is a very specifically difficult job.
Yes.
It's almost. I feel like from what he describes, it's almost an entirely experimental kind of work. It's something that's very radical.
Yeah. The amount of knowledge, the breadth of knowledge you need is intense for something like that.
Submarines at depth, coming into the back of the submersible, potentially at pressure. And then from there progressed up to Pilot 2, which allows you to assist the pilot with all the sonar communications.
Oh my God.
And you're also responsible for the pressurization of the rescue chamber. If the military submarine has had, for example, a pressure breach, then that would allow us to basically blow down the back of the submersible so that we could equal the pressure in our sub comparable to the military submarine. And then from there, progressed on to dry transfer pilot. That basically allowed you to control, manage, carry out the entire operation. You would be responsible for not only your second pilot, your rescue chamber operator in the back of the sub, but you would also be responsible for all the rescuees that you're bringing out from the military submarine. From there, it was my wife. My wife saw an advert online for Oceangate. I was working offshore in the North Sea at the time, so when I came back, I said, why not? We'll have a look. I got in touch with them, sent my resume across, ended up getting a phone call from the chief operating officer at the time, Neil McCurdy.
I would just like to point out, what kind of person hires someone with this level of skill and knowledge? He warns you about something, and you say, nah.
Well, this is why corporate culture is important, because the reason they wanted him was not because they wanted to improve safety. The reason they wanted him was because they could say they had someone who was really, really good and had a lot of experience who was behind the project. And I think when I worked for the corporation I worked in China, and the boss was I think he was born in the UK, but his father worked and lived in China, and he's from a Chinese family. But there was a kind of in one of the things I found in China was because businesses were really struggling for legitimacy, to say that our project's real and legit, that they were really grasping at this kind of thing where they wanted people who are experienced, knew what they were doing. They could point to their qualifications and say, these guys did this, this, and this, and they're really successful. And they'd take those people and either not use them for anything or ignore them, and
dregs. Yeah. These people are the dregs.
Yeah. And it's also,
what the fuck? He's the corporate equivalent of a packer. He's there to make your dick look big. Yeah. Oh, God. We're cooked, man. We're so cooked, as a species. if like these are the kinds of people in charge. Not this guy, to be clear. If this guy was in charge, we would have colonies not just on Mars, but like on moons of Jupiter.
Yeah.
We did a phone interview just to see, where I was at, what I would be interested in doing for the organisation. The position they were looking for was a director of marine operations. They were looking for somebody that had a background in diving, ROVs, and manned submersibles.
And you had mentioned vessel or submersible certification.
Yes.
Of the submersibles that you piloted, were any of those classed to either DNV, Lloyd's, or ABS standard?
Yes, I've worked with the three main agencies. I've worked with ABS, DNV, and Lloyd's as well. The only submersible that wasn't fully classed was Cyclops.
As a submersible operator, how important is it to you to operate a class?
Yes.
So there's a bit of confusion because Oceangate had 3 submersibles. Atrepides, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, which was a pre-existing one they bought for like $250,000 or something. They then bought the pressure vessel of another submersible and they made Cyclops 1. The Titan submersible, which was originally called Cyclops 2. So there's sometimes some confusion because they will talk about the Cyclops 2 submersible.
Right.
He generally talks about Cyclops 1, which I think is rated to a test depth of about 500 meters. And it's distinguishable from Cyclops 1 as in it has a very large, like resin plastic window in the front. It's very similar shape to Titan, the Titan sub, but has defining features because it has less endurance for depth.
Okay.
The only submersible that wasn't fully classed was Cyclops.
As a submersible operator, how important is it to you to operate a class submersible?
Very. It is paramount. Very important. And
can you tell me why?
Yeah. The classification agencies give oversight, and it's a third-party verification. They should get involved from proof of concept, just to ensure that what you're wanting to manufacture is within the boundaries of all the rules and regulations that they've gathered extensively over the years in coordination with the US Coast Guard, with the US Navy, with other militaries throughout the world. It's very important to follow that path and not deviate from it. If the classification agencies themselves, they are willing to be flexible. And if you go to them and you have a suggestion, any sort of modifications that you want to make to the submersible, give them the documentation. They will go away, they will analyze it, they will sit down, they will do boards, they will talk about it. If they find it feasible, they potentially can give you authorization, even if the vehicle is already classed, to make those modifications.
Have you been part of that classification process?
Yes, I have.
Oh, shit.
Now I'd like to move into your employment. If you could start, I believe you said it was in 2015.
That's correct.
All right, so when they say talking about his employment, they're talking about his employment with Oceangate.
Yes, and I will say something. One of the reasons he doesn't mention that Titan wasn't classed either is because he technically never worked with Titan. As he saw the vessel being constructed, he basically said, this is not right, and we'll go from there. But he never worked with Titan. So when he says he only worked with one non-class submarine, he's referring to Cyclops.
Right. Okay. And like,
because he never worked with Titan, I guess. Yeah, go on.
Right, and I think like there's a distinction to be made. Like it's a submersible because it is attached to a to an existing vessel. Well, I guess it is launched. Oh, right, a submersible is launched from a vessel and then returns to that vessel ideally. Whereas a submarine goes out on its own and only returns to dock.
So when I played Aces of the Deep like 5 years ago, the retro submarine video game, it kind of points out said U-boats are really submersibles. They weren't really effective underwater vehicles. They could travel at like 20 knots or whatever on the surface, and
Yeah.
under the water they could do 6. They could be underwater for like 16 hours, but if they were moving quickly, they'd rapidly run out of battery. They were basically like very middling vessels that could go underwater to be stealthy, but they couldn't stay under for long periods. And it said like maybe in I think in their opinion the real true submarines are like modern nuclear ones, because their endurance is dependent on the crew. You know,
Yes.
they stay underwater. And I think the definition of submersible probably comes from what you were saying, where they have to be dropped off by a ship and picked up, because they aren't connected by a wire. They're not like they're free floating.
Yeah. Okay. So we're about to get into this, but I need some more tea to wet my whistle. So we're going to be right back, everyone. We are going to continue this. We are, to be clear, we are 6 minutes in. This is a 2 hour and 17-minute long video. We're in this for the long haul. We have lots of stream left.
We'll be right back.
We'll be right back, everyone. I am back. Ryan, are you there?
You apparently I was unmuted the whole time.
Good.
So when I was giving my bank details out,
Wait, what?
No, I'm joking. Oh dear.
What did Ryan say? Everyone.
I told them all the secrets. The secret where the gold is buried.
Oh shit! That's my retirement fund.
But
He
it
just
wasn't
made
very much
noises.
gold,
All right,
Fred.
good.
I just made noise. I was just making like general human noises.
Yum 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 yum. All right, you ready to continue?
Yes.
Ooh, we could leave the lo-fi on. Wait, what the? Wait, what?
I'm going back to Breen. This is too scuffed for stream for anyone as competent as Riker.
Okay, fair. This really does have Neil Breen energy.
Oh, it's absurd. It's amazing. It's so strange. This whole this gets weirder, Fred. It gets weirder. It's like some of the
Weirder?
stuff you're gonna see are like props from a Neil Breen movie.
I am excited trepidatiously.
2015, as I mentioned, I reached out to Oceangate and spoke to the Chief Operating Officer, Neil McCurdy. We spoke on the phone, seemed like a good fit verbally. I was invited across for a couple of weeks to look over the systems that they already had. In place, they had Antipodes, which is fully classed, ABS certified, and still is. They had Cyclops 1. When I went across to Everett to meet with the team and Stockton Rush, the CEO, the intention was Cyclops used to be owned by an organisation in the Azores, which was fully classed. That submersible, when I turned up on site, was not classed. They had made so many modifications to it. The only things they hadn't changed was the hull, the main viewports, the upper viewport, and the hatch assembly. So talking with Stockton, obviously I'm very about class to keep everything prim and proper. The discussion was at the time he'd already been in talks, please don't quote me on this, but I'm sure it was with DNV at the time. And the intention was they were going to take the submersible out, do a full dive to 500 meters, which is what the class rating used to be for that submersible. And DNV were going to issue a report stating that they would approve the hull, the acrylic, and the upper hatch, but they would not class any of the other systems on Cyclops 1.
Wow.
Okay. So when you arrived at Oceangate,
yes,
what position?
So to translate, they said a few of these bits are okay, but none of the rest of this is good enough.
Yeah, so they were suggesting that so they basically bought a submersible and they tore it apart and they had the hull. It sounds like he's saying the main viewport might have been original. I thought they changed it, but it's hard to know, you know. He's probably hearing stuff second hand,
Well,
I'm hearing stuff third hand.
Well, what he might be referring to an earlier version, but he's talking about what happened when he got there, and a lot of these changes were made over time.
Yeah, and just
So-
to be clear, this is Cyclops 1 rather than Titan itself. This is the first submarine,
Yes.
which is still, I don't think it's in operation anymore. This is one rated to 500 meters. But yeah, they and I am also, I feel like from what he's saying, the idea that they dive it to 500 meters as a test, and that would be enough to certify it, feels very flimsy to me.
Yes.
Position were you hired for?
I was hired for Director of Marine Operations.
And what year was that?
I was taken on
Ag
as
facts.
a tentative, well, I was taken on as a contractor at that time. to assist them with the organisation of the potential Titan build. So from there, 2015, we spoke. I think it was June 2015, they offered me a contract that was all going to be pending getting visa approval. As you can tell, I'm from Scotland, so moving over to the US, it would involve immigration authorities.
As you can tell.
My wife, my daughter and I, we were granted O visa to come in and work in the US, which is extraordinary ability visa. My qualifications and background was sufficient enough with backup from people in the industry to get me across. So we got that in January 2016. That was granted. We sold everything up and we moved across to Seattle, Washington at that time.
And what was your role and responsibility as the Director of Marine Operations?
Of course. So I shall, and this is from Oceangate website, I hope you have no objections to me reading what my job description is. This is readily available online.
No objections.
Thank you. And this is how the company portrayed me. So, David Lockridge, Director of Marine Operations. As Director of Marine Operations for Oceangate Incorporated, David Lockridge is responsible for ensuring the safety of all crew and clients during submersible and surface operations.
He's the fall guy.
Well, he clearly wasn't going to let them do that. He was clearly going to fight back, shall we say?
Right. They wanted to bring him on to be the fall guy, but he was too competent. What's the bit from the Seth Space Station 13 video? Hold on, let me... He put it really... Wait, Space Station 13. Here it is. Let me see if I can find this. It was when he... Here we go. This bit. Here we go. Unfortunately, it's going to be audio only. Oh, whoops, I muted it.
Manifestation of our dark god. However, I wasn't very good at it, and neither were my servants. We found a nice, quiet, and most importantly, abandoned bar near the north end of the station, which we began redecorating with our own blood. You see,
are you okay, Fred?
Need to learn a set of
It's playing on stream.
Ancient words that's randomly generated every round.
Guys,
if you arrange them in the right order, you can perform different spells and rituals to advance your goals. We didn't get far, because the most dangerous thing to an incompetent cult is a single crew member doing their job. The fuck?
Yeah. I like to paraphrase this a lot. The biggest... The biggest obstacle to anyone trying to do ill is one person doing their job.
Yeah. And I think I was thinking about what you're saying, and I was like, well, is he really a fool guy? Because Stockton Rush is dead, right? And
I think that, like, it was all in service of him. I think that he believed in what he was doing, even though he knew it was dangerous, and he just needed to get to that point.
Well, I think the original intention was this gentleman was meant to pilot the vehicle.
Right. And then he left, and Stockton was left to do it.
And I guess in theory he would have been the fall guy, because he would have been, I guess, fundamentally responsible for the safety of the vehicle.
Yeah. But then Stockton had to do it himself. Uh-oh. I wonder. Yeah. Okay, let's go.
For maintaining and operating all marine assets and for achieving the mission objectives during diverse and challenging submersible expeditions. So, over and above the job title, I was the only, in my eyes, qualified submersible pilot to fly the assets that we had. I was the only one with experience in new build submersibles, dealing with classification agencies. With the 2 subs that we had at the time, I was responsible for training. So I trained staff-wise, I trained Isabel Johnston. She was one of my trainee pilots. Alexander Russell and Bonnie Carroll. That was the only 3 employees of Oceangate that I was responsible for their training. Not one of them got qualified as a pilot that would certify them to take passengers or do solo dives in the sub. Externally to the company, I did training for gentleman Scott Perezinski, who went on to be on the board of Oceangate. Having the only one with experience, I was responsible for all the maintenance. I tied in with APL, the Applied Physics Lab, in terms of the project for Titan, the build that the company got me across to assist, run, and be the chief pilot for. I was responsible for training manuals for Cyclops. Antipodes manuals were already there. They just needed tweaked ever so slightly just to bring them up to date. I would deal with ABS when it came time to do any classification for Antipodes. I would carry out the test dives for Antipodes with the ABS surveyors, which I did on several times. And
thanks for the 12 months, the full year, Blue Cloud. For those who are just joining, this is kind of the hero of the story. He was the person who was trying to blow the whistle on Oceangate and was silenced for it.
Oceangate. He was trying to prevent Oceangate Gate. But
does not compute says, wait, is this guy the only employee?
It's interesting because it sounds kind of strange, because I think it's one of those industries where you kind of have to be responsible for a lot of different aspects. You see, because
yes,
he talks
I have
about
a
other
friend.
roles, and they kind
I have a friend in the Navy. I have a friend in the Navy, and it is very much that way, even in the Navy. This is just kind of the case at sea. Everyone has to wear a lot of hats.
That sounds like, when you say you have a friend in the Navy, that sounds like you're trying to like politely tell someone you're gay.
No, if I was going to say I'm gay, I'd just say I'm gay. No, if I wanted to say that I'm gay, I'd just become a VTuber.
Yeah.
Anyways, go on.
Done. Hit play on the video.
anytime we were doing offshore operations, I would liaise with the vessel captain. I would liaise, if it was an internal to US territorial waters, I would liaise with the Coast Guard, port authorities. And in terms of the mission specialists, well, term that loosely, the paying clients, I would meet with them. I was, how I felt, a show pony. I was made by the company to stand up there and do talks. I think it was difficult. I had to go up, do presentations all about my experience. In my eyes, even at the time, they were selling me as part of this project for people to come in, pay money for future investment in Titan, the submersible. I wrote into this manual as much information as I possibly could. There were things that, unfortunately, senior management, Stockton Rush, Neil McCurdy.
Got the big glass window.
Yeah, Christ. They're trying to sell this as something that can go down to the Titanic.
No. This one's meant to be less deep. This is 500 meters, which is still extraordinarily deep.
Yes.
I think U-boats were like officially rated to like 150 meters or something. And those are like full... They don't have this big ass window in the front, you know?
Right.
And there's, as far as I... this vehicle's not imploded. This vehicle is... operational. There is quite the story with this vehicle, but yeah, this is their vehicle prior to Cyclops 2, or as it was called, Titan.
Cartoon ass submarine. Yeah, this looks like something from Spy Kids. I think that's the point, right? They're trying to make it look movie-like. Like, oh, you get to go into this. Blue Eyes, White Stockton.
I was reined in slightly. There is a lot more I would have put in this manual. The intention for Oceangate, unbeknownst to me when I came across, they wanted to be able to qualify a pilot in a day. Somebody that had never sat in a submersible. They wanted people to basically come in, get checked out as pilots, and be able to take passengers down in the sub. That
Fly-by-wire only goes so
huge
far.
red flag. That is a no-no. You don't
I don't
do that.
think it has fly-by-wire.
It's a long process. It's not just a case of sitting down, driving a submersible around. There's a lot more to it. You've got to understand topside operations, weather, limitations on vessels, launch recoveries. There's a lot to cover. And I met resistance with that, but I got into this manual as much as I possibly could to get it approved by senior management, which it did.
And then was there a manual for the Titan?
I never did anything for Titan. As you will hear throughout the day, I was kept away from the project.
With regards to
I would
that,
say,
you said
sorry,
you
Fred,
raised your concern.
Yeah.
So qualifying pilots in a day, and I was just thinking about that a little bit. It's like you drive, and manual cars are probably a bit more difficult, but automatics, literally, you get in, you start them up, press the pedal, off you go.
Yeah.
But the issue is what you encounter when you're driving. And one of the things that's very interesting here is these vehicles weren't just going down to the bottom of the sea and flying around. The very nature of sea tourism is you're going to, let's for example say you're going to see a reef, or you're going, I mean, the depths these vehicles could go to, they're going to see shipwrecks. And shipwrecks are dangerous because they're fundamentally unstable. And so the situations the pilots might have to respond to, and there's something that comes up in a bit, are often extraordinarily complicated and dangerous.
Yes. Yeah.
And
the
so
ocean introduces the ocean introduces way more complications than you could imagine.
And I think if you recall, if you ever watched Stockton talk about his vehicle, he's like, it's so easy to drive. You just use the controller and all this stuff. And it's like, it may be easy to drive, but it's in the situations where your reaction times are so pertinent, your ability. And it's not just that, it's your ability to assess a situation is really, really important. And that comes with enormous experience, I think.
Yeah. The idea, just if you say, "Oh yeah, I took my kid out driving."
Yeah.
And he's been driving around for a day. He's pretty good. I mean, I'm not going to sit in the passenger seat.
Like we were in Iceland and you were driving along and you were like, "There's a roundabout. Ryan, how do I do a roundabout?"
What do I do? I'm an American.
And I'm like, I drive on the other side of the road.
You know what we have in America? Traffic circles.
What's the
difference? You know the difference? The difference between a roundabout and a traffic circle. No. The difference between a roundabout and a traffic circle is that there is a stop sign at at every entrance of a traffic circle.
But you have to stop, right? Because a roundabout,
you
just have to stop if you're going to hit someone.
Yes, it means that it's completely useless. Like, there is no point to having a traffic circle instead of just a stop intersection. It's it's stupid, right? Like, America has a lot of these around where it's like, oh, see, we have roundabouts. Now, Math Man, nope. There are roundabouts with yield signs, but there are also some with just stop signs, and they're completely useless and pointless. It's annoying as shit.
You were able to navigate the roundabout because you've got so much experience driving.
Right. I handled it, right? Like, I handled it. I was panicking when we were in Iceland and I had to go into my first roundabout, but I did it. Like, I figured it out.
Oh, dear. Yeah. Good job.
Thank you.
Only crashed the car a little bit.
Shut up! I did not crash the car. It had a low bumper and it scraped on the asphalt.
You crashed into some like plants. Some innocent plants died because there was like a bush in front of us, and you tried to park with your axle. Yeah,
I nudged it. I didn't crash it. I'm going to scream.
Someone's saying typical Fred.
You know what? No. You know what? Yes. I ran over some Icelanders. Get a load of this.
He ran over Fredrik's son.
I ran over one man and cut the population of Iceland in half.
And he ran over their daughter, the Hilda Fredrik daughter.
Fredriksdottir.
Sorry, I'm trying to pull it out of my head how the Icelanders say that. Paternal, what they called paternalist surnames. Well, I can't think what they're called.
Yeah,
because it's the first name, son, and stuff.
Right. What is it? Gunnar Gunnarsson? Is it about my son, Gunnar Gunnarsson son?
That doesn't make sense. His first name would be Gunnarsson.
I know. It's funny. I stole that.
Yes.
Gunnarsson.
Alistair Beckett King, the comedian. He does very good videos.
Oh, yeah, he's very good.
To Oceangate management.
Oh.
For a lot of things. Anytime I'm not... everybody that knows me, they know I can be slightly outspoken. I don't like being bullied into anything. I don't tolerate liars. And if I see something that is a risk, not only to myself, to anybody else, I will put my hand up. And everybody that knows me, I've always been like that from day one, even when I was in the Navy. Or Cyclops.
What was Mr. Rush's experience that you know of?
So, did you see that smile? Did you see that smile?
Yes.
From day one, even when I was in the Navy.
I want to see that again.
What was Mr. Rush's experience that you know of?
So, I had been led to believe that he was trained, as I said, please don't quote me, a gentleman called Scott Cassell, who's I may be wrong on that, who is a submersible pilot, and Stockton verified that he was qualified by that individual. Since 2009, when the company was set up, he, alongside the contractor Tim Catterson, who was present yesterday, would pretty much do all the dives for Antipodes or Cyclops before I came along.
You had mentioned earlier that the Cyclops 1 was previously a class submersible.
That's correct.
And when it came to be owned by Oceangate, there was modifications that were made that took it out of class.
Very much so, yes. The entire control system, steering system, propulsion, everything was removed. And I think that is why when I saw that document in 2015, the approval letter or report from who I think it was DNV, classing the hull, the acrylic and the upper hatch, I can see why that is all they would recertify. Fortunately,
so
at that time, we had
one of the agencies to certify marine vessels, forgive me.
Yes, he named the three big ones. Yeah.
So DNV, not DNV, was it DNV? DNV. One of them certified the glass, the hull, and the hatch. Yes, and maybe not the hatch assembly. So it seems like that vehicle is safe to go to 500 meters if they have certified it. But obviously the issue is if you have a control system which doesn't function properly, when you're working with a submersible, you generally want to be working with something near neutral buoyancy. So like a nuclear submarine will generally work with a neutral buoyancy. So it displaces the same amount of water. It weighs the same amount as the water it would displace.
Right.
So then you can fly up and down with it, essentially. You can just go down and you can use the control surfaces like the planes and stuff to go up and down. Most, I think as they're diving, these submersibles probably are slightly negatively buoyant. But if you had a control system that was out of control, potentially pushing the vehicle out of control, you could quickly dive below your operation limit.
Right. The
even
two worst things that can happen in the ocean is an uncontrolled descent and an uncontrolled ascent.
Yeah. Depending on circumstances. If you're in a submarine, a descent is far worse than an ascent. If you're a diver, an ascent is far worse than potentially just as dangerous as a descent.
I feel like an uncontrolled descent as a diver is pretty hard to do as well. Like, there are lots of things that will prevent you from sinking. You drop your weights, you fill your BCD. It's hard to do if you're conscious.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know I did hear one story I think he was swimming in a loch, right? So this is and I know a lot of lochs have very dark water, particularly Loch Ness. One of the reasons Loch Ness is so mysterious is because the water's black. It's got to do with the soil and the silt or whatever. But he saw a fish with a fishing line in its mouth, and he went and I think maybe in a moment of fortune went to cut the line, and it just swam, and he was dragged down, and he didn't know how deep he was.
Oh God!
And he just inflated his bladder and flew to the surface, and he was found unconscious on a road the next morning by a driver because he clearly got out, and he was suffering from the bends. Yeah, he was suffering from the bends. It was called.
That same thing.
Extraordinary situation to be in, but it can happen to divers.
It can. Yeah, it's on most other things are bigger problems.
Yeah.
What a nightmare situation. Holy hell. How would you dive there? I don't know.
I think he was diving alone. It's a very strange story. I remember it because it was reconstructed. There used to be a British show called 999 with the classic British collection of nightmare fuel. What happened to this guy who fell on the railway tracks, He was hit by a tube train or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's he's back and he's going to act out what happened to him in this dramatic reconstruction. And it's now I'm scared to go outside. This guy's I was going fishing, I lifted up my rod and I hit the power lines above it, It's, it was full of stories like that. And this was this one guy retelling his story, what happened under the water. But it seemed quite wild to the point where, as I was telling it, I was like, this sounds unbelievable.
Yeah. Fortunately, it's really easy to avoid getting the bends. You just do you make sure not to rise any faster than your bubbles. That's a really good indicator. Just make sure your bubbles are rising faster than you, and then you wait at 25 feet. And you just hang out there for 15 minutes or so. I believe it is. It's been a while since I've dove. But I believe that's approximately correct. Stay at 25 meters for
just hang out at 25 feet, do a bunch of kegels.
Yeah.
You'll be good.
Compression chambers are not plentiful.
Yeah, just that was the issue was they had to drive him really quickly, hundreds of miles to get to a decompression chamber.
Oh, thank you, Galax. Welcome in. Depends on how deep you are. Yeah, if you're down to 125 feet, then the rules start to change.
Yeah.
You want to be careful. But then again, when you're down that deep, then you're not underwater for very long. So it's kind of weird. The math gets kind of wonky.
Yeah, you don't want to be getting oxygen poisoning.
Actually, you can get what's called nitrogen narcosis, where if you go deep enough, you can start to get water zooted. Yeah, zooted by the pressure. That actually happens. If you go deep enough, you can start to it's almost like drunkenness.
Stockton Rush was just drunk on power.
They call it nitrogen narcosis. Yeah, clown pubes, exactly.
Engineering support from APL. So they provided electrical, electronics, mechanical, and I worked very closely with them until Tony Nissen started.
And when you, at this point in 2016, when you came in with the company, how far along was the Titan project?
There was nothing. It was a concept. There was no material.
Why does the Titan project sound like something insane in like Stellaris?
It's from
The beginning,
from
the
Eve.
Titan project.
Isn't
It
it?
is, yeah. No,
It's
they're
from
just
Eve, yeah,
Titans.
that's what you're thinking of.
You're right. You're right. That is what I'm thinking of.
It is shaped like the one, you know, the famous one. It's got a name. I've forgotten the name. Fred, help me.
What, the Avatar?
Is it? Yeah, Avatar. Yeah.
Avatar class, yeah.
I kept going. It must be called the Cyclops. You know, my brain was like, "What would I call that ship? Cyclops?" And I was like, "No, it's something else, Ryan."
No, it's the Avatar. The Galente is the Leviathan. Shit. Those are the two most common ones. Yeah, Steve
Fred.
was an Avatar. Yes?
Fred, I've just spent the last 30 seconds thinking about how there's a joke about how this submarine should have been built by James Cameron because he likes Avatar. And
Oh
he
my
made
God.
Avatar, and the Avatar was an Eve ship.
Stop.
And
Stop.
I spent like 30 seconds in deep thought trying to formulate it, and I've got nothing. But I've got a concept of a joke.
I have the concept of a joke. The VTuber debates. Do you have a joke? I have the concept of a joke.
Nothing had been wound. No material had been fabricated. Nothing. It had been made clear to me from the outset I was coming across to assist with the build. My experience working with class was going to be paramount in actually producing a successful product.
My dude, there is not an ounce of class that you're working with at Oceangate.
That was the intent, and yeah, there was nothing at all. APL, everything control systems wise, they were testing things on Cyclops 1, and it was still in its infancy. The amount of dives that we did in that sub, that systems would fail. The MSLRs, the dive platform, there'd be issues with that. Everything at that time, even then, it was experimental, but at the same time, the intention was once everything was finished with Cyclops 1 and the company and APL were happy with everything, those systems would be fully not integrated, so they weren't going to get moved from Cyclops, but they would be built hardier, stronger, more reliable, and they were going to get built for Titan. When I moved across, there was nothing. Nothing was produced, nothing was finalized with APL. There was a serious shift in the organization from spring 2016 through to, I would say, summer 2016, where the applied physics lab were phased out. Unfortunately, after the incident on the Andrea Doria, I was phased out of the project completely. I was told everything was going to be getting done in-house with Tony Nissen and his team, who I had no confidence in whatsoever, and I seriously voiced my concerns to senior management. That was the Chief Operating Officer, Neil McCurdy, to Stockton Rush, the CEO.
So, to be clear, when I'm not sure what incident he's referring to.
Oh, we're gonna find out. Don't worry.
Okay, yeah, we'll find out. But when he says the physics lab, he the company would rent out a facility to test scale models of these submersibles, and they frequently failed. And eventually, they just decided to what they rented it out from the University of Georgia. Where was it?
No, so sorry, dogs are barking at somebody coming in. So there was a University of Washington, but they did not do the testing. They were involved in the construction of the hull.
Okay.
The hull. Sorry, the hull. The hull. The hull. Excuse me. I think he explains later on that they phased them out because they were taking too long.
Yeah, it was... Yes.
I'm never happy with any of the decisions that were potentially going into this project. That was pre and post manufacture of what was getting done. I was phased.
Hawken veteran. First of all, I remember I commented on your name, 07 for Hawken, but also, thank you for the bits. Why is it called a sub? Because it folds when you hit the bottom. That is atrocious. +2.
Out completely.
And why do you believe you were phased out?
Because I embarrassed the CEO on the Andrea Doria wreck. I didn't mean to,
Strap yourself in, Fred.
but there was an incident on...
Is this when it starts, Ryan?
This is one of the most amazing things I've ever heard. And so a bit of background, because I think it's worth mentioning. The Andrea Doria is an extraordinarily dangerous wreck.
Right.
The ship is on its side. And that means the sort of... If a ship is lying on it, I guess on the I want to say the belly of the vessel, it's kind of contained. It collapses into the strongest part of the hull. The Andrea Doria is kind of like falling out of the hull into the sea.
Right.
And we're gonna hear some terrifying events here. So just strap yourself in. Maybe don't stop us until the end, and we'll talk about it.
Understood.
Your face can do the storytelling.
Okay. To be clear, we're only 19 minutes in. We got 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Because I embarrassed the CEO on the Andrea Doria wreck.
Grin.
I didn't mean to, but there was an incident on the Doria. It was meant to be my dive. I was meant to take 4 paying clients down to the wreck, and the intention of that entire trip with these mission specialists was we had new sonar fitted to the submersible. We were going to be doing 3D modeling of the wreck. The wreck itself, it's dangerous. We knew it was falling to bits. We did our research, and the plan was I was going to be dropping down over several days, keeping distance from the wreck completely, and basically circumnavigating the wreck at 50 meters away and carrying out sonar scans to create this 3D model of the wreck itself, which, in all good intentions, it was so that divers, future divers, can see exactly what's happening with the decay and degradation of the hull of the Doria itself. It is a very famous vessel, but deadly. I mean, I don't know today, but at the time, I think there was like 18 deaths on the Doria with technical divers diving on it.
Jesus.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the CEO decided that he wanted to take it down. I objected, because I know sometimes he could do things to please himself. He told me I was staying out. I objected.
Gets on the submersible, dives down into the ship, starts jerking off.
Again, I was sort of reined in at the time. Just remember, I'm the CEO. You're just an employee. I eventually persuaded him to let me come in on the dive, so we reduced the paying passengers down to...
Have I done that to you?
No. My previous position.
Okay.
Well, I was told there were lots of composers who could replace me.
Right. Yeah. I don't think I've ever done anything like that. I don't think I've ever said anything like that to you. I sometimes I'll say, this isn't working, and a lot of the time when we're working on, we're in a meeting, Ryan, I'll say, I don't think this is quite working, and Ryan's just like, nah, trust me, give me a chance, and I'm like, yeah, all right.
Or I'm like, no, I know it's not, it's just temporary. It's
temporary, yeah. Yeah. Sometimes he's just like, give me the chance to prove it, and I'm like, yeah, all right, do it. And far more often than not, Ryan's right. I guess here's my frustration with this kind of corporate culture. I feel like if you are spending good money on someone with a skill, use it, right? I'm paying you, right? I am paying you money to do a thing. I've taken lessons from you, but I'm not a great composer. I'm not a composer. Yeah. I know some of it. I am paying you to do a thing that I don't know how to do. Why the fuck would I get in the way?
Yeah.
Like, I'm making problems for myself if I'm not letting you do the thing I'm paying you for. Yeah, this is why I'm not a CEO, exactly.
You would not be as bad as like a lot of CEOs, though, Fred. I think it's not something you want to do. Let's be
No,
clear.
not really. Not really. I definitely, like, a long time ago was advised to, like, oh, you know, hire people to, like, do all the parts of the process. And I'm like, but I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I want to do this myself.
Yeah.
I don't want to make a company. I don't want to, like, I want to make stuff. I don't want to manage people to make the stuff that I want to make.
3, and Stockton said he was taking it down. The first attempt that we did when we were on the surface, the MS Lars just got blown away with the currents. We did tell him, he wouldn't listen. The vessel captain was very wary about the currents at the time. I tried to give my input in terms of the weather. It's a very exposed area. So we towed the vehicle so that it was in a good position. Stockton took the helm. The controls for Cyclops, it's actually done at the back of the vehicle, and there is camera systems mounted to the, I don't know now, but there was camera systems mounted only to the front, just above the acrylic sphere, the forward viewing dome. And you controlled it on the back with, yes, the PlayStation controller. And when we went to do the dive platform was submerged down to its working depth. 12 feet, 15 feet. Took it down so that it's away from the adverse weather conditions. Yes, the MS Lars is
the diving rig. Yeah.
He attempted to take it off. He didn't do it very well. He ended up bending the dive skids on the bottom, the landing skids, which are usually flat, which contain the drop weights. We deployed diver to verify. And anyway, we got the thumbs up. He departed from the MS Lars at depth, came up to the surface, which we usually did, established main communications with the vessel. And from there, he took it down. I kept saying, please keep your distance. Don't tell me what to do. That was the conversation. He decided to go straight for the wreck. He had on sonar, clear sonar image, you could see the wreck, and boom. As I said, it's not very deep, visibility's not excellent, but it was clear enough, good ambient light that day, and he came straight down, hard on the bottom. No trimming, no ballast, nothing. Smash straight down on the bottom. Visibility went everywhere, you could see a silhouette, and it was the two clients that were sitting in the viewing dome right next to the acrylic. And they were like, oh my God, we are right on the wreck.
So, to be clear, when you're diving, you want to be careful not to hit the bottom usually because that kicks up silt.
Yeah. And that takes a long time to go down.
I said to Stockton, please, all stop telling me what to do. Stockton, all stop. We have to see what's going on here. We have to look at our surroundings, which is standard practice for any competent submersible pilot. And from there, visibility cleared. We could see metal plates, and we could clearly see the starboard side of the bow of the Andrea Doria. We could see all the debris, we could see hawser lines, we could see panels coming off. It was an absolute mess. So I said, Stockton, please, and he just kept arguing with me in the sub. Very unbecoming of a submersible pilot. I was trying to guide him, I'm trying to give the best course of action to get him out of it. No matter what, I'm doing this. So he blew air in the tank, and the ballast tank came off the bottom, motored full stick ahead, unbeknownst to everybody else, and I don't know why. He decided to turn the submersible 180 degrees at speed, still coming ahead, so he wasn't looking at his surroundings. He could have quite easily went up into the viewing dome, he could have went up into the tower, because it's got a clear acrylic hatch on there. And he basically drove at full speed into the port side of the bow, and we could hear the cracking
What
of
the
the fairing
fuck?
as he got us jammed in underneath.
What?
So I'm not going to say how foul my language was, but it wasn't good. And at that point, it was unprofessional behaviour of him. He started to panic. And the first thing was, do we have enough life support on board? I was like, stop, of course we got enough life support. We need to get out here. When do you think the dive team could come to get us out? Stockton, please, give me the controls. I'm going to get us out of this. We're stuck, we're stuck, we're stuck. Repeatedly, every time I went to take the controller from him, he pushed it further and further behind him, inside the submersible itself. As I said, I can be quite vocal sometimes. At that point, it went on and on and on. I'm looking up inside the upper hatch. I could see where there was fishing line draping over the top of the sub, all the metal rebar. There was debris everywhere. He never once got out the seat in the back of the sub to go and look at his surroundings. So I said, let's get a communications check. Let's talk to the top side, let them know what's going on. What if there's no comms? I'm like, give me the controls. Let me talk to them. Let me talk to top side, and I'm going to get us out of this. This went on and on and on for a period of time. And eventually it took one of the paying clients to turn round, and Renata, who you're interviewing on Thursday, she shouted at Stockton to give me the effing controller. She had tears in her eyes. He reached round behind him. I had my head up inside the tower, so I'm still looking at the wreck, and he clattered it off the right side of my head. The controller landed on the deck plate. One of the buttons came off, the robust PlayStation controller. I picked it up, repaired it, and had us out 10-15 minutes. Motored away from the wreck, came away 50 metres using the sonar, turned us around, dropped down, and I said, that is what we're supposed to do. And at that point, he was upset. He said, I owe you one, anything I can do for you. We came back on board the ship, and the divers had to reattach us onto the MS Lars once we recovered to the surface, because the deck skids were so badly damaged when he did the departing from the platform, because he did it incorrectly. And came back up on top. Obviously, the paying clients, I know one of them was definitely a good friend of Stockton's. We had Renata and one of Renata's friends. And from there, it was all, oh, cheers, David saved us. Slight exaggeration. It shouldn't have got to the stage it got to. If he in any way had behaved like any other submersible pilot I know and looked at his surroundings, talked on the radio, on the communications, let the top side know so there's an issue. He didn't do it. And then because people were cheering and the passengers were obviously very grateful for what I did, which to me is just my job, at that point he stopped talking to me. And yeah, it went on from there. Within a few months.
What the fuck?
Mr. Lockridge?
Yeah, sorry.
I appreciate that. Thank
No
you.
worries.
Just want to ask you a few questions
Of
with
course.
regards to the injury of Doria. Did the skids get stuck in the bottom
Oh.
of the ocean floor?
They got stuck under metal plates right up at the bow.
Oh my god.
When the way he drove it down, down, it was so hard, there was metal plates lifted up underneath the mud, and the metal plates landed up on the front of the landing skids.
Oh my god.
Staring at the starboard side of the bow before he did that manoeuvre that took us in onto the port side and jammed the fairing underneath.
And just to be clear, did you state, you didn't state this, but did he throw the controller at you at that
That's
point?
correct. And he hit me on the side of my head on the starboard side, yeah.
On the starboard side of his
He
head.
hit me on the starboard side of my head.
Yeah, he's definitely
This is
a mariner.
fucking insane.
Yeah,
Ryan, this is insane.
I know. That's why I said you've seen some of the pictures, but you don't. The story is even more manic. And For reference, there's the yeah.
He broke the controller throwing it at the dude's head. Like he was fucking 5. Oh my god.
Yep.
Listen, 5 people died down at the wreck of the Titanic, and there were 4 tragedies. That's all I'm going to say.
Starboard's the right side of his head for reference.
Yes. Fun fact: starboard comes from the word steerboard, because the rudder, right, the steering board would always be on the right side of a boat.
I don't know.
Yeah. And then port, so if you have the steerboard on the right side, then the port side is where you pull up onto the dock because you don't want to damage the steerboard.
I see.
Yeah, fun fact. This is
he kind of
fucking insane.
He like rage quit the submersible.
he was terrified. This man's embarrassing. Like what? Not this guy. Not to be clear, not this man. Stockton.
I would say that I think the idea that the controller part's particularly bad is maybe overstated a bit, because I know a lot of military applications and a lot of applications are done with video game controllers because they are so well made. I think what makes me think about it being a bad idea is how often like my Xbox controllers freaked out.
Right.
And, like, do you know what I mean? But also,
are they reliable?
And is there a backup system? You know,
right. I think they have a few. I remember seeing like they said they had a few controllers just in case.
But would you not have like a different system that's a bit? Because I think the Xbox controller has like a good touch, but would you have something that's got a little bit more control to it? Do you know what I mean? Like it's less less analog, almost more digital, where you can say, you know, this thruster goes to this condition. Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
So you have some kind of override. Do you see what I'm saying? It just strikes me as the idea of being in charge of a vehicle where the only way to control it is
I'm
to
actually
use an Xbox controller or a PlayStation controller or Logitech, whatever.
Yeah. I can see, okay, so I can see some reasons why you wouldn't want to use an official controller, like one of the big name controllers. I imagine that there might be some proprietary software or hardware that would make it difficult to homebrew, to use with homebrew software. Like, I could see that possibly being the case.
Because I feel like, so obviously the vessel is contained. And I think they use radio signals, wireless radio signals, to control the motor, the thrusters, I guess you call it. I feel like calling them thrusters is like using Stockton Rush's kind of vocabulary to describe the vehicle.
Yeah.
But
Hall effect sensors are so nice. Sorry.
But it's because you can't have a wire going out, because that produces a point of failure in the hull.
Yes.
That's why military submarines have issues. They can't go particularly deep. They don't often go particularly deep, because I think there's probably like not much advantage to them going particularly deep, but they've got like propeller inlets, they've got hatches, they've got all kinds of sonar and sensors and stuff like that.
This is so, like, what I'm getting from this is that Stockton Rush was a child.
I think business people have a tendency to get kind of high on this idea that they are the Iron Man joke is real. They really
right.
I think they know that there's hard work involved in making a business like this. And one of the things I was really interested in Stockton Rush is because I think he's someone with some knowledge of engineering, but he is not capable of this kind of work. He is not capable of design of this nature, and that's why he's not a designer. It's the same with a lot of CEOs. There, you know, the Elon Musks,
right.
The Jeff. I mean, even Jeff Bezos maybe, but Jeff Bezos because of Blue Origin and stuff like that. He's
I think
got any knowledge of that, but he wants to be at the center of it.
Yeah,
right?
I think of Steve Jobs.
Yeah,
Steve Jobs was
But Steve Jobs was the reason I'm holding back on Steve Jobs is because Steve Jobs was working with Wozniak in his like garage or whatever, building the computers.
right.
You
Yeah,
know?
he was. Yeah,
But Jeff Bezos knows nothing about rocket science, but he has to be on the ship every time.
Mhm. that
Elon Musk.
that fucking clip of
Yeah, that's the
Jeffrey
worst thing I've ever seen in my
Bezos
life.
and
Yeah,
William Shatner is actually one of the most depressing videos I have ever seen in my life.
that was originally, I showed you that because that was originally going to be in the Ordinary Things documentary about living forever.
Right.
Instead of Ordinary Things, I almost said the Ordinary Things documentary about living forever, and I can't remember where it fit in, but I saw it and I was like, that's so depressing. I don't know if people have seen it, but there's a clip where William Shatner's talking about how he experienced space.
Yeah, I'll go and find it. Here, we'll watch it on stream real quick.
This is the most depressing thing I've ever seen in my life. It's so sad. Bless William Shatner.
Here we go. William Shatner tries to describe the awe of space. Jeff Bezos shoots champagne like an asshole. That's the title of the clip. Let me see. Window capture. Here we go. This is actually one of the most depressing things I've ever seen in my life.
To work on it because not only is it different than what you thought.
Like, okay, so for context, they just went up to space, they've looked down on the Earth, and they've just landed, right? Like, they've just come out, and they're chatting about it. Also, for reference, William Shatner is a recovering alcoholic. That adds an extra layer to this.
Because not only is it different than what you thought, it happens so quickly. You know what the impression I had that I never expected to have is you're shooting up.
Oh my God.
Give me a champagne bottle. Come here. I want one. I want to hear this. Here. You want a little of this? Hey.
I can't hear it. I just hear your reaction.
I know, it's only a minute-long clip.
The champagne showers have begun. Smiles all around. William Shatner taking in the moment clearly.
What you have built.
That is actually one of the darkest things I've ever seen in my life, weirdly.
Hey, Fred, in the top right corner, is that Shostakovich's Waltz Number 2?
Maybe.
You basic bitch.
Shut up. I messaged Ryan and was like, is it pedestrian to enjoy like a work of to enjoy like a classical composition that has become very popular and a part of sort of the cultural zeitgeist? And I was being self-conscious. He said no. He said no. He's like, what?
I'm a Pachelbel's Canon defender. I really like that piece.
Yeah, that was the his response.
The wedding song. Shall we head back into Stockton Rush?
Yes, please.
Oh, so I was trying to say that I think like these people, even though, and Stockton Rush is kind of got an engineering background, I understand, but he's really not that good an engineer to do this. He hasn't devoted enough of his time to do this. So he really he's so superfluous, and I think that feeling for a business person or someone who's wealthy like that is it's a real feeling of insecurity I think they have. And I think he hates the idea that someone like David Lockridge, I think that's it. I'm sometimes blank on this guy's name. Is it really humbles him, you know?
Yeah, it's like, remember you're small. I think that people like Stockton don't like people who remind them that they're small.
These people who are like inspirational business people, are the absolute worst. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like I can't stand him. Who's that
Yeah,
guy who
like I
sells
said,
fuel?
5 deaths, 4 tragedies.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting the voice crack, which means that I probably should get another cup of tea. It's been an hour. I think that we should do like hourly tea breaks for this because we're in this for the long haul, everyone. We're half an hour in. So what do you think? Finish your thought though, Ryan, first.
No, I think that was my fault. I think it's it's like I said, it makes them feel small, and they feel like they're special because they've done something. They're capable of something special, but they're not.
Right.
You know, they're not. And I think a good CEO recognizes that.
Mm-hmm.
I think a good CEO recognizes that, and that's like I said as well. You know, a lot of people who are CEOs are quite clever, but at the same time, I think you only come across as intelligent and thoughtful if you understand your ignorance,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that's why a lot of CEOs come through as absolute fools. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the arrogance is the poison. You know,
Yes.
the pride.
And we're seeing that, and then that arrogance manifests as childish rage when things don't go well, when they have to actually perform. So he throws the controller at the starboard side of this guy's head and breaks it.
Yeah, I recall watching Last Breath, the documentary we watched together about the saturation divers, and one of the guys there he was almost sociopathic. He just didn't care. He was like, "Oh, if the guy died, shit happens. It's deep sea diving."
Yeah, that
But
was
also,
horrifying.
he was just like, but for me, he like didn't panic. He was just like, in my mind, I can't remember the guy's name, but he was just an object I had to pick up and lift into the diving bow.
Yeah,
You know?
you have to do that you have to approach it from that angle if you're going to survive in a situation like that.
And I remember listening to Joe Simpson, who survived the book Touching the Void, which is sort of one of the greatest survival stories ever. Joe Simpson. I want to double check that name. But he was a climber who effectively fell to his death, but survived the fall and kind of had to get back. And I remember him talking, Joe Simpson. Woo, got it right. Joe Simpson, the way he talked about the disaster, the incident that happened was he was very matter of fact about it. And I think I remember him at some point saying, I knew my resources were dwindling here. And I remember another point he said, I felt like we were getting in control of the situation again. We were close to being in a safe situation. He wasn't emotional about it. He was very matter of fact about it, and he said,
why I hate that William Shatner.
You know, there was a moment where he got
in Shinshia novels that it is absolutely taboo to interrupt someone's enlightenment. Like you can kill that person with no consequences. Taboo. That's what it feels like.
Huh. Interesting. Thank you for the 8 months, Thanatos. I am not familiar with Shinshia novels, but yeah, you know what? Yeah, I feel that. Do you see Thanatos' message?
Yeah. I got that. Yeah, sorry, I realized what was happening. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's
that
just
is what it feels like. It's
just incredibly sad.
It's inhuman.
That's one of the saddest things I've ever seen. And I without going all Joker, I sometimes feel like one of the things that makes me quite sad about films these days is like I see I've paused the video and there's a clip and it's one of the suggested videos on the YouTube videos, the pilot episode of the Star Trek film, Star Trek TV show. Forgive me, with Christopher Pike, and emotional Spock in the background. But for me, it's the remake feels so like it feels like it lacks any like thought. You know, it's just so loud and noisy. I feel like I'm going to go Joker and we live in a society, but I feel like there's a lot of people who really don't scratch the surface on things. They don't they're almost scared of having those thoughts, because they're kind of so challenging to the way they live their lives.
Right. It's Star Trek's high concept, sort of sanded down to a nub, where like people remember. It's because I think that's because that Star Trek is playing to nostalgia more than it is to the actual ideas.
Yeah.
And so like people don't remember the interesting philosophical ideas. They remember spaceships, right? I think of the Red Letter Media clip. X-Wings! Star Destroyers! I'm gonna come! Right? Like, that's what people remember. The nostalgia tends to be flat.
If anybody ever tries to tell you that, like, Star Trek the original series wasn't, like, that deep, Nichelle Nichols was going to quit as a horror until Martin Luther King encouraged her to keep the role.
Because
he thought it was
his
so
daughter.
it was so empowering, and he thought it was so important. Because it was like really weird because she was going to quit, and Gene Roddenberry was like, think about it for 2 days and come back.
Yeah.
And she like met Martin Luther King the next day.
Yeah.
So I really feel like and I was cosplaying as Doug Walker a minute ago, and I feel like there was a lot of kind of it's like Doug Walker was like kind of this kind of angry kind of outlet for sort of very unformed ideas, and nuanced thoughts and stuff like that. So I think it was like, I could talk forever, Fred.
But we should let everyone stand up, and like everyone, please. We are going to make some more tea. I would recommend that, we got a while to go on this, so please stand up, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, get yourself a sippy, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I myself am going to make some more baojong. I clapped when I saw Darth Vader.
ATSTs.
I applauded IT for being different. IT broke new ground. Also thanks for all the great streams, Fred.
Smoke Dog. Hello, everyone. Also, I saw Umpuko in here. Hi, Umpuko.
Hi.
Hello, Ryan. You ready to keep going?
Yes, I'm ready.
All right, everyone. What are you all sipping on today? I am having some oolong baojong. I know some people are having coffee. Just water is absolutely valid. Hope. Kefir. What's kefir again?
Isn't that like a yogurty thing? Oh no, it's not. It's different. And it's pronounced kefir, isn't it?
Kefir. Okay.
Like Kiefer Sutherland, fermented milk.
Orange juice, Coke, Earl Grey. Nice. Sups. Yeah, if you feel like refreshing your gamer sups, we have a code, Sups Owl. Guys, Gamer Sups treats their partners really well. Just saying. Just saying.
Just consume.
So if you have
Don't
Gamer
ask
Sups and you
questions.
want to support the stream, don't ask questions. No, if you enjoy Gamer Sups and you want to support the stream, using code SupsOwl is actually a really good way to do it. At checkout.
When are you partnering with Prime?
It's warm. I still can't believe that there was a time when I was like, oh, BetterHelp might be an interesting sponsor. And then I was like, actually, I feel trepidatious about this, and I was right.
Never had a sponsor.
No,
like
I would really prefer not to take a sponsor for Down the Rabbit Hole ever. I would really prefer it. Okay, anyways, shall we continue?
Yep.
And in that situation, had you not been there to get it out or to assist in maneuvering the submersible to a safe place, what would have been the emergency response or procedure from topside or
Of course.
as a pilot?
Yeah, absolutely. So we would have notified topside immediately, which is what I wanted to do. And on call, when we left Boston, we notified the US Coast Guard what we were going to be doing, the port authorities, when we were taking the vehicle out. And we also, and I can't remember the name of them, I may have documentation on it. There was a commercial diving company that I communicated with, and they did an agreement with us that if there was any issue during the dive, they would come out and offer assistance. They had a full air and mixed gas system to do deep diving to bring us back out. In coordination with the vessel captain at the time, anytime we were going out, what we would do is, because we didn't have another asset on board the ship, what we would do is, me personally, I would reach out to organisations that are working in the area. It's very easy to find out. I had people that I knew that worked for Oceangate, some of the companies that would work Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, also, I totally missed this. True Blue Venue, thank you for the 23 months. I applauded it for being different. That's how I feel about Oceangate. I applauded it for being different.
We used to use
It broke new ships.
Yeah, it broke new ground. We used
It
to use
broke
that
old
meme
ships.
when we would do anything new for Down the Rabbit Hole, because you're quite like, I don't want to say conservative, but you have to be convinced of every change.
I do,
to, like,
yeah, it's true.
So every time it's like we change the like title animation, I'm just like, it broke new ground.
Yeah, I know. Ryan has teased me endlessly. Ryan teases me endlessly.
East Coast, West Coast of America.
I'm
So
quite
I would
outspoken.
reach out to them and they would know what we were going to do.
Oh yeah, Hawken, I did see it. We ended up chatting, but thank you for the bits, and I will prod you perhaps here and there.
So anytime we would do an operation, that was part of my job.
So did the Cyclops
Welcome in,
1 have a certificate
Welcome in, Pritchman. Yeah, surprise.
of inspection from the United States Coast Guard?
That's a negative. It was uninspected.
Recorder, can you please bring up Exhibit 21, which is a letter to the stakeholders in December of 2015 from Mr. Stockton
Oh
Rush.
no. Oh no.
And I'm just going to ask a few questions regarding the Andrea Doria mission.
Yeah,
You had stated that there was 3 mission specialists aboard,
that's correct.
and by mission specialists, you referred to them as paid clients.
That's correct.
Can you explain to me
Yeah.
a little more on what that means?
Anybody that was interested. So the company itself, the whole idea behind the company was to make money. That's it. There was very little in the way of science. There was very little in the way of media. So I know you would read things online, but at the end of the day, they weren't taking samples. Video footage, who would get all that information? Nobody. Very strong social media team that would sell the company, sell seats, basically, on Antipodes, on Cyclops itself. The organisation that we can see there, Argus Expeditions, I never had any involvement with them. It wasn't until yesterday I even remembered that was a thing. So when I watched the interviews. So yeah, these paying clients, they would pay to come in the sub. I would say 98% of the time it was me that would take them down, being the most experienced in the company. Yeah.
And were they scientists?
No. They were
No.
paying passengers. It was people that had money. Even when we did the dives, we were meant to do a dive following year, I think it was, and it was, don't quote me, Farallon Islands, but we ended up being weathered off, and we ended up coming into the San Francisco Bay and doing the first manned submersible dives down Alcatraz. The clients that had paid to go on this wreck that was offshore from San Francisco were more than happy to be, their fee went towards sitting in the sub and we driving them down to the bottom of Alcatraz Rock. So yeah, I had no involvement in the selling. I was 100% involved in piloting and taking these people down.
I think
I just want to reference this document that we brought up, which is Exhibit 21.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the issues with making a commercially viable submersible company work is, as he said, the expedition was weathered off.
Yes.
And the weather being unpredictable can obviously cancel missions very quickly.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are ways to get around that. Maybe saying, if we get weathered off for this wreck, we do another wreck, which is in, like he said, San Francisco Bay. But it obviously has a very high, $20,000 per ticket is a very high ticket.
Very high, But maybe they were planning on reducing the cost.
I mean, they paid
later.
even more for Titanic, but my thought is that the cost of getting people... I'm not sure how it would work, really. Like, how many people do you get out to go diving with each trip? If you have an issue with the vessel, that means you could lose hundreds of thousands.
Right.
And it's obvious these vehicles have a lot of issues.
Right,
Yeah.
they're not
The first
reliable.
part-
Yeah, if you're charging this much, you got to make sure that it's reliable. Otherwise, yeah, you're losing out on money.
As they were scrolling through this document, the first part was a report about damage to one of the vehicles that it suffered. I'm not sure if it was Cyclops 1 or the Antipodes, but they regularly break. There are regularly potential problems in the missions that have to be investigated, sometimes precipitated by Stockton Rush himself.
Yeah.
But you get this feeling with the organization that they were in a constant state of like running out of money. And I feel like this is not the kind of industry where I feel like at this stage it doesn't lend itself to being commercialized. But also
Yeah.
I'd say, I mean, I guess you could say the same thing with space exploration, but it is now. But at the same time, I wonder how much commercial space travel has been sort of. I mean, it's been built on the back of companies with billions and billions of dollars. People like two of the richest people in the world, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, are at the heart of commercial space travel.
Yeah.
This guy wasn't one of the richest people in the world. I think he was quite wealthy, but I don't think he was anywhere near.
Not that
To the
wealthy,
point where I'm
yeah.
not sure he was even a billionaire. I think he might have just been a millionaire.
Right.
But it just strikes me as the kind of industry where if you don't have the proper investment, and I think he'd be very unwilling to dilute his investment in the company, in the company, because he was so superfluous to the organization. He, like we said, he seems to be have a very basic knowledge of engineering, have no underwater experience. There's a kind of experience you get with underwater. You can't learn. There's book learning and then there's actual experience in the field.
Yeah.
And it feels like this guy, David Lockridge, who's talking, is someone who's had an enormous amount of experience with the actual physical characteristics of working and to see the kind of incidents that happened, whereas Stockton Rush doesn't have that.
Right. Hawken is saying, by the way, stepping back just a minute, Hawken is pointing out that dedicated mission vessels are most of the costs. So, like,
yes.
the problem with just saying, hey, we'll give you a rain check is that you are out all the money that you spent on the expedition in that case.
Yeah.
Like, you just have to eat that cost, which for a company that was running out of money like Oceangate was, it was unacceptable. It couldn't survive if it was doing that.
One. And in the third sentence of the third sentence underneath the paragraph Argus Expeditions, which is referring to the May 7th through 14th Cyclops 1 mission on the Andrea Doria. It says, on a very positive note, the first potential client we contacted is committed to the $20,000 fee to join us for 2 days, including just 1 3-hour dive, and has also secured 2 more individuals at $20,000, each despite our lack of significant supporting information, vessels, cancellation policies, exact timing. Do you know what fee these people paid for that?
So, from memory, I think, I can't remember for the Andrea Doria, but I think it was $35,000 to dive with me on the Alcatraz. A lot of money.
Did Mr. Rush ever discuss with you Coast Guard regulations regarding passenger vessel operations?
Yeah, he did, and I think that was in fact, I don't think I know, that was the whole intent of having retired Admiral Lockwood on the board, was to get us through some of the processes in dealing with the Coast Guard. So Stockton was aware about how we had to get the Coast Guard involved, especially operating in territorial waters. It's very important to do that and abide by all the rules and regulations. So no, he was very aware of the Coast Guard, yeah.
Was he aware that one passenger on a submersible for hire is considered a small passenger vessel operation and requires a certificate of inspection by the United States Coast Guard?
I don't know if he did know that. Okay. I don't.
Thank you.
No.
And what was the relationship between Oceangate and the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab with regards to workplace environment and in your own personal?
Okay.
Okay. Oh,
sure,
boy.
I'm not the only person that's saying it. Stockton could be a very awkward person. And if he wasn't happy with somebody, he was very vocal. Very vocal. And he would bump his gums basically about APL, the team leader, about Dave, about Mike. Just, he would blame everything on everybody else. You know, if the submersible Cyclops, which they were working on developing systems, if it wasn't fast enough, he would talk about it constantly at length.
I'd like to pick back up roughly with the
So there's some
University of
breaks
Washington
in
Applied
the
Physics Lab
procedures and
in
stuff.
Oceangate.
Right.
So I just cut out, like, he couldn't find a document he needed, so they said, we'll upload it to the system and you can use it. There was a 15-minute break, you know. So if you get cuts like that, they seem weird. It's because there's just been some fiddling around, you know.
I'm letting people know that we're still going.
Yes. Tweet. Tweets like your life depends on it. X, Fred. X away. Back in my day, they used to be called tweets. Now people were posting again.
Tweet. And okay, we're still live on stream. We're only 36 minutes into this 2.5 hour long video. And so far, Stockton has thrown the controller at the head, thrown the controller and broken it against the side of the head
Starboard
of
side.
the only starboard side. Starboard side of the head of the only competent person in the submersible. Wait, why won't it let me post it? Wait, why won't it let me post it? Because this site barely functions. There.
They're throttling back your usage, Fred.
Oh no. Oh no, whatever will I do? I can't use Twitter as much?
We should go
That
back to
time-
Facebook.
2016
No.
to 2017. There were some changes to the Oceangate employees and added some engineering, director of engineering. Can you speak to the additional changes to the director of engineering and what the company brought in?
So, Stockton. So Stockton.
Turn your mic on. Okay.
So Stockton decided to do all engineering in-house. He said he had lost confidence in APL. I think that was mostly a time thing in his head. As I said, he could be very impatient. So he introduced Tony Nissen and brought him in as a director of engineering for the Titan build, which was going to Titanic. As we all know, they'd already put everything online that submersible was going to the Titanic. So what happened was, over the course of a few months, Tony took over. They phased Dave out. They phased
Stockton Phil.
Stockton Phil.
Mike out, and I don't know what the relationship was with the head of APL and Stockton. I think Stockton maintained an office in the Applied Physics Lab building. I'm not sure how often he would go down there or what sort of interaction there was. I know, obviously, hearing what we've been hearing the last few days and looking at the social media side of things, they did maintain some form of relationship to proceed with these third scale models that they tested. And but I couldn't tell you how far it went in terms of doing the changes. This is the relationship with APL. I couldn't tell you how far APL got with the final design of Titan. And all I know is when Tony took over, they were going to be changing a lot. So, me being quite vocal, I said to Stockton I wasn't happy that we were phasing out APL. It got to the point that Tony and Stockton, I remember one day Dave came in to see me. We used to borrow dive gear from each other. And Dave came in to see me, and they stood in the corner, wouldn't even speak to him. And when Dave left, they told me I've never to speak to that gentleman again, which is ridiculous.
Who was never to speak to the gentleman again?
I was never to speak to Dave Dyer again. This is during 2016.
Yo, this dude is friends with Dave the Diver? Holy shit.
It's like being in a school. You know?
It is, yeah. Well, it's because this dude's a middle schooler. Like, not this guy, Stockton. Stockton's a middle schooler.
We can't be friends with you if you're friends with him. Get out.
Don't talk to him. Or else you don't get to... I guess, like, some parts of VTubing are a lot like this. Right?
I'm on the VTubers, like, submarine they built together.
Unfortunately, I've mostly managed to avoid it with only one brush, like only a couple of brushes. I've only had a couple of brushes with like that side of VTubing. My circle has been really good. Like I've got really good people around me for like, and I've only brushed with like, the point is I'm very fortunate that I'm not in that part, but like having to deal with someone like Stockton seems like a goddamn nightmare.
Are you saying that ASTRALINE is better run than this company?
Yeah. Look, Mary is a kind of person who. Well, what Mary's gonna do is he's gonna say, I want a sub, and if someone says that he can't do something, he's like not going to say do it anyway.
Fred,
yeah?
You just said Mary's gonna say, I want a sub. Are you saying Mary wants a sub?
Mary has a furry model now, Ryan. What do you think?
I have seen.
The twinkiest model ever. Hey, Nary. Just rename your community from owlets to subs and then refer to us as your subs. Amping, like, all right, everyone, time to amp up parasociality. Like, next level. Ding. Sell you gamer subs. Stop.
So I had to have no correspondence with Dave Dyer. That's what I was told.
His name is even Dave Dyer.
Oh, I was said
Dave
to me
the
by
Diver.
Stockton Rush and Tony Nissen.
That should be.
What was the relationship that you witnessed between Mr. Tony Nissen and the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab?
It's facts.
Tony wasn't happy with APL. Stockton wasn't happy with APL. The two of them were very vocal, saying that they did not want APL to do anything else with regards to the design concept and the build of Titan. They were going to do it all themselves.
Do you know why they made that decision?
Can I say arrogance? Thinking they could do this on their own without proper engineering support. I mean proper engineering support from people that have built things that have been subsea. May not be submersibles, but known products. Proper engineers that work for the university. So.
Did Tony Nissen have any, that you were aware of, any previous submersible design or construction?
He had none, which I voiced my opinions on to the Chief Operating Officer, Neil McCurdy, and Stockton Rush, and Joe Perry. I think pretty much all of them.
This is like Icarus for stupid people.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. I mean, it is hubris. This is the. I mean, I would. Somebody says arrogance is the perfect word. I think hubris sums it up because it does describe the scale of what they're undertaking.
This is like the tale of Icarus if Icarus's father wanted to make the wings out of the cheapest material he could find. Like, he found the wax and he's like, this wax is too expensive.
I feel like this idea that they were being disruptive is the most frustrating thing. I think disruptive technology as a concept it's like you don't go out to make something disruptive, you make something disruptive.
Yeah,
right?
You make something that is useful and that disrupts things. Yeah, you're not looking... I feel like a 5-year-old goes out to be disruptive.
And I think like the personal computer's disruptive. You know, Steve Jobs and Steve, what's his name? Was he also Steve? But was made it in the garage as an idea, and
Steve the Woz.
Steve the Woz Wozniak. I might be getting mixed up with somebody. His name was Wozniak. No one's correcting me yet. Steve the Woz, Cave Johnson. But they saw an idea that made sense, that computers were possibly accessible for the home user. Certainly, and they also had a really clever idea, I guess, initially of aiming at, because they were going to be the people who are most interested in it. But I just feel like that's they weren't like, we're going to be disruptive. IBM better watch out, because in 10 years' time, their supercomputers are going to be gone.
Right.
That's not the scale they were working with, and that's what strikes me about this is like, why are they diving to like the Titanic. There's so much you can dive to before you have to go to the Titanic. It's like whenever you look at space programs, like to land on the moon, you had Mercury, Gemini, and then the entire Apollo series. And Mercury had very small specific goals. Once they were I'm trying to think of a word. They got the science down for that. Then they went and did more complex things with Gemini. We're talking about long endurance trips, the 14-day trip around, around the planet they did, and stuff like that. A space rendezvous and things like that. Why are they trying to dive to the Titanic with untested material? Why are they not building submersibles capable of 100 meters, 200 meters to see wrecks? My only thought is he's like, it's money. People want to see the Titanic, and they'll pay hundreds of grand, like hundreds of thousands of pounds to do it.
Right.
And I think that's really it's impatience as well. Even like for us, making more complicated documentaries is such a learning curve.
It is. Like the Eve video was like hitting a goddamn wall, right? Like if learning how to play Eve was trivial compared to learning how to make a video about Eve. By the way, Neri's referring to it as vulture capital. And it's like, yeah.
I mean,
I believe, like, did you write it as vulture? I think so. Yeah, vulture capital. It was a typo, but yes, it's a good typo. It's a great typo. Vulture capital. That is actually great.
Me of Operation Market Garden. I feel like Market Garden was done with like, it was kind of almost completely successful, and I think it was made in mind that like it could save a lot of people's lives. And it was in that situation. It's kind of different because I feel like in that situation, it's where being kind of it's like fortune favors the brave kind of thing. Like if it had worked, it would be the greatest thing that ever happened. It was just
right, but bravery and patience are not mutually exclusive things.
Exactly, yeah. Whereas if you're, if you're diving to the bottom of the, to see the Titanic, and your submarine implodes, you just look like an idiot, And it just strikes me. I think like they basically realized. I think they couldn't make money from doing less notable sites. Sea tourism wasn't going to work if they were going to see like sites that people weren't willing to pay a fortune to see. Everybody like knows the Titanic, and that's like the thing. Like you can say to people, it's not the most interesting wreck ever. If you want to see a really interesting, this is it. But people still want to see the Titanic. People like the most popular thing, right?
Well, Hawken is pointing something out. There's a reason why the Titanic is a popular destination. Most interesting or large wrecks near coastal waters are of wartime origin. Most of these are protected as war graves or carry UXO in the form of degraded single or double base charges, which makes even slightly disturbing them highly dangerous.
Yeah. I think there are other wrecks and other things to be seen, natural sites and stuff like that. But I feel like, and they're but also at the same time, people like know the Titanic. What I'm saying is James Cameron is partially responsible for that.
And what was their response to your concerns?
The Chief Operating Officer, Neil McCurdy, and Stockton Rush, and Joe Perry. I think pretty much all of them.
And what was their response to your concerns?
Stockton will do what he wants to do. That was it. So dismissed. And I didn't let it lie. I kept saying we need to get APL involved, or there was all this talk of getting Boeing involved, NASA involved. I never saw Boeing, never saw NASA. All that was spoken to me in my interview when I was going across. So hearing all these big names and APL, obviously I met with those guys. I met with the team. And because previously one of the submersibles I'd worked on, and it was an older sub, we ended up, one of the rescue subs, it was made of GRP, glass resin plastic. That hull was incredible, but it had reached its life cycle, and we changed that over to steel. So I had worked with non-metallic hulls before, so the whole appeal of coming across and doing that, it was amazing.
Before I move ahead with the classification, can you just referenced an addendum to your contract. Can you please explain?
Sure. So I signed a employment contract with the company, and this is in the summer of 2015. In that contract, it clearly stated this contract will be invalid if immigration authority isn't approved for me to come across with my family and actually work legally in the US. The attorneys that we used, the immigration attorney, were based in Seattle. They managed to push through our immigration, as I said earlier, as an O visa, extraordinary ability, because of the role and the experience that I brought to the organisation. And after the Doria, when Stockton pretty much stopped talking to me rationally, I was called round one day. It was the end of the summer 2016, and Chief Operating Officer and Neil McCurdy and Stockton Rush, we got talking. I just thought it was a general chit-chat, coffee, and it led to Stockton saying they were no longer willing to pay for my wife or my daughter's permanent residence. I wasn't happy. I seriously voiced my displeasure in what they decided to do. I knew fine well it's because
Listen, I'm not going to pay for your wife or daughter to stay here anymore because I love you. And I will not let anyone else have you.
Stockton Rush is like, you have to choose. Choose now.
This becomes a Yowie. We're a day late for Yowie Day, I think.
We already had our bit where we're telling each other we love each other.
Yeah.
It's not embarrassing, but, you know, I probably did. I embarrassed him in front of clients. He wasn't happy, and I knew that was the turning point in our relationship within Oceangate. So I walked away very upset.
Pick me, Stockton.
Told my wife. Stockton had been tried phoning constantly that evening, leaving voice messages, texts. I ignored them. I said to Carol, that's us, we're done, we're moving back to Scotland. I'm not standing for this. And anyway, went in the following morning, late, I did it intentionally, and the CEO, Stockton, came up and he said, I'm so sorry for yesterday. I've had a change of heart and I have decided I can't lose you. I need you on this project.
Oh my God.
And I will pay for it. But you have to sign this addendum to your employment contract stipulating that if you leave over the next 12 months, you will reimburse us. So I said, okay, it's simple enough. Once I signed it, I was told by Stockton, and make sure you do not tell the immigration attorney that I've made you do this. So I obviously told my wife. So we did this, we proceeded on. So yeah, that's,
oh my God.
That's where we were at with that.
Just getting back to the classification.
Oh my God.
And your understanding that you thought that the Titan was going to be classed by a classification society. At what point did you realize that it was not going to be classed? Were you told, or did you basically figure it out on your own?
Well, I mean, it was common sense that they weren't going to do it, but officially, I was told repeatedly, anytime I said to Stockton or Tony, I'm quite happy dealing with ABS, Lloyds, GL, if we're getting these people in, it's in hand. It's in hand. Engineering are dealing with everything. Now, I knew what they were like. Tony and I had run-ins close on daily basis. At that point, the relationship had broken down with myself and Stockton. In terms of any time I had any issue or my team had any issue and I would report it, I don't know. I maybe came across as the troublemaker within the organisation because I was so outspoken on any issues, you know, in terms of my confidence in the inexperienced engineering team that were employed by Oceangate once they dismissed APL.
So you were the director of marine operations, and Mr. Nissen was the director of engineering.
That's correct.
So not specific to Oceangate, but specific to your previous companies that you worked with.
Yes.
What type of relationship have you had in the past prior to Oceangate with regards to the directors of engineering and as a marine operations?
You have to work hand in hand. In terms of, you know, we work very closely as sub-pilots, so even on the systems that I work on just now with the designers, even when we're doing any sort of modification to the submersibles under class guidelines and approval and recertification, we work very closely with the designers, with the fabricators of the equipment to make sure the materials that are being used are completely within specification and safe for ourselves and for the operators of these submersibles. So, yeah.
And did you have a relationship like that with the director of engineering at Oceangate?
We never had a relationship. It was the opposite. Yeah, we didn't go on because he didn't like my opinion on his thoughts, his process. More so, even more when the components for Titan, which 80% of were on the submersible that was involved in the incident, they were reused. So yeah, I voiced my displeasure. I say it was quite regular, and I'm sure some of my previous team who left because they weren't happy with the conditions, the way they were being treated by senior management, I'm sure they would back me up on that.
Were you involved in the winding of the first or prototype Titan hull at Spencer Composites?
Not at all.
Were you asked to be part of that process?
Not at all.
They wanted him
Were
out.
you involved in the design or construction of any parts of the first Titan hull?
Nothing.
Were you asked to be part of the process?
You were, some
Initially,
people
when
were saying, was he in charge of everything? But I think he was more to do with the practical deployment of the vessel rather than the design of the vessel itself. Though he did have experience with, classification of vessels.
Yeah, they started... It sounds like they brought him on just to be the pilot and for the name cred.
I mean, I
Like,
think
they
he was
didn't
also,
want him, like, especially when he started saying, hey, wait a minute, this isn't up to code. They're like, shut the fuck up, get back in the pod.
Well, he's clearly a very experienced pilot. He's very experienced. He piloted the rescue submersibles, which extraordinarily, if you make a mistake, it's catastrophic.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think he's, but his kind of knowledge transcends that, which is why I think, Stockton looks so silly here.
He's like, you hire this dude on with all this experience and you hand him a PlayStation controller. I would be embarrassed to hand him a PlayStation controller.
Yeah. And like you said, the design, the head of engineering and the head of, maritime implementation or something, they're meant to be hand in hand,
Right.
Came across and moved over to the US to work for the organisation. I was meant to be leading the project, not as an engineer, but oversight from an operational background, giving my experience on the components, steering, everything. Basically, the components of the submersible and the operations, how we were actually going to be carrying out the operations. So yeah, I was told a lot of things that never evolved.
And as an experienced engineer and operator of submersibles with over 25 years of experience, why do you think they dismissed your concerns?
They cost cutting, bad engineering decisions. I would say that's the two main things. The desire to get to the Titanic as quickly as they could to start making profit. I knew nothing about the financials side of things, but Yeah, there was a big push to get this done, and a lot of steps along the way were missed. And it was pretty evident, not just to myself, to Mr. Tim Catterson, to Chris Imes, who are both very experienced submersible pilots with years and years of experience. And we all voiced concerns about what was happening in terms of the engineering of Titan, and even more so when the components started arriving at the facility in Everett during 2017.
Is the dismissal of such safety concerns by experienced pilots and operators the norm within the submersible?
No, it's not acceptable, and I don't know why, but the chief operating officer who's running the organisation, he should, when anybody goes to a chief operating officer, if the CEO is saying do this and you don't agree with it, you go to your next in command, you let them know that you're not happy with it. Anytime I would give my displeasure in what was happening or disapproval, I'd say that's probably the best word, I was dismissed. So everybody knew. From the engineering team, I mean, I spoke to every single one of them, all these children that were coming in straight out of university. Some hadn't even been to university yet, that Tony Nissen had employed. Stockton had no experience building submersible. None of them did. None of them were experienced submersible operators. I know the company had been on the go since 2009. There was no experience across the board within that organisation. That initially was the entire appeal for me going across and transforming things and making something good out of what at the time was nothing. It was nothing. It was all smoke and mirrors, all the social media that you see about all these past expeditions. They always had issues with their expeditions. I didn't know this at the time until I went across, speaking to contractors that had been on the previous jobs. Yeah. Sorry, I do apologise. That was...
So in the fall of 2017...
Don't apologise, man.
The first Titan hull begins to come together. So the winding is complete and the new parts begin to come into Oceangate. Were you there at the time?
Correct, I was.
And at that point, what was your role and responsibility with regards to the new Titan hull and the parts coming in and reviewing? Were you part of the review process of these things coming in to your submersible?
Initially, no. Not until I was asked, which is on the voice recording, which you have all heard, which in Stockton State.
So he has a voice recording, by the way, of his dismissal meeting, but it's not entered evidence at this point. I did leave a bit in where it does get entered, but he doesn't refer to it very much. They have a transcript of it.
Okay. Damn.
But yeah, so unfortunately that's not there, but he took a voice recording dismissal meeting.
Damn it. So what? They're pulling in kids. People who haven't even been to university, presumably, welcome in. I eat chalk thanks to the 13 months. That's the kind of... If you're new here, that's the kind of viewer we got, I guess. That's what we do here. So what they're saying is that, like, kids that are right out of high school who want experience are just, like, getting pulled in to make something that is supposed to go down to a less hospitable environment than space.
Is this like when you go to a festival and the people who are like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not security, but they look after people at the festival. The word's escaping me. Not guides. I'm hoping someone in the chat can help me out. But when people like they volunteer to work at a festival and they get to watch the festival, event staff, yeah, that's it, that kind of thing. Event staff, yeah, they volunteer and they get to see the performance and they're like, hey, so Stockton Rush was like, hey kids, if you volunteer to work at my company, you can get lots of good experiences, and you know.
I'm just imagining I'm just imagining Stockton Rush pulling up in the
Be an
Titan
intern.
submersible pulling up to like a reef, and then like on the side is spray painted the words "free candy." He pulls up to a reef and is like, "Hey kids,
He's like, hey kids, come and get in my submersible.
you want to come see the Titanic?"
Want to see my one-eyed vessel?
Fuck off!
It's long and hard. It's full of semen.
Shut up!
It's in there. He did ask me to do an inspection of the Titan. This is once the vehicle was complete. So up until then, anytime any of the components would come in, my desk overlooked the loading area where stores would come in. The components would come onto the shop floor before they were taken through to the engineering department. I looked at everything, and there wasn't anything, and I mean anything, on that build, or pre-build, basically when the components were there, that gave me any confidence in them producing an efficient product. Nothing. And as I have reiterated, and I probably will continue to do so, I was very vocal about it to all of them. Every director within the
Kind of
organisation.
covering his ass here.
Owner's wife at the time, I don't know whether she was, all of them. And it didn't help the relationship, but at the end of the day, safety comes first. And anytime you're going in a sub, most important thing is going home safe to your families, not going and making money and pushing the envelope as everybody keeps quoting in the news. It's nothing to do with
Pussy
that.
shit.
You want to be able to do something safely. Yes, you're taking a risk going down a submersible, but don't take risks that are unnecessary with faulty, and I mean faulty, deficient equipment. And everything that came in had anomalies or deficiencies
Dude's going
in
off.
the product itself. I wasn't the only one that saw this.
This dude is going off, and I would like to point out that nobody is interrupting him.
Well, you were saying he's covering his ass, but actually he doesn't need to. He's got like the
Yeah,
best
you're right.
evidence. He doesn't need to cover his ass. Ever.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
There was a lot of people saw every component coming in. Yeah, I was the most vocal.
The Director of Marine Operations inspection report.
Yep.
This is where it gets a bit spicy now.
Oh,
You'll see.
Mr. Lockridge, have you ever seen this document?
Absolutely. I made this document, and if you've no objections, would you allow me to read this out?
And what is that?
It is the same, well, sorry, it was the initial cover letter to all the rest of the directors of the company and Stockton Rush, the CEO.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Is that the email that's displayed here, sir?
That is. Okay, so this was sent to all the directors, Tony Nissen included, who was Director of Engineering. With Cyclops 2, Titan, being handed off from engineering to operations in the coming weeks, now is the time to properly address items that may pose a safety risk to personnel. Verbal communication of the key items I have addressed in my attached document have been dismissed on several occasions. So I feel now I must make this report so there's an official record in place. As a Director of Marine Operations, it's my professional opinion that the items noted in my report are significant in nature and must be addressed. I have also included my recommendation to how we should be addressing each issue in the attached quality inspection report. As stated in my employment contract and job description, David Lockridge is responsible for ensuring the safety of all crew and clients during submersible and surface operations. I feel we all have a duty of care as management to all personnel, whether it be staff or mission specialist. Therefore, it is my opinion that until suitable corrective actions are in place and closed out, Cyclops 2, Titan, should not be manned during any of the upcoming trials. My report and the relevant attachments are merely a clear stated record of what I feel should be addressed to allow for successful and safe operations with Oceangate Incorporated. This report was prepared by myself as part of the pending handover of the asset from Oceangate Engineering Team to the Operations Department on the 18th of January 2018.
There's a little bit of a mild tussle in chat. Official Pig Wrestler is saying that he's sort of like waffling a little bit, and yeah, like in some circumstances that could be sus, and you always log things like that under think as possible tells. But remember that like also people who are just in a stressful situation will do that too, right? It's not necessarily a red flag, right? Like someone speaking, it is not an immediate tell that, oh, they are definitely sus. No, not necessarily.
Yeah, I think if you're looking for tells that people are sus, you're not going to find anything that's going to be accurate, really.
Well, like you always want to be paying attention, and I think that is reasonable. Like I think that actually what Pig Wrestler is doing is reasonable. Like, looking for tells, but also remember that a single tell or even a few tells are not necessarily indicative of like something worthy of suspicion. Just like keep in mind that they can lead you down the right path, but they are not enough to make an assessment off of. So yeah, I think the truth is somewhere in between. Anyway, I personally don't find this guy that sus.
No.
I don't think he is.
He has so much like evidence of his actions backed up.
Like so.
And it's also like he just can't go out there and lie, because there are other people called as witnesses who will, confirm or deny what he says.
I just thought that was worthy of bringing up, right? Like, people do this. You see this all the time on Reddit, right? Like, oh, this person did this. Is this a red flag? And everyone's like, that's a red flag. Like, divorce him, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, hold on.
Hang on a second.
Hold on. Slow down.
Hi.
Thanks for the 32 months rate, Lore. And Mystic, I restarted. I restarted VTS Pog. Thank you for the 11 months, Mystic. And you know what? Here, just for you.
We did it, Reddit, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, we did. This.
Almost a whole year with my
You can't see me, but my hands are getting higher.
Don't know how many owl twinks there
because I'm getting more
but
upvotes.
Still, you're the fave.
I'm so glad to be your favorite owl twink. So let's we're still getting to this, right?
Yeah.
To the tasty bit.
Over the next few minutes, I'm going to ask you to go through the report.
Absolutely.
And we will follow along, which is the same report that you have.
Yeah. Okay, so two seconds.
And I can guide you through it if you'd like that.
Thank you.
So the first component or deliverable you have is the viewport, O-ring, and fasteners.
Yeah. Okay, so the viewport itself. Any other viewports, whether they be small, whatever the design type, everything for those designs is carried out under PVHO guidelines, okay?
Which stands for? Pressure vessel for human occupancy.
There you go. Now, that organization, it's basically a task group that's formed on US Coast Guard are on that task group, US Navy, ABS, the manufacturers of the viewports themselves. Now, there are so many people on that, and I do have a list of all the committees that are involved in that. Now, this task group are basically, they were developed years ago, I think it was the 90s, and they developed these standards with how pressurized vehicles for human occupancy were designed, built, and
Hi,
operated.
Freddy, cutie. Sorry,
So
I'm late to the
all
party.
these
I
people
slept
with
in today
vast
'cause I'm
knowledge
sick. What is
have fed
Oceangate?
into this system
TL noted.
and set these guidelines. Going back to the viewport, the viewport itself, So the viewport, when it came in, we saw it. I was told it's completely out width of standard design parameters. I was told that when it arrived, which isn't a good sign. On the inspection notes, the viewport was installed by Oceangate Engineering Department prior to this inspection. This is my inspection of 2018. No thorough inspection of the acrylic or the O-ring could be carried out on the inspection day. I was not allowed to be there when all this was being put together. So my corrective action on that was documentation to be issued to the operations department showing completed pressure test results and associated documentation from Hydrospace Group, which is the manufacturer of the acrylic viewport itself. Engineering director has denied my request for those records to be produced. To reiterate on that, as I said, when we go back to the voice recording, which I hope is allowed to be made public knowledge, a 2-hour, 10-minute interview or dismissal interview, they state that the viewport is out with parameters and they quote on other things. For a dome, there was pitting and scoring evident on the dome itself, which is the titanium dome. So on the forward dome ceiling face, okay, and this was the existing dome that was used during, unfortunately, the incident last year, okay, because everything was reused with the exception of the carbon fiber hull. So at the 12 o'clock position, it must be noted that a plunge hole is present. This will create the least path of resistance of seawater on this critical ceiling face. A double dovetail O-ring groove has been machined to captivate the O-ring, yet with the plunge hole, this type of O-ring groove is out with standard design parameters. Now, I know yesterday Mr. Catterson was explaining to you about the machining of these components. Now, the items, would you be able to jump ahead?
We're going to go to page 7, I believe that is.
Perfect. So the first one is on page 5. If you jump to page 5, this will give the indication. This is still part of my report. So, it's this section there.
Go to the next page.
Okay. So image below shows the type of O-ring groove currently machined on both the forward and aft Cyclops 2 Titan dome ceiling faces. Okay. This selection deviates from the standard design process for our application. The addition of this unnecessary plunge hole in both our O-ring grooves also deviates from standard design process. As can be seen on both the images on the next page, the O-rings are not fully captivated due to the plunge hole. And this void on either side creates the potential for the least path of resistance of seawater. In my experience, the potential for this issue will be exacerbated by if we see any sort of buckling of the materials during the immense pressure changes as we go deeper. Now, the reason I put that in is this is the first carbon-hulled, carbon-stroke titanium subsea vehicle ever built to go down with these components on it. And nobody knew what the loading was going to be on this. No computer is going to be able to tell you with those components, no matter what.
So here's what he's saying. Like, let me try to translate. This groove was there as a part of the machining, but this is not something that is normal. And the reason it's not normal is that if the shell, this carbon fiber shell, begins to bend or buckle in any way, this will drastically, potentially, reduce the amount of warping that it needs to do for a catastrophic failure.
Yeah,
so like
fundamentally,
it is further reducing. Like, let me put it this way. Like, if it warps, if it bends, that's bad. And it could potentially lead to a breach.
It is revolting.
So O-rings are designed to basically seal components together.
Right, yeah. And O-ring is a very normal thing. Yeah, so yeah, if they fail, it's bad. The point that he's making is if the hull bends, then this will act as an ingress for water. And at this point, if there is any water ingress, the pressure is such that if it hits you, you will be sliced in half.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I think it's
you
just
know
a point of
those.
failure.
It
Really,
is. It creates another point of failure so that if the hull bends at all, right? Like that margin for failure is further reduced.
Yeah.
Like it just means that it like what this really means is that margin for error has even further reduced with this choice.
Yeah.
FIBA, hey Angel Taz Devil, female Bigfoot forced me to raid. I know exactly what you're talking about. Good. Yeah, the Challenger was also an O-ring problem. If you're a diver, you know to always check your O-rings. O-rings are very important. An O-ring is
Fred.
just a rubber loop that you
Fred,
put.
show us your O-ring.
An O-ring is just a little like circle of rubber that is used to seal typically circular like places where things meet. So like
and I don't know
for
what
example the
material this is made of.
octopus, like for example, like for scuba equipment, when you put your octopus with all of the tubes and you attach that to your tank, that seal is ensured by an O-ring. It makes sure that no water can get in.
Yeah. And I don't know what material this is made of. I don't know what material this is made of, but
I don't know either.
I think the idea is as pressure increases, it creates a better and better seal. It's meant to almost improve. So if you ever watched, there's a film,
that's the idea.
The Catherine Bigelow film K-19, which is about the Russian submarine that had a meltdown on board. They dive it for the first time and loads of water comes rushing in because like it hasn't been under a great deal of pressure and it hasn't like all the seals haven't sealed properly. So it sort of and they said we'll get deeper and it will seal up the gaps. So I think the idea is like, you know, as the pressure increases, it's meant to create a better seal.
Yes.
But I'm not sure what material in normally rubber, but for this application, I'm not sure what material it would be.
Right.
Nobody knew. So in terms of the O-ring groove itself, as you can see from the images up there, I can't remember how deep the channel was for the O-ring itself, but that type of O-ring groove is a double dovetail. As Mr. Carterson said to you yesterday, that allows the O-ring to be popped into place and it stops it from falling out. The reason that was put onto the forward domes is especially the forward dome on Titan, that was on a hinge, okay? So if they did have an O-ring in there with, say, a single dovetail, they risk running, basically the O-ring itself could fall out during manually operated procedures. The one on the aft dome, it had exactly the same in it. It had the plunge hole, which the machining company that dealt with the titanium put in. When this component came into the facility, I was appalled. I had never seen this before. I have dealt with God knows how many O-ring grooves throughout my career, even going back to when I was in the Navy, when I was still a kid. That is wrong.
Were you involved in the design of the forward dome and forward titanium ring?
None of it. I mean, the concept itself,
what a waste.
It was discussed to me on several occasions, and I know the contractors, Tim Catterson and Chris Imes, they would tell us what they were going to do in terms of the mounting of the components.
What a fucking waste. You bring this guy on with all of this relevant experience, and then you don't use the vast majority of it. Like, what?
Yeah, I know it's his background, his role
weird.
in the company was slightly different. So maybe in being a charitable,
I know, but
I'm a charitable man, Fred, that he could have upset people by basically coming in and telling them how to do their jobs. But at the same time, his experience is so great, and it feels like their experience is very diminished compared to his, that you would listen.
Right. Maybe it was a matter of control, making sure that this guy didn't know enough that he could take control of the company in any way. This is always a problem with dictators, right? Dictators need to make sure that no individual person knows enough or accumulates enough power to be able to overthrow them. And I think that maybe Stockton was feeling that as well. He didn't want anyone else to know too much of the operation in case he could be usurped or undermined in some way. Anyway.
There was always something we would say, why aren't we doing this? Putting stiffening rings in. Why aren't we doing some sort of tensioning device? Because we don't know what's going to happen with these ceiling faces. And they were dismissed on countless occasions by the engineering team and Stockton. And I always voiced my concerns, and I always went to the chief operating officer with this. Yeah, anyway.
And just for the record, this is on the original.
Wait. What if this falls into place as well, right? Maybe that's why that addendum was put into his contract. If he leaves before the first year, he has to pay, right? Stockton maybe was afraid of what's this man's name again?
David
Lockridge. He was afraid of David leaving to start his own company to act as competition. Maybe that's what it was. He doesn't want to allow him to see too many secrets because he would have the skills to put something like that together.
So when I worked the company in Shanghai, there was this absolute deadly fear that I would leave and steal their books they were using to teach children with.
Right.
They were convinced I was going to steal their intellectual property all the time. So they're always like trying to get me to like promise not to do that, sign documents saying I wouldn't share details of this, you know, sign non-compete clauses, for example. And it was constant. And it's like the ideas weren't good even, you know?
Right. Like not ideas worth stealing.
Yeah, and I think that was part of it because they wanted to diminish my import because I was the person who wrote the music for the books. But the ideas, not the music, were what made the book good.
Right.
First Titan Hall, as we previously discussed.
On the original Titan Hull, and it's also on the second hull, which was involved in the incident. They reused these domes. They reused these ceiling faces. They reused the acrylic. They reused the interior. Everything was reused. It's all cost. Now, I wasn't there for that, but I know.
I just feel like being so ready to reuse things that see the ocean is a terrible idea. Like, the ocean is entropy defined.
Yeah, the ocean's
everything.
It's like ships get really damaged by the ocean constantly.
Yeah, like the amount of things that need replacing on vessels is massive. And this is not an engineering problem. This is an ocean problem. The ocean will not stand for anything to remain cohesive for too long. Right, like ships that have fallen, something that is just generally understood is they all will decay.
Yeah. That's why the old man in the sea is so sorry.
Oh, whoops.
I love the old man.
The wrong
firsthand. Everything was reused. And I'm sure that'll all come up as part of the investigation. How the hell they managed to get the carbon removed from segment 1, segment 2, that'll be an interesting topic. So that was on the O-ring grooves. I don't know if you're happy to move on.
I'm happy to move on. If we can move on to the next image.
Yeah.
Which...
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we're getting to this part. I've seen it like a bits and pieces, but I don't know terribly much about it. I don't like that there's light.
Yeah, this image is familiar though, Fred. It's like these two rectangle shapes next to each other. I feel like I've seen it before.
I am going to scream. So anyways, we're going to go on a tea break, everyone. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Go and...
Down the rabbit hole's cancelled. The stream's cancelled. A second Cyclops has struck the north. The north.
We'll be right back, everyone. Stand up, stretch your legs, stretch your arms, get yourself a sippy. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Jesus Christ, the hull breaking down, apparently. What the hell?
Yep.
Aha, I am back. Ryan, are you there?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. Let's continue. Let's get right. And no, I can't even do that. No, not doing that. Okay, so to be clear, we are about halfway through now. We are just about at the halfway point. So we still got lots. Strap in. Make sure you're comfy. Make sure, you know.
If we can't finish the day, it's possible that we could do another stream maybe next week, and I can cut out other bits of the what's what I'm looking for? Because there's obviously it's 2 weeks of different people each day talking about the sub, and there's going to be this is considered
We
the
could
probably
do
the most explosive evidence because he's the whistleblower.
If you'd be willing to do that, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe we could even pull in another person, even, and like look more at this because this is awesome.
Who's a good sub?
Awesome.
To pull in. Who's a good sub to pull into our?
A good sub.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mary.
Folger and I were wanting to hang out. Maybe we could pull in Folger.
Folger can be our sub.
Yes.
George, sweetie, come back here. Come back here. Come on. George is. You're gonna bite me if I try and pick you. Do you need a wee wee? Okay. I'll get someone to take you for a wee wee now.
Okay. Do you need
Okay,
to go for a minute?
I can carry on. No, just I need to get to
Okay.
George airlifted.
Okay.
She's been asleep.
I'll hit
actually.
play.
Yes.
So we'll jump onto that one.
What
Okay.
are we looking at here? Mr. Lockwood?
So what we're looking at there is this hull was wound under the supervision of Tony Nissen, Stockton Rush. The hull itself, the intent at this point, originally, the hull, when I was involved in the project, was going to be 7 to 10 inches thick. The design decision jumped on and it was changed to 5 inches thick. That was the thickness of the carbon hull itself, all the way around. These sections that you can see there, now when the hull itself was wound on the mandrel, which Oceangate owned, the carbon was wound on so many layers, couldn't tell you how many. And
Even the full year
this
Andromeda.
impregnated glue that would be applied on at the same time. I'm no carbon fibre expert, but what happened was when the hull came in and the cut-off sections were brought to the unit at Everett.
Wait a minute. Stockton literally said, yeah, it's 7 or 10 inches, and then he came in with 5.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like this is the experience of a lot of women.
Cut-off
That's what they
sections
need.
where...
That's actually different, Fred, though, because all they need is 5, and in this case, they probably could have used the 7 to 10 inches.
Excess from the design overall length of Titan itself. Can't give you a figure. It could have
That's
been
important.
3 inches. It could have been
What
6
he's saying.
inches. It could have been...
They're talking about Stockton. That was just funny. So this is an offcut here right now. So this is not the actual hull, but obviously he's looked at the offcut and it's alarming. You know.
Yes.
From the design overall length of Titan itself. Can't give you a figure. It could have been 3 inches. It could have been 6 inches. It could have been more. And what happened, from memory, it might even have been that, so maybe 5 inches thick. And what happened was these sections of excess came in. The CEO and the engineering director decided that let's chop these up and give them to the clients that have paid to go on the Titanic. Let's give them out to the staff at Oceangate. We were all handed these. 1, 2, yep. Now, when the hull came in, I could see all the imperfections on it. This is one of the samples that I was given by the engineering director, which came from these cut-off sections. And please look at the state of it. There was so many delaminations, so many voids. The imperfections were incredible. There was glue runs everywhere. And that's a red flag, you know? I mean, I did my research at the time.
He was on Reddit.
I understand. I don't know how accurate it is.
It's like, what are your carbon fibre red
understanding,
flags?
anybody that's manufacturing anything to do with carbon, they will produce an excess and chop off the excess, okay, so that it's a clean cut. Now, even then, the clean cut that was on Cyclops, the initial hull, 0.1, whatever we're calling it, it was a mess. You could see all the imperfections on it. Now, these samples that you can see up on the board, you can see the cuts, you can see the delaminations. It was so visible. That component itself, I handed off to my attorney when Oceangate decided to sue me because of the when I was under the protection of the whistleblower protection scheme with OSHA, which we can go into. And that was proof of why my justification of questioning the feasibility of using a hull that had so many imperfections in it. The image on the right side, on the starboard side there, that is me shining a torch through the back. Now that one section itself, that is a 5-inch section of carbon fibre. That is part of the hull winding, the initial hull. All the way through that, I mean, I just held my torch and took a photograph of one of the sections of the hulls. You could see all the way through it. It was like porous paper. It was disgusting. When I saw this, when I saw the imperfections in the hull itself, I highlighted this repeatedly, and I was constantly put down about it. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. The glue will hold it together.
But the glue's not there. No. That's the problem. That's the problem. The glue will hold it together. Yeah, the glue's gone. That's the problem.
He sounds like me telling my brother who's like, toy plane I've just broken, but it's okay, I can fix it with glue. The glue will fix it. It's okay, I'll get the glue and make it all good.
What the fuck?
Do you think... Never mind. Carry on.
What? No, Ryan. What do I think?
Stockton Rush was sniffing glue, but
Not
it was 1% of a joke. might have implied understanding of his actions. He was exposed to harsh chemicals whilst making the submarine.
You know what? Non-zero chance.
You know what? Like, the next images you're going to see after this will maybe make you think that.
Yeah, that's the two images you've got there. That section
Don't
itself. Don't
insult glue sniffers. No, I will insult glue sniffers.
And after fighting Oceangate for 10 months to try and raise public awareness about this abomination of a submersible, it was destroyed by my attorneys along with their paperwork. Now, the hull itself, you could physically see, I know I may be jumping here, but it's to do with the carbon. The hull itself, this 5-inch thick, you could honestly put micrometers down this, verniers. You can actually feed it down several millimeters. Hope you don't mind me using the metric system for that. Don't know how many thousandths of an inch that is, but you could actually put the thin end of a vernier into some of these holes of this 5-inch thick hull. It was disgusting. Their mitigation, once they glued on the titanium end caps, okay, and we've all seen the gluing video, they were quite vocal about it on social media, the peanut butter. How they mitigated all these holes was they got this company in from Everett, Washington. They took the hull out into the car park at the back of the marina, and they created a pop-up tent and sprayed it with truck bed liner, which I have never seen or heard of in any subsea application in my life.
Wait,
so
what?
Basically, in the back of your F-150 or your Ram truck, the hardy material that you stand on to stop it getting rusty and scratched, that's what Oceangate engineering team decided to do to stop water getting in through these holes. Now,
what?
I'm sure I'm not the only one. I'm looking at all your faces here that's got the common sense to question this method, especially when it's never been done before.
Ryan, this is fucking insane. This is fucking insane.
See, I think I'm saying quite mean things, but I feel like it's still not the worst thing you're going to hear this evening. You know,
What? How?
It gets
How
worse.
did this
Fred.
get worse? How does this get worse?
You've probably seen.
Hi.
No, carry on. Hi, Demi. Hi.
Hi, Demi. What the hell is happening? To prove how strong Flex Seal is, I saw this sub in half. Fuck off.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Talking of the metric system, the best system. I found it the other day. So you know, there's a bit in The Simpsons where Grandpa Simpson's like, the metric system is the tool of the devil. I posted this on X as it's called now. And he says, my car gets 40 rods to the hogshead, and that's the way I like it. Those are both formal US measurements, rods and hogheads. Like a rod is like,
right, yeah.
It's
I know.
Is it smaller than a yard, or is it like a couple of yards or something?
I don't remember.
And the hogshead is a specific size of barrel. And I remember reading it, and I worked out that his car has terrible gas mileage as well, as we're talking in American vernacular.
Right.
Miles per petrol miles per gallon. But it has I can't. I was like, I thought that was like crazy units made up as a joke, but they're genuine American units.
Oh yeah, we will do anything before we use the metric system, dude.
A small boulder the size of a medium boulder.
Appalling. Absolutely appalling.
What did that coating do for the outside with regards to the carbon fiber and your ability to conduct a
It's a
visual
good fucking question.
You could not. So on the hull itself, I can't remember what they called it, but when they were doing the winding, I'm sure one of the engineers will give you the correct wording for this. There was some sort of green coating that was put over the mandrel, and that material covered the inside of the carbon face itself. Now, when they removed the mandrel, that green, yellowy sort of material, whatever it is, covered the carbon. You couldn't see the carbon. When they stuck on the titanium segments at the end to form the pressure boundary, you couldn't see the end of the carbon anymore, the affected 5-inch surface. And when they applied the truck bed liner, I mean, I don't know how thick they actually applied it on, but you couldn't see the carbon fiber. So that
the world's first submarine made of truck
could
parts
and would never have been able to be inspected by anybody to see any sort of degradation, any potential faults. I mean, like steel or titanium, if you've got a known fault, you can see it, you can NDT it. They decided not, as I said, to do NDT, jumping. But yeah, the materials they used for this, you wouldn't be able to inspect that carbon fiber. And for me to highlight all those visible issues, and you'd be naive not to say they were not visible, they dismissed me and said they were going ahead with it. And they had already booked clients for that mission in 2018. They were going ahead with us.
Was this report?
Does anyone else have the urge to like grab and pull it apart? I feel like my 8 brain wants to like grab that, like both sides of this carbon fiber and pull this thing apart. Like hear it crack. The satisfying cracking sound of the resin.
You're just trying to reenact some image you've seen before.
What?
Like just, two sort of towering rectangular shapes.
Shut up. I'm going to die.
Provided to the board of directors.
So I asked for it to be provided to the board of directors. I spoke to Bonnie about it. Unfortunately, from my understanding was I submitted it, and I didn't do it out of badness. I didn't do it for any ulterior motive. I did this so that...
Just cracking open a tall one with the boys.
All my voice concerns were put down on paper, and so that they could actually go, wow, I can see where he's coming with this. There's a lot of things on this report that could affect the integrity of this hull. A lot of things. From the out of standard viewport, from the just everything. I mean, I know I say
I have been spoiled about
Mr.
this
Lockridge?
one.
Yeah.
But
what is
this is their CO2 scrubber, right?
Yeah, and I was thinking, Fred, right? I was thinking about this. I was like, this doesn't even look. This is like something I literally built when I was trying to make my own little mini submarine.
Do you know
I was
what this
7.
is? You know what this is? I need to message someone. I need to message someone. I need to message someone right now. Right now. Hold on.
It is a computer fan. It is correct. It's a computer fan. He confirms.
Hold
that,
on.
yeah.
Uwo's slab. I have your next stream idea. You know Uwo's lab, right?
I do, yeah.
The dude who did who smoked the meat with the 500 cigarettes.
Yes,
the
I
dude
know
who
that.
like
And,
broke, who had chat break it. I'm saying, Uwo, I have your next stream idea. Make the CO2 scrubber from the Oceangate submersible on stream.
So I was thinking about this, and I was like, this is the kind of thing I'd build.
A computer fan. Sorry, it's just a box of the computer fan. There we go.
It's got some the material, the chemicals to remove carbon, but it's the kind of thing I'd build when I was 7, when I was trying to build my own like submarine. I had my idea I could build a midget submarine from, different bits lying around.
Sure,
because I was 7 and I'm stupid. But like, if you asked a kid these days, like let's say someone who's like 12, to build you a carbon dioxide scrubber, someone who's really passionate, they'd like 3D print something. Like any nerd at school is going to have access potentially to a 3D printer. That would be their first thing, and they'd make something that like they would do a bit of research and they'd 3D print something. I can't believe Stockton Rush didn't own a 3D printer.
Yeah, well, you know why? Because he's someone who fetishizes tech rather than actually does anything. Like 3D printers aren't accessible enough for someone like Stockton. That's why I got a control.
Like this kind of application where you need to build a specific container for something like this that can effectively, because it probably work quite well for this, because what you need is effective gas exchange, and you want to build something that's like gonna work like that. Do you know what I mean? It's gonna work like. I know I kind of can't. It's not I can't stand 3D printers. I feel like they were like Bitcoin for a while. Everybody was talking about how 3D printers were everything and going to change manufacturing and prototyping, and now people don't really talk about them anymore, and nothing's really changed. It's like it was one of those tech fads that came and went by. Oh, they're going to 3D print buildings.
Right. Well, that is being used in like some specific circumstances, but
but they were very overhyped, weren't they?
Yeah,
they were
very overhyped.
The image to the far right.
So the image that I've got. Oh, sorry. To the right. Okay. So Stockton.
It's on page 9 of the exhibit.
I will say it. Stockton liked to do things on the cheap. Okay. There was obviously cost implications. There was a lot of investment went into this, but that image that you're looking at on the right-hand side is Stockton's idea of a scrubber unit.
Recorder, can you please zoom in on that?
Now,
what is the purpose of a scrubber?
Okay, so to maintain the atmosphere inside a manned submersible, what we've got small cylindrical drums, and we put a chemical in there called soda zerb. Now what happens is, to maintain those submersibles at atmospheric pressure so that you don't see an overpressure, What we do is as you're breathing out, the carbon dioxide is absorbed into this product. And what you've got to do is you've got to top up the oxygen content. That allows the atmosphere to be controlled. Okay, so you're not bringing additional air into the chamber itself. If you were to do that, you would overpressurize from the internal. So the easiest way to describe it is technical divers, where what they'll do is they will breathe out, it's absorbed into the CO2 absorbent.
I will say, this isn't the worst thing you'll see, probably.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I think there's might be something worse than this coming up. But I feel like I've caused controversy by saying I hate 3D printers. I don't hate 3D printers. It was just there was a period where they were like hyped to hell by
overhyped.
tech.
It's like everything is going to be 3D printed.
Overhyped.
It's like, all right, now calm down.
They're gonna 3D print food. I remember. It's just sorry.
I feel like 3D printing is a lot like VR in that like the people who are really into it, like there are people who think it's cool and they're like, oh my god, everything's going to be 3D printed, and then there are the enthusiasts who say, yeah, this ain't for everyone. Right, like that VR is the same way, right? Like Facebook was like, we are going to put so much money into VR and everyone's going to be in it forever, and every VR enthusiast is like, I mean, I fucking love VR, but nah, man. Like this is not for everyone.
Nobody wants to be your friend, Mark Zuckerberg. Get some style, and then we'll start liking you in like 5 years' time. But this is my expectation. Like, if you ask a child to do something, they try and like 3D print something. Someone who's like 13, 14 would like, I can 3D print something. Not this Looney Tunes bullshit, which looks like it won't work and doesn't work. You know?
Right. I think I wonder how well it worked. Right. I think that a lot of these systems didn't fail because they didn't have the chance to fail. Like it really is remarkable that like if it wasn't the hull that failed first, like if it wasn't the hull that failed first, it was going to be something else, right? Like God forbid that this failed and everyone suffocated.
Yeah.
Right, like that would be even worse.
They wouldn't like suffocate, they'd get CO2 poisoning. And then that might explain
they opted
behavior.
They opted not to use a chemical oxygen generator, which is an off-the-shelf thing. Holy shit. They didn't even... It wasn't even a matter of, oh, we're going to have to make our own. No, they could just buy one. Apparently. It is that cheapo.
Yeah. And
like
things like, what do you do if you have a fire on a submersible and you're 500 meters under the ocean floor?
Right.
That's the situation where like a small fire could kill you very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
It could consume all the oxygen in the submersible very quickly.
Because of that, there's no bubbles come up. And then what they'll do is they'll apply oxygen. Same principle for manned submersibles as well. And they all use this. Stockton decided not to go down the route of using a known manufacturer. As I said, one of the contract companies that I work for, James Fisher Defence, they also own Divex. They design, build for hyperbaric chambers, manned submersibles, properly built CO2 scrubbers. So that
when was this picture taken?
That was taken from memory. It may have been 2017. May have been 2017. In fact, I think it was 2017 because at the end, because they wanted myself and a couple of individuals to do a test of it. Now, as you can see, it's a plastic tote from Home Depot, still got the labelling on it, and a fan from a PC, a computer. He wanted to do a test on it. I obliged just to humour him, and we did that in the sub, and it didn't work.
And it did. And it didn't work. I'm sorry, I want to hear him describe this again.
See, it's a plastic tote.
Yeah, here we go.
At the end, because they wanted myself and a couple of individuals to do a test of it. Now, as you can see, it's a plastic tote from Home Depot, still got the labelling on it, and a fan from a PC, a computer. He wanted to do a test on it. I obliged just to humour him. And we did that in the sub, and it didn't work. I don't know if they used this contraption inside Titan. You would need to speak to somebody that was involved afterwards. But during 2017 and the start of 2018, when I was there, that was his intent, to use that device.
And the next image?
Okay, so the next image here is...
If you could describe.
Yeah.
I'm squeaking.
It's the high-pressure air variable ballast tank.
Correct, if that's what you want to call it.
Oh my God.
We'll
So
call
this
it
might be
that,
the worst
obviously.
thing, Fred.
This
Okay.
bag itself was, I don't know if this was on Titan or not, but this was
They're
going
just
to
taking
be
a moment
the
to
system
find
that was
it.
going on there.
Okay.
Can you give the page number that you're referencing there?
Okay, it's my own notes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, if it's not up, it's
It is. I have it. We just have to get to the there we
No
go.
worries. There you go.
Variable ballast system.
Okay.
So it'll be the
Okay.
So the system on the port side on the left, I don't have images of that. That was not taken by myself. That was, I'm sure I saw that in the media. That may have been done during one of the expeditions.
zoom into the image on the right.
Okay. So the image on the right, which I hold in my hand, the cream-coloured bag that you can see on the right-hand side, this was the ballast bag to assist with positive buoyancy. This was the intent.
Okay.
I know Mr. Carterson discussed it yesterday. The design of Titan was to eject these drop weights that would allow them to get neutral trim, and then once they'd finished the dive, eject more. That will give them positive buoyancy to return to the surface. As another form of achieving positive buoyancy, they decided, this was Scott Griffith and Stockton Rush, and they decided to use this Coast Guard. It's an old fueling bag from the Coast Guard. Don't know where they purchased it from. And they manufactured this, rigged this up. I mean, it had to be cleaned out, it was still full of fuel. And the intent for this was to provide additional buoyancy to the submersible itself, okay, using high pressure air. The black hose that you can see coming off the bag itself, this was from, this is comical, shop vac, okay? So in the UK we call it a Hoover. This was glued onto the bag itself. The orange line that you can see coming off of the shop vac hose, their intention was when the hose is in the down position, the air will be trapped inside the bag, allowing the bag to be full, allowing them to achieve positive buoyancy. When they wanted to vent the bag without dropping their drop weights to start going down on a dive, they would, and I'll jump on to the next, if that's okay.
No.
Mr. Lockridge, what are we seeing in the top left picture?
No. What the fuck? Are you kidding me?
So the idea was
This thing was made with spit and glue.
Yeah. So the idea was that the
Literally.
so Barry, hi Slush Dog. Hello.
Hi, Slush.
So Fred, here's the idea with the orange string back there, the rope or string was going to pull the tube from the shop back up. And it would go up and it would let the air escape and rise to the surface and allow the boat to sink.
Right. This is insane. This is like a summer project.
And I feel like there are commercial products that aren't very expensive. Like, I don't know. Fred, I just feel like...
This is insane. Like, at what point did this project become, like...
One of the biggest
I don't even know.
For a corporation is the people's time, their pay, their time they work for you. And all this stuff seems to do is just waste people's time.
Holy shit, you're right. My summer sub. It's my summer car, but with a submersible. Continue.
Me? No, I just felt like it wasted people's time. It just wasted money and time doing this stuff.
What the fuck? You
lost how much it seems like he must have got paid a lot, David Lockridge, because he is a very experienced individual. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say conservatively 150k a year. You're gonna waste $500 watching him laugh at you because of this, you know?
Right.
And I think, like, so for example, like the ballast, it looks grotty and grimy, like the bars.
Oh my God.
I don't think they have to be sophisticated, but they will get messed up in the sea. They'll look like that after a couple of trips down in the ocean. You know?
Hold on, you guys. I just got a response from Uwo. So I said, Uwo, I have your next stream idea. Make the CO2 scrubber from the Oceangate submersible on stream. It's just a box with a computer fan, and he just replied to me in all capital letters, yes. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Fuck yes, I think he's going to do it. Oh my God. Hawken has 100 thanks for the bits. He says, I can't even comment on this. I'm a submarine enthusiast, not a jalopy expert. This is literally meth science.
Meth science.
I'm fairly fucking certain I have seen narco subs from the Sinaloa cartel, which had more redundancies and structural integrity than this.
It did have backup system. I remember they were saying that ballast should dissolve if they were in the sea too long, when they were like missing. But then they were saying, well, if they had got to the surface, they couldn't open the hatch themselves. So they would just suffocate on the surface.
Yes.
Hey, George.
The cartels care about their cargo more.
Yeah.
Fuck, you're actually right. You were actually correct.
Hi, George. Hi. Calm down, B. I got you.
Hi, George.
Perhaps the cargo
at this point, we
more.
need a George emote at this point.
Damn right you do. Do you want me to send you some George pictures?
Okay, yeah. Well, we need. Well, I want like an animation. I'm gonna make a request to like an ASTRALINE to like in the server to see if we can get like a little animated George barking emote.
But would you just like more George pictures anyway?
Yeah, that'd be nice. George is cute.
I got this one, but it's got my crotch in it, Fred. Is this okay?
But I've seen that tons. It's fine. Huh? What? Aww.
Yeah, that's quite nice, isn't it?
Dog. Big dog plushie. Big dog. Hold on, is this it? Please? There, George. Hey, George. That is the dog that is making the sounds you are hearing. George.
Somebody asked what kind of dog she was, and it's like, she's a dachshund. She's a dachshund.
A problem.
She's a problem.
Seen the top left picture. The orange line that you saw coming down from the shop vac hose, which would allow the bag to vent or trap the air once the high pressure air was applied to the bag itself. This was controlled, this was built by Stockton Rush in his garage at home. This is an old fishing reel winding system. I'm not a fisherman, so I'm sure somebody will be able to correct me on this.
Fuck?
But he rigged this up, and it was on a motor, so he could send a signal to this winder, this fishing reel system, filled inside an oil-filled container, and this would allow that orange line that you saw in the previous image to move the shop vac hose up and down. That's what that was. That was rigged up, not classed.
Sorry for the cackle.
It's like
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I wasn't impressed.
It feels like
I
a
wasn't
mighty
impressed.
Were these images part of your report?
I'm sorry. One more time.
Nobody. Yeah.
It feels like a Mighty
Fun.
Boosh
I
submarine.
wasn't impressed.
That I wanted to hear that one more time.
Were these images part of your?
Hi,
Even
George.
George disagrees.
But yeah, it feels like you ever watched the Mighty Boosh, all the special effects like look really clumsy. That's what this feels like.
Oh, fuck, this is amazing.
Report.
No, and the reason being is when I did the report, there are other items that we can talk about today or have came to mind, over the last 6.5 years, 7 years now, since my termination. There was so much I could have put into that report that would have genuinely looked like I was pointing the finger at the CEO, and that it wasn't my intent. I didn't want to lose my job. I wanted to go to Titanic, it was on my bucket list. I wanted to dive this, but to dive it safely. Because of the tangent that the organisation went off on, there were so many things that could have been in my report. These images, I genuinely, in preparation for this hearing, I wish I'd had them to last year's hearing where we spoke, about the incident itself last September. I found these, and they weren't to my attorney, they were to one of my previous attorney from last year. It was from, 2018 attorney during the lawsuits and the involvement with OSHA. I stumbled across it, and that's why I sent you that through. I just thought it prudent that you should have these images. So no, they were not, sorry for rambling, they were not part of my report at the time. I'd completely forgotten about them. Completely forgot about them.
So now in January, you complete the report.
Correct.
And once the report is complete, what was your next step at that point?
To send it out. I'd been discussing with the only trainee pilot I had at the time was Bonnie, who you spoke with yesterday. I spoke with her. I said, look, I am going to be submitting this report. She was there when Stockton had asked me the previous week or 2 weeks before to do an inspection of Titan before the imminent handover. So I discussed it with her. I got her to proofread it. She's like, wow. And I sent it straight out to them all. And obviously with the cover letter that I read out, a few minutes ago, there's no way I was signing off in this. I knew during 2017 when all these materials came in, there's no way at that point I was signing off in this. Aside from Titan, as I said, I had Antipodes, I had Cyclops, I had the maintenance, the daily operations of that. My team, as it was going, was getting thinner and thinner. People were dropping away from Oceangate. Their turnover was incredible.
Yeah, no way.
So yeah, I was finding myself with a smaller and smaller team at that time. So
yeah.
Bonnie was the one that I spoke to about it, and then I submitted the document and sent it out to them.
Yeah, if you've ever been in a company that's like
you mentioned,
yeah,
why was there such a turnover? Did
in
they discuss
terminal
that?
kind of decline, it's like people disappear constantly, and it's so disruptive to your work.
Right.
Like
you were relying on people and now they're just not there.
Yeah,
it creates a death spiral, right?
Yeah, and it makes you feel like you're in kind of a lost cause. Thanks, George. See, I think the limitation to my streaming time is George, Fred, because she gets tired after a while, and then she's just
Fussy,
what?
Yeah.
She's fussy. She was fussy to start with because I think she wasn't quite settled, but then she went to sleep for 3 hours. What's up, monster? But yeah, I think that's it's really haunting. Do you know what I mean? To be in a situation where your colleagues who you like are disappearing from a company is so depressing.
Yeah. All right, we got
George
less
is
than
like-
an hour. Do you think we can do this? We got less than an hour.
I think we might not be able to because that's like half of
Okay.
it still. But
Okay.
what we can do is maybe
Like,
get
I
like an
could-
hour and 15 done, and then we could do another one next week.
Yeah.
And I can edit together the other live streams and get us some other data.
Mm-hmm. I could also finish this on my own for the rest of the
Yeah, if you
stream.
want to, yeah.
If you're okay with that, and then we
Yeah,
have
if you
more
want
for
to.
next week. Okay.
Yeah.
I just also I don't want to like take this away from you either, because you're the one who like took the time to cut all this down, and like I appreciate that.
It's up to you, Fred. You're the You're the Stockton.
You have veto power. You have veto power on it, is what I'm saying.
Well, you just do what you want. I'm fine with. So,
Okay.
I
would like to finish this. I would like to finish just this, right? At least this for today.
The sort of latter half, which I think we're approaching about 10 minutes away, is quite different because he talks about how they tried to stop him making it public.
Okay, interesting.
So that might be different. That might be where there's a good stopping off point coming up. That's what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
That might okay.
Yeah. I mean, Bonnie was the one
how
I
we
spoke to about it, and then I submitted the document and sent it out to them all.
With regards to the turnover that you mentioned,
Yeah.
why was there such a turnover? Did they discuss that with you, why they were leaving the company?
My team would. Give you one incident when we did Mr. Patterson was there. When we did the dive on Alcatraz, on the way back out, we were going out underneath the Golden Gate Bridge, and we just passed it. Tow line snapped. I was in the shower at the time on the ship because I'd just been in the water, putting the bottom plates on the MS Lars.
Did you say the tow line?
The tow line, correct, for the launch and recovery system with Cyclops on board.
Oh.
At that point, sorry, sir, can you just repeat the question just so I don't go off on one? Sorry.
Gladly. You had mentioned earlier that your operations department was beginning to dwindle and you were losing employees.
Thank you.
The Barks.
One of the instances was when we eventually managed to tow the asset back in to San Francisco late in the evening. The CEO, in the presence of, I remember the Guillermo was there, who you're going to be interviewing. Wendy Rush was there. There was 2 board members there. Joe Perry was there. Tim Carterson and myself were on the MS Lars. I think he might have been driving the Zodiac at the time, bringing this back in with the vessel that we were using to assist with the operations itself. It was a long day. Took quite a while to recover the asset itself prior to it. It could have potentially crashed into the rocks. It could have potentially crashed into the Golden Gate Bridge. I don't know why. The CEO.
She's annoyed at being. she's trying to get one of her treats and she can't reach it. She sounds like Dracula. Okay, she said.
Oh my god, that's a Cherno emote for Rothko. I was like, that's a cute one. I'm like, oh, it's Cherno.
Oh no, she's back. Sweetie, can I just put you here? What do you think of Stockton Left?
Would you like to
approve
take
or
care of
disapprove?
George, and like we can go on a tea break real
No,
quick before
we're
we
fine.
continue.
She should be settled down in a second.
He's an angry dog.
Yeah. You're okay, sweetie. You're okay. She's just a Dachshund. She has no power except being angry.
My power is I'm angry.
Could have potentially crashed into the Golden Gate Bridge. I don't know why. I can surmise. The CEO, Stockton, was watching from afar everything that was going on. Somebody on the ship had let him know that this was happening. We towed it back in, and Alexandra Russell, she was the one that was communicating with him on the phone, and I was close by, and he was shouting and screaming at her on the phone, trying to give us, simple thing, trying to give us directions into what marina we were supposed to take the asset and bring the asset alongside. And
oh, by the way, trash chick, I don't think I thanked you for your sub. Thank you.
It was unbelievable. When we got on the dock, I tied up the MS Lars, tied up alongside. At this point, Alexandra was already out the boat. Mr. Carterson made her.
Why is my shit sub not working right? It has to be your fault.
Well, it's frustrating because it's clearly a difficult situation, a tow line snap. And it's a potentially dangerous situation. And he's shouting at people over the phone. You know, that's... what do you expect's going to happen? People are going to quit.
Yeah. Right, like, why would you put up with this?
Remember this at the time, but the CEO was shouting and screaming in Alex's face. And it wasn't long after. It was disgusting. I was the only one that actually spoke up, and I did have a lot to lose, you know? I did. I brought my whole family across to the US. I had to watch how I said it. Sometimes I can be quite vocal, but I was the only one.
Imagine your livelihood being in the hands of a child like Stockton Rush.
Yeah.
Right? Like when your livelihood... Shut up.
No. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about my previous company, the one I keep referencing.
I thought you were throwing shade, motherfucker. Let's go. No, this is insane. Like, what the fuck? When your livelihood depends on managing the ego of another man rather than doing your job.
Yeah. That's where you need to quit. You know? And that's why I quit down the rabbit hole. He used to get so angry. I used to talk about like words like using simple words like tower and north and
I hate this.
And roundabout, and he'd get furious with me.
Shut up. That kind of calmed him down. She left. Here. That was one of our main reasons for that. Isabel Johnson, she ended up leaving. She had her own reasons. That incident affected her as well. At that point, I had nobody directly working under me.
Yeah, I'm going to throw my controller at you.
And Fred has a big, like, Street Fighter. It weighs 5 kilos. Head just explodes like a pumpkin being dropped.
I had Scott Griffiths, who ended up becoming, because I was too vocal on the project itself, he ended up becoming my superior. I think he ended up being the director of quality assurance, I think it was, for Titan.
Not it.
I was losing people.
Yeah. How do you do?
We had an ex-Coast Guard employee that came in, and I remember there was one of the dives, Matt, I forget his second name just now. You
used to be losing people hand over fist. Then they started losing people under the ocean.
He was an ex-petty officer of the Coast Guard. We brought him in to help assist with topside operations. And example with Matt, he was topside, he was driving the towboat. I was underwater on a job at the time, diving off Seattle. Came back up, Matt told me his displeasure. He had arguments with the Chief Operating Officer and the CEO about how they wanted things to be ran topside. Matt was concerned with safety aspect of things. He came to me, I'm his direct superior. I go to them, and I was dismissed. So at that point, after Matt leaving, that was critical in me, apart from the standard, a self-help plan, outside help plan, incident reports, stuff like that. It was safety critical reports on anything, especially in my team, highlighted during their tenure with the company. So I would basically produce these documents and I would submit them to the Chief Operating Officer, which would voice my concern on the way things were handled, especially when I wasn't there, I'm underwater, they were topside. And it was distressing for me seeing people like that, people with experience. I mean, an individual from the Coast Guard, years and years of experience. I think Matt was a petty officer at the time. It was upsetting for me. I'm sure none of them will say anything negative about me. If they do, they do. But I would like them to give their reasons on why they left. The turnover, I didn't know this, but the Oceangate's had hundreds of people on the books. I didn't know this.
Oh my God.
I didn't know this. They were letting people go
What?
hand over fist for whatever reason, raising concerns. Yeah.
Wait,
Prior to
what?
the break, you wanted to read a...
I did not realize that they had, well, of course, right? They're pulling in kids.
Well, they also
To just like
they
do
have-
work.
They must have large crews of people to man the ships to run the operations. Perhaps not
Right,
full-time
yeah.
people, but
Right. Yeah, on the books doesn't necessarily mean full time. It could just be for like, yeah, an outing. No, you're right, crew.
yeah.
reference with regards to Coast Guard incident policies, procedures?
Yeah, this is to do with Oceangate's health and safety manual, which was in place prior to me starting the company, which I looked over. I just want to make reference to some of the comments. This is a statement made
AI
by
assistant.
Stockton Rush. Oceangate Incorporated, in fulfilling its legal obligation and its moral responsibility to provide a place of employment free from recognised hazards, has set forth this HSE policy statement, reinforcing its commitment to maintaining a safe and healthy work environment. This HSE policy statement is the cornerstone of the company's HSE management process. It is communicated openly and at every opportunity to employee, customers, vendors, and subcontractors, and has equal status with other primary business objectives. Violations of this policy should be immediately brought to the attention of management. The OGI HSE philosophy is that in the performance of our work, the health and welfare of the people involved and the protection of assets and the environment are the primary concern. No job is so important that we cannot take the time to do it safely. That wasn't the case.
Yeah.
So you
I feel like that statement was self-evident.
Yeah, he's got a great sense of timing. He's clearly had to communicate things with like emphasis before.
Mhm.
So the way he's just like pauses and is like, that wasn't the case.
That was,
And
yes.
maybe it's a military thing as well because he was obviously in the Navy.
Yeah, I think that has at least partially to do with it.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to get up and make a cup of tea. Would you?
This might be the little moment where he switches over to talking about the consequences of whistleblowing. So maybe play it for 10 seconds and see what we have, and then...
Yeah, sure.
having the 25 to 30 years of subsea submersible operations experience. Throughout those 25 years, it was the industry standard to be able to come forward as a submersible pilot
it is.
to express your concerns with regards to safety.
That is correct. And even if it was at the start of a new build for a new submersible, you can go to the designers, you can go to the project engineers, the project managers, the operations manager, whoever were running the project. You would sit down periodically and do tabletops on any form of component that was going onto the sub, what they think should be added, what should be taken off. It was, everybody would have been involved in those discussions. You know, there was maybe just a handful of times with other organisations where you would come along, you would have a look, you had a finished product. As a submersible pilot, a diver, it is your right to demand to get information on something where you are putting yourself at risk. And it's to basically mitigate, you know, potential for disaster. So anyway, with regards to Oceangate, I approached them on everything, every little thing from boat operations. Anytime we had issues, I would formally put them down if there was an incident, slips, trips, falls, any sort of incident, trapped fingers, everything was handed off to senior management. So
Was your intention of delivering the report to Stockton Rush and Tony Nissen?
Yeah, I think this might be a good stopping off
highlight
point,
it
at least for me, Fred.
Okay. Yeah.
Because
Well,
I think he's
we'll
ready to talk
finish-
about delivering the report.
Yeah, I'd like to finish this off, if only
Okay.
for completion's sake.
Yeah, okay.
But this has been... this is fascinating. Yeah, we're going to keep going. Everyone, we still have... I want to say, 45 minutes on it still?
Yeah.
Approximately?
It's
like
quite-
40,
it's
45
quite-
minutes?
It's quite convoluted, his experience dealing with OSHA, because they, as you'll see, are a very American... in that they're completely... George. Sorry. George, come on, calm down. As they were like a very American organization, very, very understaffed, overworked.
Right.
And he wants to try to have an immediate solution to the issue of this unsafe sub, and that's just not going to happen.
Right, yeah. It's like you're going to have to wait years.
Yes.
Potentially,
Effectively. So at one point he mentions he's speaking to the caseworker, and he's like, they're doing tests on this in American water now. And the man's response is, I still have several cases that are older than yours I have to go through first before we can get onto this case.
Right.
So that's it's quite interesting. It's almost as damning of the authorities as it is of Stockton Rush.
Yeah.
So yeah, but thank you for having me on, Fred. It's been a real pleasure, as always.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you have a lovely evening and enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you ever so much. And I'll speak to you soon.
No, thank you for putting this together, Ryan. I'm very curious. I am very curious to see where this goes. Hey, Lumpy.
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see like where the other hearings go as well.
Yeah, because I think this one has some technical aspects, but it'll be obviously he's the whistleblower and he's interesting, but his technical knowledge of the submarine does finish when he after that report he has no further involvement in the Titan sub. He's out of the company after that. They fire him for that. And so obviously seeing how the Titan sub changes and develops and becomes as dangerous as it did will be very interesting, I think.
Yeah. It's a spectacle. This is a spectacle, absolutely, but a very interesting spectacle.
I was doing some reading about K2. Sometimes the hubris of wealthy and, dare I say, ambitious people is extraordinary. Some of the early stories about the K2 expeditions are they're this level of fiasco.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I remember watching. This is going to last point. I remember watching. So I quite like the Coen Brothers film, and if you ever watch a film like Burn After Reading, or there are a lot of their films which are essentially farces, and for a long time I didn't really understand them because they were so absurd. Like Burn After Reading, particularly, is a very absurd film. Where people have enormous kind of misunderstandings, and those misunderstandings weed themselves into extraordinary misunderstandings and absurd situations. They are the most realistic films I've ever seen in my life now. They are so believable. They really are. They get it, you know. So I've not been The Big Lebowski is exactly the same. I think Burn After Reading is more of a farce, but The Big Lebowski is kind of like surreal and full of like weird vibes, and very character driven. Whereas Burn After Reading has a much bigger cast, and they're all misunderstanding each other. And you have George Clooney, who's really jumpy with his gun. And Burn After Reading's about Secret Service and spies who live in this town. And
George.
One of the central aspects of the book is one of the central aspects of the film is someone finds a book that John Malkovich has written, which is fictional, and assumes it's real spy material. and that kind of sets off like a series of events. But yeah, I'm gonna secret CIA agents. Yeah, but yeah, and obviously it's like absurdist in that the CIA agents are completely foolish and idiots and completely ignorant.
Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Burn After Reading has got one of the greatest endings of any film ever. It's great. J.K. Simmons is amazing.
I need to watch it. I need to watch it.
I was going to say I feel like you haven't watched it because you're being very quiet, but you should definitely watch it. Anyway, thank you everybody. Good night, and I will see you all soon. Goodbye.
Good night, Ryan. Thank you for hanging out. Okay, Ryan. Okay, Ryan has yeeted self. We're gonna keep going. I want to finish this, if only for completion's sake, so that way, when we learn more about Oceangate, we are working with, like, everything before this is, everything before what we're doing is, like, later is completed. And also his voice is lovely. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to be right back. We are going to stand up, stretch our legs, stretch our arms, get ourselves a sippy. I am going to get a munch as well. And we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Sound good? Good.
Hi, what, a Hoover?
All right. I have schnack and I have tea. What are some green teas I'd recommend? Ooh, that's a good question. Green tea is kind of a bitch to make. It's very easy for it to be bitter. And there are also a lot of different kinds of green tea. I would recommend seeing if you can find yourself a Maofeng. MAO space FENG. It's a Chinese green tea. Japanese green tea is very particular. Like, Japanese green tea, the preparation of it really reflects a lot of just anything Japanese, in that it needs to be very precisely done and is kind of fussy. The Japanese green tea is very fussy if you don't do it right. Helix Snake, not all teas need to be bitter, and a lot of green teas aren't. Like, tea is not... Bitterness is something that some teas are. It is not it is not a universal quality. I will say that the Gyokuro that I have that I really like from Sugimoto is not bitter. Sencha can be bitter. You also want to make sure you are steeping sencha not at boiling. If you are steeping green tea at boiling, you are doing it wrong. There are no exceptions. Green tea is fussy. There are some people who steep their sencha at room temperature. Some people. Some black teas. Yeah, I have some really nice black teas that aren't bitter that I got to try at a tea festival. What temp would I suggest for sencha? By default, 140 Fahrenheit. You do not steep it hot. 140 Fahrenheit is a really good starting place. So when you're steeping sencha, the way that I always like to steep my Japanese green teas, you obviously can adjust the amount that you do, but I steep it at 140. I have been steeping this Gyokuro at 170. Different teas will require different things. Experiment. For the first steep, 45 seconds. For the second steep, 30 seconds. For the third steep, minute and a half. And then the leaves are done. That's how you do Japanese sencha. That's how I do it. What's the most ridiculous or shameful thing you can bring me? My own videos. 45 seconds, then 30 seconds, then 90 seconds. That's what I'd recommend. Okay, let's continue this.
Everybody.
Hey guys, yeah.
Everybody that's on that, they knew. They knew my displeasure in the components. They knew my dissatisfaction. They knew. I mean, as I said, I wasn't allowed into, like, I got told this. I'm not allowed to go into the board meetings because we know you will open your mouth. You know, it was things like that. I'm not shy when it comes to safety. If I don't agree with it, as I said, put it down in writing, submit it, and, you know, everywhere else I've worked, it would be addressed. It would be addressed at the highest level. I mean, on occasions, it wouldn't even reach that level where it has to go at the highest level. It's something that the ops team would deal with in-house, and corrective actions were put in place, and operations manuals and standard procedures. Yeah, so I mean, in terms of reporting, I would report everything. My team, you know, as I said, it would get whittled down to next to nothing. We would report everything. Through me, I would submit that to senior management, and it was all held by them.
So what happened when you submitted this report to the senior management?
So when I submitted the report to senior management, I got a message to say that there was a meeting in the boardroom at Everett at the facility, and yeah, that meeting turned out to be a 2-hour, 10-minute discussion on my termination and how my disagreements with the organisation with regards to safety didn't matter.
And who was involved in this meeting?
So at the meeting, there was Scott Griffiths, who ended up being quality manager for Titan, the Stockton Rush CEO, Tony Nissen, Bonnie Carroll, and myself.
And throughout the meeting, did they ask you for why you had these concerns?
Most of the talking, I mean, as I said, I hope this entire recording becomes public knowledge and it's allowed to be played. It would be very beneficial in everybody hearing the disregard for safety and disregard for advice. But I mean, during this, they highlighted so many things.
There's something that I hadn't really considered. He is incriminating more than Stockton Rush at this point. He's also incriminating the other people who are disregarding safety. It's not like it was just Stockton. He wants, why does he want this to go public? So that people know about Oceangate, but there are still people with a disregard for safety who are out there. People who are alive and likely will not be leaving the space.
The viewport, basically the quote on it during the dismissal. As I said, you've all got copies of this and you've all heard it. Stockton, and I will quote, "I will tell you what the acrylic is according to Will. He says the acrylic won't work at all." Why did he say that? Because he wants to sell us another one. He had more acrylic and he said, why don't you buy one like this? Because that will make it to 4,000 meters.
Mr. Lockridge.
It's probably going to upset a few people. But I will quote, "It doesn't just implode, it screams like a mother before it implodes." Now, for the CEO to say that in front of other people, right, regarding that carbon fibre, I'm putting that on the record, and I know you've all heard it. It's disgusting, it's appalling, total disregard for safety, not even just for himself, but for everybody else. Didn't care. Engineering department, they didn't care. So during that meeting, myself and Bonnie, for the first time, we discovered, because I mean, I had been pushing for the PVHO paperwork and pressure test information for the viewport. And it was constantly refused, as you'll hear on this voice recording, which I hope Oceangate's attorneys do get a hold of as well, because it's certainly eye-opening. The viewport manufacturer states that the viewport is only good for about 1,000 meters. I'll take everything with a pinch of salt in terms of what the media are saying. There's been reports that he is now saying it was only good to 650 meters. I don't understand why it was ever produced. I mean, it's somebody that's going along the lines of PVHO, but I'm sure that'll all come out, the understanding behind that. With regards to the hull, the Tony and Stockton kept reiterating about the acoustic monitoring system, how that will basically give them the status of the hull. It will give them baselines on what is going on in the hull, which I completely disagreed with. All it's going to do is actually give you indication when you've got another strand breaking within the component itself. I voiced my displeasure during that meeting about the lack of NDT, the discussion about getting it classed. All that came up.
If Oceangate tried to they're not going to try to assassinate this guy. And if they did try to assassinate this guy, it would be like a gun made out of PVC pipe and thumbtacks. No, he's safe.
And myself and Bonnie were completely dismissed.
Glass
that way,
gun.
with everything I'd raised in the report, they had an excuse, they had an answer, and not one of them gave me any confidence, not one of them. From cathodic protection to nothing. It was a disgrace.
Going into that meeting, were you confident that they would accept your concerns?
It'd have been naive of me not to think he was going to do something to me for doing this. I mean, I knew how Stockton would fly off the handle. Even prior to my dismissal in this 2-hour, 10-minute termination interview, the contractors that were working for me, Tim Catterson and Chris Imes, voiced their concerns. You heard Tim yesterday state to you that he would never get in that sub. Chris told him he would never get in that sub. Now, Tim's probably got 30, 40 years of experience in subs. Chris Imes ran Delta submarines for 20 plus years. You know, at one point he'd probably done more dives than anybody else in the industry. They refused to dive the sub. They voiced their concerns. It wasn't just me. Other people did, and they were dismissed. They were dismissed by Tony. They were dismissed by the CEO. They were dismissed by the CEO, which make a mockery of this HSE statement that, you know, working in a safe environment where everything is reportable to senior management.
Did you make concerns to Mr. Rush about operating the submersible and moving forward in the upcoming testing?
Absolutely. So the main thing with the integrity of the hull, jumping on before we go on to the diving, the whole thing with it being classed, the submersible was meant to be classed. Part of that classification process is to do unmanned pressure testing of not only the viewport, which should be designed, you know, under the PVHO guidelines, but the hull itself, you know, taking it to 1 1/4 its max operating depth, pressurising that. There's cycles that you use in these pressure pots. And that's the thing, Stockton had been in communication with, I know this is the first hull, but he'd been in communication with the test facility. And then they decided that they were going to charge too much money, so that's why he decided not to do it at that time. All those concerns were highlighted by myself. It has to be done properly. I would never have gotten that thing. I will be completely hands up from the get-go. Tony Nissen.
How dare you call this September? I can't believe that I didn't think of it. We are in September. Silence, +2.
Engineering director gave me zero confidence in a product that I personally was supposed to be the chief pilot for or have under my care as a director of marine operations. Hands down, I would never go in that thing. And I wouldn't have. I really wouldn't have. And I wouldn't have encouraged anybody to go in it. And I think that's why I was quite vocal on the shop floor. Anytime any of my trainees were involved in anything, you know, whether they were asked to go and help the engineering team to go and help put a component on it, I would voice my concerns to every single one of them. And as I said, they all whittled out. Nobody wanted to do it. Nobody.
So with regards to the Deep Ocean Test Facility, had they gone to would a test at the Deep Ocean Test Facility give the hull...
Wait. Look. I know that Stockton Rush wanted to see the Titanic. I know that that was probably a significant part of his motivation for actually driving the thing. But I just had a thought. What if one of the reasons he was the one driving the sub was because nobody else would do it? What if he was the last person willing to do it? I don't know that's true. But yeah, everyone else had left.
A little validity in your eyes?
Or been fired.
Not validity, but there was so many imperfections in that first hull. As I said, and I'll reiterate and go back to seeing the external of the hull before they even, before they applied this truck bed liner on the top. So many holes in it. That thing was not going to pass. If they'd have taken that over pressure, it would have failed. It would have, hands down, I could put money on it. It was a mess.
What did they say it was rated to?
4,000 meters.
And was that based upon a test or a previous test or a testing procedure?
That was based on Tony Nissen's calculations. Engineering Department, Oceangate.
Prior to your termination, were you consulted on the future test procedures and policies for the Titan?
So I gave them advisories. Stockton was insistent that he wanted to go in it for manned testing when they were taking the...
Was this based on any information? It was based.
The Titan to the Bahamas. I obviously voiced my displeasure. You'll have heard my comment in there saying, you know, about the accident investigation teams will get involved.
Can you summarize what you stated?
Yeah, basically, the only way to get him to see any sense, I knew that hull would fail. As I said, it was an absolute mess. I suggested to them, look, why don't you, if you've decided that you're not going to go ahead and take it to the pressure chamber and get it overpressurized, put it on a line, take it down, bring it back up again, but put your strain gauges on it. You know, all this acoustic monitoring that they were talking about. Put all that on the sub, take it down unmanned, keep doing multiple tests and bring it up. As I said, it was the only way. If I'd have said from the outset, I don't know. I mean, in hindsight, I knew he would have let me go. I knew he was going to let me go for the way I was being anti-project at that point. So whatever I suggest.
There's something kind of bothering me. Carbon fiber had never been used for a submersible of this kind because it's quite poor for the purpose. It is not ideal. It is cheap, relative to other materials and the sort of processing that it would require, but it's not ideal for the purpose. So they're some of the first people doing it, not because it had never occurred to anyone, I'm sure, but because they were the first people cheap enough to do it. If you're going to test something like this, why... If you're the first person to do something like this, you are going to have to do a lot of testing. And at that point, the point of doing it is defeated if you don't have, like, the money to do the testing for it, right? Like, they want to do this for the first time. What I am hearing, everything that I am hearing, is that these people wanted to do this for the first time, but they didn't want to do the testing to figure out how it works. They just wanted to assume that it would work. It does have some, you're right, its lightness is an advantage, but it's still not ideal.
It wasn't taken on board. None of it was taken on board. I'll let you that.
So man testing isn't a type of testing in the industry?
The hull would have to be pressure tested first to
That's
ensure
horrifying,
the concept and the build of the submersible. Nobody's going to put anybody inside a submersible and take it down to depth without doing proper testing. Triton submarines, I know Patrick's coming along next week. He'll tell you how it's done. They send the hulls off for pressure testing prior to building the components up and shipping them out to their clients.
So just to confirm, for the first Titan hull, the
Yep.
testing plan was to do manned testing.
That's what Stockton wanted. After he changed his mind about getting
what?
it classed, which
Wait,
would
what?
provide oversight on the
what?
testing procedure itself.
Wait, what? What? Why manned? Wait, back up. Why? Wait, why? Smiley face. But why? What? Why? What? I'm gonna scream. What? You don't even need to, like, you can just dip it down there. Put weights on it. Because funny.
After he changed his mind about getting it classed, which would provide oversight on the testing procedure itself. That's the thing. They came away from class, and doing that, the whole project just went in a completely different tangent. There was no safeguards put in place. There was none of them knew what was going to happen. You'll hear that in the voice recording as well. You know, I state, you have no baseline for...
I look like I'm taking bites out of mochi. Nom, nom. That's another benefit of mochi. Portable food source. Calories. Yep.
That
Yum,
vehicle.
yum, yum.
You don't know what's going on with it. And dismissed. As usual, dismissed constantly.
Did he understand?
Oh my god. This is the Grover House of submarines. Like, all the way down to, yeah, the walls are bowing in, but that's okay. Literally. Load-bearing carbon fiber. The Grover sub. Bowing in. It's the Grover sub. Yeah, at least you could live in the Grover house. You definitely can't live in the Titan. No one's living in that.
The risks, do you believe that he understood the risks for man test diving?
Like, I think without actually saying anything, people know my opinion on Rush. His decisions, this was an ego boost for him. To go and do that manned and then follow it up with, and I know the individual's coming next week, Carol Stanley in it, who will describe that testing done in the Bahamas. I think hearing it from them firsthand, because I was away, the desire to do it manned, nobody's going to be affected. That's what he kept saying.
You're bowing to die.
If you put somebody in an unpressure tested, uncertified vehicle and take it down and there's an incident, you know yourself, the accident investigation team would be down on everybody. And it would be harmful not only to the families of the individuals that go in the sub, which he ended up doing, but it just affect the rest of the industry itself. You know, fortunately, everybody else follows the guidelines classification. They listen to experience and they talk amongst themselves with all these task groups. PVHO get involved, ABS, Lloyds, GL, everything's done properly. Stockton went off on a tangent. The engineering department went off on a tangent. What for? To prove a point.
So after voicing your concerns over many months, and then through your report, your inspection report, and then following your 2-hour and 10-minute meeting.
That's correct.
What happened the next day?
You could make a movie out of this hearing. You guys are... Who else here has seen 12 Angry Men? 12 Angry Men is an incredibly good movie. You could... Like, something like that, where it's just them talking about the incident at a hearing. Right? This could be really good. Sometimes just hearing about something makes really good horror. Or just a really good story, right? It's another method. Yeah, it would kind of be a courtroom drama. But I think, like, the difference would be that, like, the tension wouldn't come from, oh, are they going to be declared guilty or innocent? Right? Or are they going to be declared not guilty? No. Everyone would know the circumstance from the outset. One angry Scott.
So I was told that day that's
Could be
us,
memento
we're
style,
finished,
yeah.
as you'll hear on the recording. So I was terminated. And then the chief operating officer, who I still don't understand why the individual running the organisation was not present in the meeting. He was actually in the building at the time. I don't understand why Neil wasn't there. To this day, I just don't understand. Was he told not to? I don't know. I'd love to know why. I was dismissed. I was emailed no more correspondence, and I was emailed this letter saying that Stockton and I were at an impasse. So basically, we didn't agree on the way the organisation was going with how I think and know how it should have been done properly. I'm not saying I know everything about engineering. I'm not a degree qualified engineer. I've worked as an engineering technician. I've worked on mechanical systems, diving systems. I've been doing it a very long time. I was signed up to join the Navy in the late 80s. Even when I worked in the manufacturing industry, you develop, I would say, common sense. So you know what's right and you know what's wrong. And if you're questioning something before you put yourself at risk, go to others and get a second opinion.
See, Trash Chick, I love his voice. His accent, I think his accent adds to this. But I'm an American. I'm a dirty American. So
they didn't follow that path, which is okay. So, with regards to the communications with OSHA, the timeline. So, for the record, I was under the whistleblower protection scheme for 10 months, trying to stop Oceangate from doing what they did. And I'm just going to read through everything in terms of notes and communications with OSHA. Okay, so and I can give you a copy of this. This is OSHA paperwork that was sent to myself and to Oceangate's attorneys. It's basically the case activity worksheet. This is just to let Oceangate know that the OSHA were putting me under the whistleblower protection scheme because of the Seamen's Protection Act. So on the allegation summary, which came from OSHA, and that was issued by Paul McDevitt, on or about January 23rd, 2018, Mr. Lockridge was discharged in retaliation for raising safety concerns about the development and testing of a submersible marine vessel. So that's just to put on record.
And Silent Bob, welcome in, both of you.
Under their care at that point. This is after I'd done my intake interview for the whistleblower protection scheme. So, jumping on, I do the intake interview. I give them everything. I gave them the safety report. I gave them photos. I gave them as much information as I possibly could. The next instance, where is it? Do apologise. I'm just going to have a look through this. Okay, so the next instance after the Coast Guard are informed of my complaint, because OSHA took it seriously, that was on February 23rd, and I've got the correspondence for that.
It's so slow.
The next
or maybe
thing
they
is
didn't have the power.
Bonnie quits, citing my safety concerns and hers, and I informed OSHA of that. Just to let, for the record, and this is all on email, just an update, and this is me emailing OSHA. Just an update to let you know that Oceangate Director of HR and Finance, Bonnie Carroll, has left her position due to the same safety concerns as issued in my report, and also the unlawful termination of myself. Bonnie has said she would be more than happy discussing with you or your team all her concerns for health and safety to support my case. I also have the support of 3 very high-profile industry experts who, albeit have not seen my report, but they would be more than willing to discuss their concerns for the safety of crew and passengers, and how what is going on at Oceangate will infect the entire industry. So that was dated February the 28th.
This hearing is now back in session. Over the break, Mr. Lockridge, we found the National Transportation Safety Board transcript of the recorded meeting that you had with Mr. Rush on January 19th, 2018. We're going to enter that transcript as an exhibit And then but we're in the process of doing that.
Thank you.
So why don't we continue with the line of questioning we were on about when we stopped. And then as we progress, if later in your testimony you'd like to refer back to that meeting, we will now be able to do that.
Understood, thank you.
Yes, sir.
March the 16th, 2018, we were basically sent by Oceangate a settlement and release agreement that was sent to myself and my wife Carol, and a copy was sent to OSHA. During that, they wanted me to pay approximately $10,000 because they had to get legal involved to correspond with OSHA, and in that, if I agreed to pay this $10,000, which I certainly was never going to do, then what they state was if I paid it, they wouldn't contact previous employers, previous spouses, cause me fraud, immigration, basically everything that's out there, public knowledge.
They threatened him. They said, "You pay $10,000 to us, or we fuck your life." Yeah, they're saying, look, it's gonna cost us $10,000 to deal with OSHA, so pay up. What this tells me, right, like, if a company is demanding money from a previous employee like this, like, they're out of money. Contacting previous spouses is one hell of a thing. Yeah, they threatened to discredit him, yeah. They threatened to... They threatened, yeah, to just discredit him and, like, basically destroy his reputation. That's what they were threatening to do. But what makes it worse is that this was blackmail. They were saying, pay us $10,000 or else we're going to do this. That is just blackmail.
So we declined. I spoke to OSHA about it. I sent everything to OSHA. It was important that they had all correspondence of the document.
The people who did that are still alive.
And OSHA's response to this on March the 16th from my caseworker, Paul McDevitt, Mr. Lockridge, and I will reference the email.
Yes, sir, we
have the email.
Mr. Lockridge, this happened in another one of my cases. This is called a SLAP lawsuit. Read more about it here by clicking this link.
So
the state of Washington has an
a SLAP suit, for those who don't know, is a lawsuit that is filed knowing that it is very unlikely, if not impossible, to win in court, but is done to threaten a person, not because they could win, but because it would cost a lot of money to litigate. It's a legal intimidation tactic. And there are now laws, these SLAP lawsuits. These SLAP lawsuits became so prevalent in the United States, they became so ubiquitous, this abuse of the legal system became so common, that states began to put laws on the books to punish people who filed these suits. And in some cases, people are barred from using the legal system if they are bad enough.
SLAP suit law, but in 2015 it was ruled unconstitutional by the Washington State Supreme Court. You might want to consult an attorney. I will ask our lawyers about this as well.
Yeah, that is important to note. Anti-SLAP laws are only on the state level. That's why he said that the state he was in had an anti-SLAP suit. But they're correct, there is no federal anti-SLAP law yet.
Well, I think Oceangate may be using this to pressure you into settling your OSHA complaint. The lawyer representing Oceangate specifically asked me if you were interested in alternate dispute resolution. I know this must be distressing, especially as you're going through the pain of losing your father. Try not to think about this until you get back to the US. I will let you know if I hear any more from Oceangate's attorney or OSHA's lawyers. Never once got any correspondence from OSHA's lawyers. At that point, I spoke to Paul on the phone and I said, absolutely no way I want to proceed with this OSHA claim. It's public safety. So from there...
Sir?
Yes, sir.
Before we progress,
of course,
I'd like to understand the basis for Oceangate's countersuit against you. What was the allegation that you had done?
So the lawsuit was further down the line. This was, they wanted me, it was basically a settlement agreement. They wanted me to walk away by issuing all these threats against me. It wasn't, at that point, it wasn't a lawsuit. They threatened in this that they would proceed with legal, sorry, is that me? That they would basically sue my wife and I if I didn't pay this, so I refused.
His wife and him.
Understand, sir. Thank you for that clarification. But
Yes.
what was their basis? What was the allegation that you...
What fuckers? Yeah, we're gonna sue you, and in case just suing you wasn't enough, we're coming after your wife too. That pretty little wife of yours. We're coming for her too. So you better walk away. No, Stockton Rush. 5 deaths, 4 tragedies. Aboard the Titan submersible, 5 deaths, 4 tragedies. Fuck Stockton Rush.
You had violated.
So they stated that my whistleblower claim...
It is ironic that they threatened this man's wife, and now Stockton's wife is a widow.
Under the Seamen's Protection Act was not valid.
Captain
Because you would
Crunch,
release
fuck
proprietary
off!
information?
Fuck off! +2, fuck off.
Was that the allegation?
Potentially. I don't know. From a legal point of view, I'm not an attorney.
Too soon,
but
+2.
There's no way I was walking away from this. The OSHA had already done my intake interview for Whistleblower Protection Scheme. Whistleblower Protection Scheme protects people that are in employment and have been laid off because of safety issues. I was under their protection at this point.
Did you ever release any information to any other agencies or any other media beyond OSHA?
Media, no. And other agencies, no.
So the only entity you had released any records to was OSHA?
Correct.
Thank you. Please proceed, sir.
No problem. So I refused to pay this. I spoke to my caseworker when we got back, and then I received the email correspondence on March the 19th from my caseworker, Mr. Lockridge. I would like to discuss the possibility of amending your complaint after you return to the US. There is no rush to amend it, and I don't want to make matters worse for you. Give me a call later in the week and we can discuss. I did call him later in the week. I didn't understand why OSHA are asking me to change my complaint. I already submitted the complaint. They were happy with the complaint. They took all my points about the potential risk of the submersible actually coming into action. They took me seriously, as did Labour and Industries when I was first terminated from my project. So that didn't make sense to me. I reply on April 22nd as well, an email confirmation. Afternoon, Paul. As you can imagine, it's been a very stressful time for my wife and I over the last 5 weeks since receiving the threatening 41-page letter from Oceangate's attorneys. Yeah.
These attorneys...
And I say, I mean, it's a big long...
These attorneys are evil too, right? These attorneys are still out there.
Email. I'm truly at a loss and wondered if OSHA had any guidance that they could give and what sort of support is available. Basically, I was looking for advice.
Bit of a cliche, yeah.
was wrongfully under the assumption that I was going to be protected, which had been told to me initially when I spoke to them, by disclosing all this information so that they could actively investigate Oceangate.
So, I remember there was something I heard about working, and I promise this loops back around. I remember hearing something interesting about being a public servant in Russia. In Russia, people who do not take bribes do not last long. The reason being, everyone in Russia, like in a position of power in Russia, is already corrupt. So, if you refuse bribes, that means that if everyone else goes... If a department is completely corrupt, then you must also be corrupt or you will be ejected, because in order for everyone else to be safe, you have to have something to lose too. If it's almost like a ritual. You are dangerous if you are not also in the same danger as everyone else. It's not even that comphoot. It's not even, hey, we've got a good thing going. It's that if you can't be bribed like everyone else, if you're the only person not taking bribes, then you are a threat. Because if you start reporting that everyone is taking bribes, well, you're safe and everyone else is in trouble. And that means that the other people in the department, need to make sure that it is not safe for you unless you are in the same jeopardy as them. And that way you will not report on them.
And to be threatened with the immigration, the fraud, all that sort of stuff, The
point is, I think that this might be what's going on with Oceangate. Right? The only people who are left are completely corrupted. And if you're not, you gotta get kicked out.
It just didn't make sense to me at the time. As I say, I'm no attorney, but anyway. 23rd.
Also, wait a minute. With what money would Oceangate sue this guy? They're already in the hole.
April. Mr. Lockridge, I can well imagine the stress you've been under. I'm glad you've retained an attorney. I had to get an attorney because OSHA weren't helping me. This was another one which was totally out of the blue.
The hole. Oh my God.
My caseworker
Stop.
knew that I wasn't walking away from this. Okay, this is the OSHA caseworker. Please let me know if you want to take advantage of OSHA's alternative dispute resolution. It's an ADR process. I would think this would be the quickest way to resolve this dispute with Oceangate. Now that you are represented by an attorney, you are on an equal footing with Oceangate. Talk to your attorney, and if he is in agreement, please send in the ADR form, and I will contact Oceangate's attorney to get the process going.
Wait, but there was no... I'm confused.
What do I say to that? I mean, I don't want to do an ADR. I made it clear I was no interest in doing an ADR. No interest in agreeing to this settlement and release contract that they sent through.
Instead of seeing this as a safety violation, OSHA wanted to see this as a dispute between an employee and a former employer. Or that's what they thought it was. Does OSHA not know what to do with safety reports? Like... What? No, like, this dude, I thought it was pretty clear that this dude had no interest in, like, suing them. He was just going to OSHA and being like, guys, you need to step in, they're going to kill someone. And OSHA doesn't know what to do with this. Are we fucked, you guys?
I wanted to stop this. So we continued on.
Sir,
As I said, it was...
I have a question, though.
Yes, sir.
You, in the last email, you had mentioned an alternate, revising your complaint.
Yeah.
Did that come up again?
No, it didn't make sense.
I think that I actually have learned something today. I have learned something that I'm going to use in my day-to-day life, and it is this. I am never riding on an elevator again.
I told them no. That's the thing. When I spoke to Paul, and I said, absolutely no way, we need to go ahead with this. Okay. Even at that point, I felt like there was no urgency on their behalf in getting this stopped. And at this point, the sub was already down at the harbour and going through trials in international waters with a vehicle that's not classed. So, and that, sorry.
And where were those tests occurring?
Everett. In Everett, in Seattle, Washington.
And when you say international waters, do you mean offshore?
No, sorry, they were done in US territorial waters. Correction. I do apologise for that.
Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah. And as I said, I was under whistleblower protection, start of February. This is July the 10th. My condolences to you and your wife. I will investigate your complaint as quickly as I can. Please note that at this time, I have 11 cases that are older than yours. I will be in contact with you as needed. Thank you for your patience. So at this point, I'm paying for attorneys. I've got Oceangate suing me, and I've got OSHA. I've got 11 cases ahead of them. I spoke to Paul on the phone, and obviously my displeasure at where we were at. We discussed the whole whistleblower protection scheme, how I'm meant to be protected. I asked about OSHA's lawyers again and again. You know, what can you do for me? I was told initially that they would provide legal representation in the event of any form of retaliation, which it also states under the SPA, Seamen's Protection Act. It never happened. So it was all on me. So went on and on. I'm being sued at this point.
It is so funny to hear someone from, well, I guess not technically Europe anymore, but, you know, Europe, come to America and be incredulous at having to face the American, like, government and legal systems. Yeah, the European continent. Yeah. The EU is the European Union. But yes. It is so funny listening to this man realize, like, come to America and realize, wait, what do you mean that OSHA isn't helping me? Like, wait, what do you mean that they can sue me like this? Like, he seems incredulous. And it's... his naivete is kind of cute. I find it charming.
And
to be clear, by the way, what he is talking about all happened before Stockton Rush became Captain Crunch.
We decided to change attorneys. We had to go with a bigger firm. And that was in July 25th, after OSHA stated that they've got 11 cases ahead of us. And then at that point, with our new attorney, we decided the right thing to do. Since OSHA were dragging their heels and doing nothing, we decided to countersue Oceangate. But rather than what Oceangate did is they decided to sue us in civil court, which remains behind closed doors. And we decided to do it in federal court so that it would become public knowledge and the public have complete information from the get-go of that case. So we countersued them on August 15th, 2018. OSHA throughout were notified of everything. I constantly updated them on everything that was happening legally with Oceangate, their behaviour towards us, threatening.
Mr. Lockridge, when you talked to OSHA,
yeah,
were you talking to their legal before you did that
no,
action?
They never once did I speak to OSHA legal. I had a caseworker that I had to go through. On some of the emails, you see that it also was passed on to so this Paul McDevitt, my caseworker, he had a supervisor. Even when I spoke to him on the phone, he said, I'll resort to my supervisor. And then there was the other individual, was Tobias Kramer. I think he was the assistant regional something for OSHA. So they all knew what was happening.
But you never had email contact with an attorney either?
With
OSHA?
OSHA's attorneys? No.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
No. August 2018. 8 months after my termination from OSHA. Okay, oh, here we go. August 29th. Good morning, Paul. Just a quick mail to see what, if any, progress has been made in my claim. You mentioned several months ago about sending a second letter to Oceangate highlighting a second act of retaliation by them against me. I understand the manufacturer of the insufficient viewport that is installed in the submersible Titan is extremely concerned. As previously mentioned, the viewport was designed in-house at Oceangate, and the manufacturer would only build and certify their design to 1,000 metres. Oceangate plan on taking the submersible to 4,000 metres with passengers who are unaware of this. The viewport manufacturer expressed his concerns and said he could design and build a viewport to the desired depth of 4,000 metres, but Oceangate refused. Over and above this issue, which was highlighted at my unlawful termination, there is still the issue of all the other safety points that are critical to paying public and Oceangate's crew safety. So even 8 months after, I'm still reiterating to OSHA, and have it in email, that this is serious. His reply on August 29th. David, I have not started actively investigating your complaint. I still have several other older complaints that I'm trying to finish up. I will get started on yours in the near future. When I do, I will be in touch. Now, I don't need to spell it out how upsetting that was for myself, my family. I'm being sued. The one organisation that can actually step up and do something to stop this, to actively carry out an investigation that could go down to the facility, which I suggested several times to them. OSHA that I was dealing with were based in Seattle. Oceangate were based in Seattle. They were just up the road. Not once during all of this did they actually go down, pay a visit, talk to them, nothing. And the fact that I was told that a second act of retaliation against myself would be, that would also, how would I say, OSHA would step up and basically raise these concerns with Oceangate, and it wouldn't be good for Oceangate. Never happened. Never happened. Okay, between August and November 2018, obviously this is information between my old attorney, we do not employ them anymore, and Oceangate's previous attorney. We were served discovery, they were served discovery. There was a lot of documentation going backwards and forwards. That's all in legal. I have none of that here, but I can provide it if you need it. So lots of phone calls, seeing where they were at. They didn't do anything to help us. My confidence was gone in, can I loosely say, the authorities, because OSHA are the ones that are meant to...
Wait, hold on. I see I see that people are talking about something in chat. Sir Crow, is Sir Crow's summation of events accurate? Okay, I'm gonna read it. They took over a bunch of libertarians took over a small town as a project to make some libertarian utopia. They refused to do any sort of stuff to actually help the town, would leave their trash outside, and actively fed bears when told not to. It caused the entire state to have a massive bear overpopulation problem that drove them out of the town they took over. It's a book titled A Libertarian Walks Into a Bear. I have never heard of this. I have never heard of this in all my years. I can lick. No, well, we're not going to look at it on this stream. We're 6 hours in. Famous 3-hour streamer on his 6th hour. 7th hour now. Spaghetti bear. This is in... What? Most communes result in lazy freaks that can't pick up after each other. Yeah. I remember there was something like that in my college town that I almost like joined. I was like, okay, this looks decent. Like the rent's okay. It's like a bunch of communal shit. Ended up not doing it though. I wanted something a little more normal. Okay, yeah, no, this is insane. I'm gonna look into this.
OSHA were dealing with this. You know, they were my point of contact.
Hypothetically, what if I did it down the rabbit hole on this? on Oceangate, just in general. Because I feel like this would be up my alley, like a proper down the rabbit hole on this. I feel like it would actually be a pretty good video. Like I could do it.
And did nothing. Okay, so...
Eventually.
Jumping on November.
I want to wait. I want to wait until, like, you know, everything is done and dusted. Might be vulnerable to slap. They're going to sue me with what money? What, did they find $5 in the pocket of Stockton Rush at the bottom of the ocean?
November to November now. Just shows you how long this went on. And as you can imagine,
they were shaking down one of their dudes for $10,000 and trying to blackmail him. You think they have money for anything? Some of their lawyers still have money, and they would be implicated. I mean, I'm just gonna talk about what everyone else has already talked about. Like, I use, for most of my videos, I use secondhand sources. The last couple of videos have been, like, some of the only exceptions. Ender, I mean, like, there have been tons of videos on Wings, tons of videos on DSP when I made those videos. I think that a lot of the videos about Oceangate are very scattered right now. Like, everyone is just covering a little piece of it. I'd want to be more comprehensive. That's why I wait for things to be done.
Lawsuit is no easy thing, especially when you're being threatened with theft, fraud. So anyway, my attorney...
yeah, but Vex, no English,
attorney,
like...
They agreed, we kept my way from...
Yeah, Vex, I mean, yes... I mean, the Austrian wine poisoning was big, but there were very few English language sources about it. The only other person who's made a video about it is, like, what? I forget what channel it is, but I remember he pronounced Auslese as Auslese. And that was after my video, I think. Like, this would be covered a lot more in Western media.
I had decided, this is, I'm not going to say pointless.
Will have been.
But it was going nowhere.
But there's your problem. Yeah,
but there's
your problem.
Covered for us, and obviously financially. And it's difficult. So Carol and I decided to walk away from it all. And so we decided to walk away from the lawsuits and informed OSHA this, as they hadn't started working on my case, and genuinely, it was too much for us as a family. It really was. So November 24th, OSHA sent a settlement and release agreement between myself and Oceangate, and it literally was a walk away, which I've got here. It was a walk away. There was no financials. I never paid a penny to Oceangate. I would state that clearly. I gave them nothing. They gave me nothing. I stated that I'm dropping the OSHA case. OSHA weren't doing anything. I decided I wasn't going to put myself or my family through any more of this. So we decided to walk away. Oceangate were happy with that. They obviously had a lot more money in the bank than we did. So at that point in November, we signed a declaration with Oceangate and settlement and release with Oceangate and with OSHA. OSHA get a signed addendum back from Oceangate. So we Scarlett and I signed this in November 28th, 2018. OSHA get OSHA had to chase up Oceangate's attorney to get the signed copy from Stockton to say that he was happy with it all. And they received that on December the 12th. On December the 13th, 10 months and a week after I was placed under the Whistleblower Protection Scheme, OSHA confirmed the case is now closed, and Oceangate covets and agrees it has not contacted Vulcan Maritime or any representative thereof or any representative of MY Octopus or any of Paul Allen Company regarding any non-disclosure agreements between David Lockridge and Vulcan. Oceangate covets and agrees that it will not in the future contact Vulcan Maritime or any representative thereof. And
what I'm hearing from this is he was worried. He put in a complaint to the relevant authorities. The relevant authorities weren't interested, and Oceangate bullied him into retracting the complaint. Wow, that's depressing. Yeah, OSHA just didn't care. I wonder if OSHA were the right people to approach about this. I mean, I imagine he knows the proper places to go with things like this, but it sounds like he was doing what the system wanted him to. Like, that's how the system was set up. I'll put it this way. The blood is not on his hands. I cannot blame him for any of this. Yeah, it's a feature. I agree. It's a feature that he can get bullied into retracting his complaint. I think that it has been left in purposefully.
Or any representative of MY Octopus or any Paul.
If I had to guess, OSHA is probably a victim of the governmental tactic of starving the beast. The idea being that if you cannot reduce the funding of certain places, then the way you do it is by just stopping the inflow of money. Right, like that's been a tactic from small government types for a long time. Just push through legislation that reduces income for the state, and then the state's going to have to make budget cuts somewhere.
Any of Paul Allen Company regarding any non-disclosure agreements between David Lockridge and Vulcan. Oceangate covets and agrees that it has not contacted nor will contact US immigration authorities with any information related to Lockridge visa applications. Nor will...
Yeah, could we fund the IRS? Please? Aren't there statistics that, like, the IRS makes a ton, like, the government makes way more money, like right now especially, based on how little we're funding them. Like, we get a huge return on investment for the IRS. Like, massive return. Like, what is it? Like, we get 10 times, like, the government gets 10 times back on what they invest in the IRS. Like, it's absurd. Every dollar, it's 3. Okay, so maybe it's not so insane as 10, but makes a difference. They're working on a direct tax file system soon. God fucking bless. Please. Like, I don't want the government taking my money. I want them to take my money and do things with it. Please. Just please. Like, please.
Oceangate contact any potential creditors of Lockridge, including ex-spouses or previous employers, with information on his current and past earnings and financial status. Oceangate specifically agrees that it will not make any statements or take any other actions accusing David Lockridge of theft of Oceangate property. Each party agrees and covenants to the other that he or it will not make any statements or take any other actions to disparage, defame, or compromise the reputation of the other party in any forum. Lockridge covenant and agree that neither has disclosed and will not in the future disclose, nor will they permit their attorney to disclose, any information about Oceangate, whether or not such information is confidential in nature or a trade secret, to any third party unless legally required to do so, e.g., pursuant to a lawful subpoena. Save only that Lockridge may disclose the dates of employment and his position at Oceangate to potential employers only. Lockridge represent, warrant and covenant that neither of them has any copies, whether in paper, electronic or other form, of any confidential information of Oceangate, including without limitation any copies of David Lockridge's Cyclops 2 Quality Inspection Report, dated January 18, 2018,
God,
or
it's so
any drafts
transparent.
thereof, save only the redacted copy provided by Oceangate to OSHA in its responsive letter dated March 15, 2018, and the documentary information disclosed by Oceangate in the litigation pursuant to the laydown rules of the Rules of Civil Procedure, documentary laydown.
There's something that's been nagging at me. So, theoretically, the reason that you have these submersibles safety tested, I understand people's frustration with all of the different safety things that they have to go through. But theoretically, you really don't want the thing to implode. Right? Like, I feel like the business and the people taking the rides are
We built it
united
wrong
in that
on
desire.
purpose, as a joke.
Thank you for the 6 months, D-luckiest. But like, independent of any classification that they need, independent of any of the legal proceedings, independent of like trying to meet certain guidelines and rules and laws, independent of all of that, if you are in charge of Oceangate, if you are going to be writing in it, don't you want it to not implode? Like, the reason that all of this is in place is because you don't want it to implode. Like, even if you're not riding in it, Oceangate is dead. No one's gonna ride aboard an Oceangate submersible now that it's pulped 5 people. Independent of all of this, if there was no government and you were just making a submersible that could go down to the Titanic, don't you want it to not implode? I feel like that physical reality still exists. Like, you can talk about paperwork and proceedings and all of this other bullshit, but at the end of the day, that's all just bullshit. What matters is that the tube's going in the water, and the tube either goes squish or doesn't go squish. Like, if I lived out on an island, and I was making a submersible, and I was beholden to no government or company or anything. I wouldn't want my submersible to go squish. I guess just like, how lost in the sauce were these people? Yeah, no, Ender, I think you're right. I think that these people are just really lost in the sauce. Like, they're so caught up in meeting standards and like making a return that everyone forgot that they're just making a big tube. We're making a tube. It's... I guess these people are so desperately divorced from reality.
Lockridge covenant that within 3 days of dismissal of this litigation, they will destroy and instruct their counsel to destroy all copies of the documentary.
Faux Rothko, I appreciate the attempt to you know, simulate the crushing, but it imploded, not exploded.
Down by Oceangate. David Lockridge covets
Wrong
that
direction.
the declaration attached hereto and dated November 9th, 2018, constitutes, to the best of his memory, the entirety of his communications from and after January 1st, 2017, with persons relating to the safety issues
There you
concerning
go.
Cyclops.
There you go. There you go. The cringe.
2, Titan, and the technology upon which it's based, accepting only communications with officers and employees of Oceangate and privileged communications with attorneys for the purpose of resolving this matter. David Lockridge specifically covets that other than the communications listed in the attached declaration, he never instigated or had any involvement with the communications questioning Oceangate's testing policies and procedures for Cyclops 2 Titan, or the business plans of Oceangate. The parties agree that damages in the event of a breach of this obligation or representation in paragraph 3 and 4 of this agreement are difficult to estimate and would be difficult to prove. As liquidated damages and not as a penalty, therefore, the parties agree that any violation of paragraphs 3 or 4 hereof shall result in an award of liquidated damages in the amount of $10,000 per occurrence.
Sir, I'd like to just
Sure.
stop you there for
It's quite a
minute.
document.
After signing that,
Yeah.
was it your understanding that you could not approach the Coast Guard or another agency with safety concerns about the Cyclops 2 or Titan?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you were subpoenaed to provide information?
Yeah. That's why gladly people want to know anything, subpoena me.
Were you aware of the
God,
second
that's
hull
dark.
doing operations off of Canada?
Yeah.
I mean, for all three of those sessions or years? From 21, 22, and 23?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Oceangate were, as everybody knows, they like to promote themselves on social media, so we could see it, and I'm not going to lie, myself and my family, every year that they would go out, it was like, is something going to happen this year? Like, I mean...
We read an article on stream a while ago talking about some new information that came out over time, some fantastic investigative reporting, and everyone, there's a community of people. There's a community of people who are like into this, right? And they all knew, oh yeah, it's just a matter of time before someone dies on one of those things. Like, Oceangate's gonna murder someone. And like, at what point is this murder? How How spread out does the liability have to be until it's not murder anymore?
The way the company were...
I'm not an expert orthogonal. I mean, like, I have some knowledge. I almost went into marine biology, but I have no expertise. No more than what a person on the internet can find, I'm sure.
Going with this project and bypassing all the standardized rules and regulations that are set in place by people with experience, years and years of experience, from the US military to the Coast Guard, the classification agencies, you know, even manufacturers of some of the equipment. They bypassed it all. It was inevitable something was going to happen. And it was just when.
Everyone knew. Christ, that's dark. What a solemn note to end on. Yeah, you can't call it murder, but it's in no way an accident. In the same way that no car crash is an accident. Don't call a car crash an accident. It's all preventable. The content, dorslessness, the music, wiggly. This is terrifying. Yeah, it's a collision. Yep. I think it would make a good down the rabbit hole. Ryan has been begging for a more positive down the rabbit hole for a long time. He really wants a more positive one, and this one, well, to be fair, we're gonna have to wait a little while on this one anyway, so. It's murder if it's a Cybertruck going haywire. Those things, how are those things street legal? I don't understand. To be fair, the Deep Blue down the rabbit hole is pretty cool. Like that subject, like Deep Blue was a cool, I feel like fun subject. I think that the current video, the Foxhole one that I'm working on, is good. Like it's fun. It's a more fun topic. Everyone involved had a good time. Right. Yeah, Cybertrucks aren't allowed in Europe, and God bless. They changed legislation to make it legal. Fucking Jesus Christ. The law is just there to gate smaller competitors from getting into any market now.
Compresses you, making you vast and misty.
Silence Nullity, thanks for the 24 months. 2 years. Good to see you. How you doing, Maddie? Hey guys, you want to look at art? I'll check the tag. We use hashtag #TOWLArt. So anyways, we have an audio drama. I did an audio drama recently that is being sold. Do we have the command for that? That'd be great. That'd be fun. Oh my god, Pagona's Yay is so good. Add. What was it? I think it's audio drama. There we go. Wait, that's not the right one. No, that's old. Maybe it's just command drop. What is it? Shit. Burninator set that up. Oh yes, Compute, thank you. Mary recently streamed with a bunch of people from VFR. And that went really well. Let me see if I can find this. So Mary invited a bunch of furries on, and these furries like to get their tits out. Let me pull this up. I believe it was... Here we go. Oh yeah, everyone was looking... It was a reaction shot of Vince accidentally took his model's clothing all the way down to just a jock strap. So here's everyone's reactions. So this was before, right? Everyone's just hanging out. Then Vince accidentally takes off all his clothes, and everyone does this. Well, the whiskey's like, oh my. And Mary. And Nick's like, ooh. Quote unquote accidentally, yeah. Oh, whoopsie daisy. You put words on stream to block the nips. Coward. Okay. He's good.
I
want to show off more of the body more often. Thank you for the 14 months, Ryan. What? Ryan, you're still here. What, that? Is that a quote from Cruelty Squad? I have wasted my life, little ape of suffering. The dog's in bed. Oh, good night, George. George. Oh my gosh. Okay. We have one from Mont Blanc. This is awesome. Oh, thank you for the bits, Hawken. It would be a shame if someone ravaged the area. But look at this. From Mont Blanc. The city must survive. Look at the little owlets. The Williams got goggles. Oh no, they're frozen. And the baby. The baby. And look at the automaton. The big fellow. Look at the fellow. We will be playing Frostpunk 2. Frostpunk 2 is on the agenda. Also, come on, chat, a quick 20-minute adventure on this UO lab-made submarine. Yay! The cool S is a really nice touch. I'm so excited. I really hope UO does the CO2 scrubber. We do have a sketch page from Starry Feathers. Eeh. 20-minute lavender mochi. It's goddamn Ryan Probert controlling Doug Walker. There's Homer Simpson entering... Welcome in, Foxy Pierre. There's Homer entering the Titan. There is me going full, like, Kermit laugh. Oh my... Like... I laughed horrifically. Today. 8 hours of talking. Yeah. Yeah, he just... If I have a... I'm bricked up. I'm bricked up getting to, like, say I was right. Fuck all of you. And they... I'm admiring him. Oh my god, there's so much. To be clear, and don't make fun of me. Don't tease me. There's the Oceangate windowless van. Free candy. Thank you for the bits, Hawken. Oh my goodness. 2 water bottles to make a pontoon for a breathing hose so you could chill out underwater. That's awesome. That's awesome. I approve. There's the owlet submarine. We all live in an owlet submarine. Oh my god. Caldero on a train. Oh, is Caldero on a train? Seems gratuitous. Oh my god. Poor Mochi getting squished by 200 atmospheres of pressure. Poor baby. Oh my god. This is so good. Thank you, Starry. I'm... ...200 atmosphere silence. Don't... Yeah, Mochi's squishy. Mochi's squishy. Mochi will be fine. Okay. Everyone, thank you for hanging out. Thank you to everyone who subbed, who gave bits. If you want to support the stream, you can pick up our audio drama that's done through PlayAsia. Let me look up... Hold on. Let me figure out what the command is for that. Because it's ridiculous that I don't know how to do it. It's... Hold on, I can do this. Mary, my... I got this. Here we go. It's VD. There. Oh, someone else got it. Haha, hee-hoo. But yes, I wrote and voice acted an audio drama with a very nicely put together. If you want to support and you want some very bespoke audio drama, that is available. That is right there. And also, if you are not a T owlet, if you're more of a gamer sups owlet, we also have a gamer sups code. Is it... I did not make the command. GG. That's what it is. It's just GG. If you are more of a sups owlet, then use code SUPSOWL when you get your gamer sups. And get 10% off. They do have tea flavors, it's true. I need to ask them for some, so I can give them a test. I could test them out live on the stream. That'd be nice. Everyone, thank you. We're gonna figure out who are we gonna bother. Someone was saying that Nick just went live. Is that true? What's Nick doing? Vintage 8. Oh, it's the Tangy virus. Okay. Tangy? I have not seen it yet. I've been saving it. We will raid Nick. Nick. We're going to raid my gen mate, Nick. If you end up elsewhere, though, if you end up, like, Iron Mouse is touring TwitchCon, Hackerling is playing Splatoon. Oh, Froggy's on her 3rd anniversary. Whiskey is streaming Donkey Kong Country. Lots of great options today. Ivy Combs live too. Tyga just went live a little while ago. Lots of good choices. But we will raid into Nick today. Please remember to stay hydrated. Please look after yourselves until I can see you next, which should be tomorrow. We'll be doing another viewer submission. If you submitted something to be seen last time and it didn't get in, we're taking viewer submissions. You'll have to submit it again. But raid message. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, one submission per viewer tomorrow. I'll make sure to remind everyone of that. Captain Crunch. Yeah. There. Be good. Be good, my owlets, and I will see you again soon. Goodbye.